Pirates, get the telekinesis fruit at the start. Chapter 81. At this time, Dean and the old king came over. Felix followed behind without knowing when, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Kyle asked, "Have you explained everything?" Dean nodded. The old king bowed to Kyle. "Mr. Kyle, Dean will be in your hands from now on." Kyle quickly helped the old king up. "You don't have to be like this, it's my fault in this matter, don't worry, Dean will be fine. I trust your ability." Seeing his eldest son about to go to sea, the old king was still a little reluctant, and at first he wanted to persuade him. He was old, and the next king must be handed over to his own children. But when he thought of everything that this country had encountered in a short time, the old king was a little discouraged. The world is so big, and there are so many strong people. Without strong strength, it is impossible to protect the people. It would be good for Dean to go out and see the world. Go and see what the world outside is like. Maybe he will become better when he comes back in the future. Kyle looked at Felix again and smiled. "You look unhappy. Why? You are so old, but you still can't bear to leave your elder brother." Felix shook his head weakly. "Lord Kyle, it's not what you think. It's a good thing that elder brother Dean can go to sea with you. I'm not a child anymore. How can I be reluctant to leave him?" "Then what's wrong with your expression?" Felix sighed with despair. "Just now my father said that he would train me to be the new king. Becoming a king is a good thing. Why do you act like you are going to the execution ground?" Kyle said puzzledly. "But I don't want to be a king," Felix cried, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "What's good about being a king? I have to work hard every day and I don't have time to go out to play. I also want to go to sea in the future, but I don't want to stay in one place all the time." Kyle looked at him sympathetically. "You know what, it does sound a bit miserable. Korkia is not a wealthy country. If you want to be a good king, don't expect to have a comfortable life. Unless you become a tyrant. But with the revolutionary army around, even if you want to become a tyrant, you probably don't have the courage." Pat him on the shoulder. "Young man, believe in yourself and work hard." Dean also smiled and patted Felix on the shoulder. "Felix, this country will depend on you in the future. Work hard. Big brother believes in you." Woo, I really thank you for your encouragement." Felix left in a daze after saying that. Suddenly, he had such a heavy burden on his shoulders. He needed to calm down. Seeing this, everyone laughed out loud. Kyle waved his hand. "Okay, now that everything is done, we should set off. Everyone, see you again." The three girls and Dean waved goodbye to the others. Ginny and Big Bear also waved goodbye. "Kyle, and everyone, we'll see you in the Grand Line someday. Remember to come to my wedding with Bear Cub." Kyle made an okay gesture with his backhand. "Of course, just notify us when the time comes. We'll definitely come. You have my den double number anyway. The small boat just now will definitely not be used." Kyle used his ability to fly with a few people to the ship with the treasure. Ginny and Big Bear looked at the people moving away in the air at high speed side by side. "Bear Cub, what kind of sensation do you think this group of people will cause when they go to the Grand Line? I feel that the sea will definitely be very lively in the future, and the guys in the world government will probably have a headache." Big Bear held Ginny's hand and nodded in agreement. "Yes, how can he remain unknown if he has the courage to kill the celestial dragons?" Ginny also recalled what Kyle did last night. Even if he disguised himself as a golden lion, she admired his decisiveness. Apart from the Valley of the Gods, this was the first celestial dragon to die in decades. The world government certainly could not hide this. She did not believe that Kyle did not understand the consequences of doing so. But the other party still did it, and seemed very calm afterwards, as if he had killed just an ordinary person. Turning his head and asking, "Bear, you should be quite optimistic about them, why don't you invite them to join the Revolutionary Army?" Big Bear shook his head. "At first I also had the idea of inviting them, Until he invited us on board, I gave up the idea. Why? Ginny looked puzzled. Looking at the figure gradually disappearing in the air, Big Bear said meaningfully. Knowing our identity, he still invited us, and he had no respect or fear for the world government and the celestial dragons. Such a person will not easily yield to others. Indeed. Ginny nodded. Big Bear patted Ginny on the back. Well, the most urgent thing is to think about the follow-up. We have to quickly move everyone here away. The big ship on the other side. Kyle landed on the deck with a few people and treasures. With a big wave of his hand. Now we have a ship and people, and the next goal is to set off on the Grand Line. Great, let's go, Leah shouted excitedly. Luli was also excited. After waiting for so many years, we can finally see the world outside the East China Sea. They have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Brother Kyle, and everyone. At this time, Chunye raised his hand weakly and said, I think the most urgent thing now should be to find a place to purchase food and supplies. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Kyle slapped his forehead. Yes, how could I forget about this? I forgot to ask the old king for some food and supplies when I came out just now. There is nothing on this ship. Not to mention food, there is not even a piece of furniture. How about I go back to get some? Dean suggested. Kyle waved his hand and denied it. Are you kidding me, Kyle? Don't you have any face? I just said goodbye to them, and now I'm going back to ask for supplies. They must laugh at me. Captain, what should we do? Dean suddenly felt that this captain was a little unreliable. How can you go to sea so hastily? Kyle waved his hand with a confident smile on his face. It's not a big deal. Anyway, this place is not far from Rogue Town. Let's go there to replenish supplies and buy some furniture by the way. He had hundreds of millions of Baileys on him. Kyle didn't want to go to sea on a budget. It's estimated that you can't buy anything good in a poor place like Kokia. It's better to go to Rogue Town to buy. Rogue Town is different from Kokia. That place is close to the upside-down mountain. Most people from the East Sea who want to go to the Grand Line will pass through there. With such a large flow of people, there must be a lot of goods. The girls didn't have any objections. After all, it was their first time to travel so far. Seeing that Kyle was so sure, there should be no problem. Dean thought about it and felt that it was okay. Normally, it takes 2 or 3 days to go to Rogue Town. But that is the speed of ordinary ships. It is different for ships built by yourself. This distance can definitely be reached within 1 day. On the other side, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Marshal's office. Zhongguo held the documents in his hand and sat at the table with a frown. What do these guys from Germa want to do? They actually went to the East China Sea, and their target is actually a non-member country. The Navy received a sudden big move from Germa 2 weeks ago. Zhongguo has been troubled by this matter. As a member of the world government, even if he is the Navy Marshal, he has no right to interfere with the actions of the member countries. Fortunately, Germa's target is only the non-member states, otherwise Zhongguo would definitely send someone to monitor them. He picked up a document next to him and said to another person at the conference table. Why did the celestial dragons go to the East China Sea for no reason? And they called Sakaski. He had been feeling uneasy since 2 days ago. The 5 elders gave him an order. They needed a strong person to protect the celestial dragons to go to the East China Sea, and they specifically asked for Sakaski. As the admiral of the Navy, he had no control over what the celestial dragons wanted to do. As the immediate superior of the Navy, Zhongguo could not refuse the orders of the 5 elders. He had been worried about accidents these days. In addition, the world government had been putting pressure on him recently. They asked the Navy to arrest the fishman Fisher Tiger as soon as possible. Zhongguo felt a headache at this time, and cursed those bastards in Marihoa. His own defense was insufficient, and in the end the fishman ran to Marihoa and let the slaves run away. In the end, he even blamed the Navy for being incompetent. He said that the Navy didn't know how to take precautions in advance. Now the Navy is preparing to develop a base in the New World, and there is an urgent need for manpower everywhere. How can there be time to catch fishmen? It is the time when the Navy needs people. But at this time, the group of celestial dragons transferred Sakaski, who is most suitable for going to the New World. Sometimes Zangguo really wants to give up. Whoever wants to be the marshal can do it. So that he doesn't have to suffer all kinds of troubles all day long. The atmosphere in the office is quiet. A white-haired Vice Admiral Suru next to him folded his arms across his chest, crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. What is there to worry about in the East China Sea? With Sakaski's strength, can there be any accidents? Zangguo put the documents heavily on the table. I'm not worried about safety issues, but I'm afraid that the celestial dragons will cause trouble. What style do the celestial dragons have? Suru, I also know that there are pirates everywhere on the sea now. I really don't want to clean up after these guys. Vice Admiral Suru spread his hands, indicating that this matter has nothing to do with her, and this is a problem that you should worry about. By the way, Suru, didn't you go to capture the kid from the Don Quixote family? Why did you suddenly come back recently? Zangguo suddenly asked. Let that cunning kid run away. Vice Admiral Suru's eyes fixed. She also felt unhappy when she talked about this. Recently, the Don Quixote family guys didn't know what was going on. Every time she wanted to capture them, the guys could cleverly avoid them. They didn't have any direct contact with them at all. The kid Doflamingo kept avoiding her. There was no way to catch him. Both of them sighed. It's still Garp who's the best. Yesterday, this guy asked for leave again, saying that he was going home to see his grandson. This guy now spends more time in the headquarters than in the East China Sea. Zangguo said with some yearning. He poured himself a cup of tea and also poured a cup for Vice Admiral Suru. Vice Admiral Suru didn't answer, but took a sip of the teacup. It tasted good. No wonder Garp always liked to come to Zangguo. Why didn't I find such good tea here in Zangguo before? Looked over with a suspicious look. Zangguo said with a vigilant face. Hey, Suru, I don't have much of this stuff. Vice Admiral Suru was speechless for a while. How did he say that he was going to snatch it from him? Just then, the door of the marshal's office was pushed open roughly. A marine shouted anxiously. Marshal Zangguo, it's terrible. Zangguo looked up and saw that it was the messenger in charge of communication. He scolded with some dissatisfaction. What are you so anxious about? The Navy should behave like the Navy and be calm when encountering things. Quote. The messenger couldn't listen to these at this time. Marshal Zangguo, this time something big happened. Donghai is reporting urgently. He handed over the intelligence that Donghai Branch 120 had just sent back. Zangguo took the document handed over suspiciously. What big thing could happen in Donghai? Suddenly Zangguo had a bad premonition. He picked up the document and looked at it. After a simple scan, Zangguo jumped up from the chair. Hands trembled, face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Noticing Zangguo's abnormality, Lieutenant General Suru asked. What happened? Zangguo handed over the document directly. You can see for yourself, this time the problem is serious. Lieutenant General Suru picked up the document and saw that he was no longer calm before. How is this possible? He quickly looked at the messenger beside him. Is the news true? Have you confirmed it? The messenger was horrified at this time. It has been confirmed, the news is accurate. Vice Admiral Akainu is now in the 120th branch. After receiving the confirmation, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Suru knew that this time it was a big deal. Vice Admiral Sakaski, who went to the East China Sea, was seriously injured and unconscious. If he had not been found by the 120th branch patrolling at sea, he would have died at this time. Sakaski did not go to the East China Sea alone. His mission was to protect the celestial dragons. Even he almost died, so it is conceivable how the celestial dragons and others are doing now. Sanaguchi frowned. What happened? With Sakazuki's strength, he almost died. When did the East China Sea have such a strong man? Looking at the messenger, did Sakazuki send back any other news, such as who the enemy is and how the celestial dragons are doing now? The messenger shook his head. No, when the group of people from the 120th branch found him, Vice Admiral Akainu was already seriously injured and unconscious, and he hasn't woken up yet. There is no other news. Vice Admiral Suru waved his hand to signal the messenger that he could leave. After he left, Vice Admiral Suru said solemnly, "The CP organization is also traveling with us. If something really happens, they will definitely report it back to the world government." And now only the 120th branch has reported that Sakazuki is seriously injured and unconscious, and the world government has nothing unusual. Warring States said directly. That means that it is estimated that only Akainu is still alive now. Vice Admiral Suru nodded. It seems that you, the Marshal, need to make a trip. Warring States sighed helplessly. What you fear is what will happen. Now this matter will definitely not be hidden from the world government. What a trouble. Zhanguo picked up the document and walked out. This matter is no longer something they can handle. The world government must be notified. Zhanguo could imagine what would happen if he said such information. He would definitely be scolded. Zhanguo was not too worried about this. I'm afraid that these celestial dragons will get angry and do something bad in the East China Sea. On the way to the office of the Five Elders, Sengoku took out another Den Den Mushi. Garp happened to have taken a leave and returned to the East China Sea, so he could go and see what happened. Chapter 82. Brew, brew. The sound of the Den Den Mushi rang for a long time, but no one answered the call. Sengoku's face became darker and darker. He had the urge to smash the Den Den Mushi. This damn bastard, he didn't answer the phone again. On the other side, the first half of the Grand Line is close to the doldrums. A large warship is sailing slowly. The bow has been transformed into a gray dog head. The hull has a blue and white paint job, and the bulging sail in the middle has a seagull and the Navy logo. Garp, wearing a Navy uniform and a dog head hat on his head, is staring at the Den Den Mushi in his hand that is constantly making sounds. His eyes don't blink, and he picks up donuts from the table and puts them in his mouth from time to time. The Adjutant Bogart said with some concern. Vice Admiral Garp, wouldn't it be bad to just not answer the Marshal's call? If there is something urgent. The Den Den Mushi has been ringing for a long time. Garp, as the person involved, is not panicked at all. Ha ha ha, what's the emergency? That old guy Sengoku must want me to go back and work overtime. Forget it. I finally got leave. Those trivial things are not as important as spending time with my grandson. Ah, Bogut pulled the brim of his hat, looking weird. Vice Admiral Garp, this is your third time asking for leave this year. Ha ha ha, isn't this normal? Bogut wanted to complain. How could the Navy be like this? They've been asking for leave for most of the year. I thought they were stationed in the East China Sea. But he was his boss anyway, so Bogut held back. This kind of life is pretty good. As an adjutant, he can also benefit from it. His life can be said to be quite leisurely. At this moment, the voice of Den Den Mushi rang again. Garp thought it was Sengoku again and didn't want to pay attention. But after listening carefully, he found that it was not the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Bogut took out the Den Den Mushi from his arms. So it's yours. I thought it was the 15th call from Zhanguo. Bogut was speechless again. You have the time to count the number of times, why don't you answer it once? Picked up the microphone and said, "Hello, I'm Bogut." A woman's voice came from the other side. Give the microphone to Garp. Bogut immediately recognized who the voice was. It was the Navy's Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Suru. Bogut quickly handed the microphone over. Garp scratched his head. not understanding how the call went to the adjutant. He slapped the donuts in his hand and laughed heartily when he picked up the microphone. Ha ha ha, Xiaohei, what do you want to talk to me about? Could it be that Zhongguo wants me to go back to work overtime? Tell him it's impossible. Where are you now? The serious voice of Vice Admiral Suru came from the other side of the microphone. Garp heard the seriousness in the words. I know something must have happened, otherwise Xiaohei would not call him personally, but called his adjutant. I guess he knew that calling himself was useless. Putting away his carefree personality, Garp looked at the adjutant beside him. Bogut quickly took out a sea chart and looked at it and said the current location of the warship. The voice was loud, and Vice Admiral Suru on the opposite side could also hear it. Garp asked, Xiaohei, is there anything wrong? The Den Mushi in his hand nodded, and after a moment of silence, he said. Something big happened in the East China Sea. Sakazuki was seriously injured and unconscious. The celestial dragon Figurand Eris also disappeared in the East China Sea. He is probably dead. Bogut, who was holding the Den Mushi, trembled and almost dropped the Den Mushi to the ground. He even doubted whether he had heard it wrong. This news is really big. The monster-like Vice Admiral was seriously injured and unconscious, and more importantly, there was a suspected death of a celestial dragon. These things happened in the East China Sea. Garp's expression was also a bit serious at this time. No wonder Sengoku kept calling. Do you want me to investigate? Garp asked. When did the East China Sea have such a powerful person who could beat the Quasi-Admiral Sakazuki to a coma? He often went back to the East China Sea and basically killed all the pirates with a little bit of strength. Could it be the old guy who lived in seclusion in the back mountain of Windmill Village? It's unlikely. The old guy is indeed powerful, but it's unlikely that he is stronger than Sakazuki. However, the world is so big that Garp can't guarantee that he knows all the strong people. Maybe it was done by some hidden strong people. Garp asked the doubts in his heart directly. Is there any other information? Who is the enemy? Where is the battle? The voice of the messenger reporting came from the other side of the microphone. Staff Officer Suru, the 120th branch has sent a message. According to the news, Vice Admiral Akainu has woken up after rescue. At this time, the dedicated Den Mushi in the marshal's office also rang. Vice Admiral Suru picked up the phone and answered it. Garp was not in a hurry here, and lay leisurely on the recliner. There was no worry at all. Since Sakazuki is not dead, as long as the Navy genius is not lost, everything will be fine. As for the dead celestial dragons, Garp is too lazy to care about these guys. If they die, they die. It just happens to reduce some trouble. After a while, Vice Admiral Suru's voice came from the microphone. I just received a call from Sakazuki. According to his story, they met the pirate Golden Lion Shiki who had disappeared for a long time in Kojia. After the two sides fought, he was defeated and fled. During the battle, everyone else was killed by Shiki, including the celestial dragons. Is it this guy Shiki? Garp picked up a donut and took a bite, and the sound of crunching was heard. I didn't expect this guy to escape from Impel Down and appear in the East China Sea after disappearing for so long, and actually do such a thing. Garp sighed and looked at the sea in the distance in a trance. You guys can escape, so why do you have to hide like this? Why do you do such a thing? The Navy has not announced the news of Golden Lion's escape from Impel Down. It is too embarrassing to tell others about such a shameful thing. There was no news about Golden Lion after that. Since the other party did not make any noise, the Navy was happy with it. It is not so easy to capture such a big pirate. Vice Admiral Suru also sighed. I can understand Garp's mood at this time. After all, they are people of the same era. They don't want to kill them all if they haven't done anything too extreme. But now it seems that they can't ignore it. The world government will not allow the murderer who killed the celestial dragons to go unpunished. This is not just because a celestial dragon died. Those guys are not so united. They care more about the prestige of the world's nobles. If nothing happens after killing the celestial dragons, someone may follow suit in the future. The prestige that the celestial dragons have built up for hundreds of years will be gone. What are those guys planning? Garp asked. Vice Admiral Suru understood who the group of guys were referring to. Zhongguo is reporting to the 5 elders right now. The details are not clear yet. I guess they will issue a hunting order for the golden lion. Okay, I'll go take a look first, but that guy Shiki is probably already gone. Garp hung up the phone after saying that. He shook his cloak. He covered his face with the dog head hat. Vice Admiral Garp, should we change the route? Adjutant Bogut asked after a moment of hesitation. Garp, who was about to lie on the chair, waved his hand. No, the route remains unchanged. Seeing this, Bogut said no more. The huge warship continued to sail at a leisurely pace. East China Sea, Rogue Town. The last supply point near the upside-down mountain is also the execution place of the Pirate King. Countless pirates in the East China Sea who dream of going out to sea will go to Rogue Town to take a look. Even if they don't supply supplies, they will go to observe. As the man who started the Great Pirate Era, countless people regard it as a belief. The execution platform in Rogue Town has also become a holy place in the hearts of these pirates in the East China Sea. The Navy is also extremely troubled by this. The execution platform in Rogue Town has never been dismantled. It is to use this place as a place to deter pirates. The Pirate King is dead, so what waves can these little pirates make? But the reality is just the opposite. These pirates are not afraid at all, and they are scrambling to observe, even if they are stationed in Rogue Town. The naval base of Za. It can't resist these crazy pirates. Rogue Town has also become the most chaotic place in the East China Sea. Navy, pirates, underground forces, merchants from all over the world, etc. Many forces make up the current Rogue Town. After half a day of sailing, Kyle and his party finally arrived at the port of Rogue Town. On the way, Dean directly activated the black technology of the ship. More than a dozen jet cylinders installed on the bottom of the ship were activated together. Dean only needs to replenish compressed air in the cab regularly. The 100-meter ship is like a speedboat, speeding on the sea. At this time, more than a dozen large and small pirate ships have docked at the port. After several people boarded the port, Dean directly pressed his hand on the hull. The next moment the big ship disappeared instantly, and a small boat of 3 or 4 centimeters appeared in Dean's hand. It looks like a model. Awesome. Kyle was amazed. This is really a good ability. Just now he was thinking about who to let stay and watch the ship. After all, this place is not very safe, their ship it's so big. Maybe some brave ones will go up and steal things. It's not very kind to leave someone to watch the boat. Everyone goes out to play, and those who stay behind will be miserable. I didn't expect Dean to show such a skill at this time. Kyle instantly thought of the multiple uses of his ability. Isn't this a good way to transport talents? Is there no limit to your ability? Kyle asked. He remembered that the ship itself was made by compressing the ability. Now it can be compressed further. If we continue like this, can we compress the entire sea into a small drop of water? If we encounter an enemy, even I will be in trouble if we send a drop of water over. This is much more powerful than other abilities. It's too amazing. Dean shook his head. Captain, you think too much. There is a limit to the ability. If I compress the compressed object again, it will not be able to return to its original shape. It means that you have compressed the ship to such a small size. Then the accessories on the ship have been fixed and can no longer return to their original form. Dean nodded in confirmation. Kyle thought about it and it was indeed true. If it was really that amazing, Dean alone could destroy the world, and there would be no place for others. This magical scene also attracted the attention of many people in the port, all of whom stared at the sturdy Dean with horror. Many people thought they were dazzled, and after asking, they found that their companions also saw it. Kyle, there are so many pirates, do you want to kill them all for the bounty? As soon as she arrived at the port, Leah put her hand on the hilt of the sword behind her, and her eyes began to glow. A few fierce-looking little pirates not far away happened to meet her eyes, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. It was as if I saw a beast that would eat anyone it wanted. My legs went weak and I almost fell to my knees. I just thought that these people looked like a group of newcomers, and they might be able to extort some money. Now, who dared to look at them anymore? Just looking at them, they were not easy to mess with. They must have killed many people before. They hurriedly fled the port. Leah retracted her gaze and looked at the pirate ship and other pirates. They seemed to be piles of Baileys, neatly placed on the ground, begging her to pick them up. Kyle patted her forehead lightly. Girls, don't be too violent. We are not short of money now. As long as you don't provoke us, there is no need to care. Okay, let's talk about it when we are short of money in the future. Leah put her hand down and reluctantly retracted her gaze. Luli also said. Leah, just be quiet. We are not suitable to make too much noise recently. I know, sister, why have you become as nagging as Kyle? Leah pouted unconvinced. Her little nose suddenly moved slightly, and her body tilted in one direction involuntarily. It smells so good. Several people also sniffed it. Well, it was indeed very fragrant. Following Leah's sight, they saw a barbecue restaurant not far away. Kyle made a suggestion. Let's go eat something first, and then go play later. Several people agreed very readily. After sailing for a long time, everyone was a little hungry. Leah pulled Luli and Chunye and ran to the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurant was not big, with 5 or 6 tables placed inside and outside the house. Perhaps because the taste was good, the house was already full of people at this time, and Kyle and the others could only find an empty seat outside to sit down. There was an old man sitting in front of the counter. The old man was thin, with white hair, and he was smoking a long pipe in his hand. As soon as they sat down, a fierce-looking waiter came with a menu. Welcome, what would you like to eat? Kyle and the others looked at the waiter with a strange look on their faces. This man was at least 2 meters tall, with a long scar on his face and an eye patch on one eye. Anyone who saw him at first sight would think he was a pirate who killed people without hesitation. Are you sure you are the waiter here? Dean looked strange. He suspected that he and the others had entered a black shop. You said that this waiter was a cannibal, and he would believe it himself. The big man looked at the old man in front of the counter with a hidden look, and his body trembled. He quickly smiled. Hey, don't be surprised, little brother, I am really the waiter here. Dean didn't pursue these questions. Maybe others are born like this. Kyle picked up the menu and took a quick look. The prices were okay. They were estimated to be twice as much as those in Chunya's small restaurant. But it was still okay in Rogue Town. He threw the menu back, looking like he had no shortage of money. All the dishes listed above are served 3 times. Han was immediately delighted, and an ugly smile appeared on his ferocious face. This is a rich customer. If this is made 3 times, it will cost at least millions of Baileys. As for whether he can finish all the food, he didn't even consider this. As long as there is money, everything is fine. With this order, he will definitely be able to get rid of this hellhole. Okay, please wait a moment, guests. The big man smiled and rushed into the kitchen with the menu. Looking at the sparse crowd around, Kyle looked at the old man in front of the counter with interest. Seemingly noticed Kyle's gaze. The old man smiled at him. What are you looking at? Luli asked. Kyle lit a cigar and blew out a smoke ring. Nothing, I just think the owner of this store is interesting. Chapter 83. What do you mean? This is just an ordinary barbecue restaurant. Dean tilted his head and looked around, thinking it was normal. At most, the waiter just now looked a little weird. Kyle waved his hand. Don't forget that this is Rogue Town, and you have seen what happened at the port. He pointed to the port not far away. Several people also looked at it. About 20 people were gathered at the port to fight. Judging from the way these people were dressed, they were all pirates. Gunshots, the sound of swords clashing, and screams. There were many pirates watching with interest around. The empty streets were sparsely populated, and every household had its doors and windows closed. The port seemed to have become a gathering place for pirates. Several people were not afraid of this small scene at all, just a group of little pirates playing house. It's really boring to watch these people fight. Are the pirates outside only this level? Leah withdrew her eyes without interest. This is the first time I have encountered such a small-scale fight. I am not interested at all. This is really chaotic. Remember that there is a navy stationed in Rogue Town. Chunye took out a book from her bosom and flipped through it. The 4 big words, Guide to Going to Sea, were written on the cover. This was given to her by Ginny not long ago in the Kingdom of Corgi, probably because she was afraid that she would suffer a loss if she had no experience going to sea. The book has a general explanation of some islands. Kyle also took a closer look, and then lost interest. There are too few things recorded on it, and some things are not as detailed as Kyle knows. Ordinary navy can't suppress so many pirates. Rogue Town does have a navy stationed, but it is not very useful. The main reason is that there are too many pirates going to sea. Basically all the pirates in the East China Sea will pass through Rogue Town. It is difficult not to be chaotic in this situation, unless there is a navy with overwhelming strength to guard it. Kyle still remembers Smoker who ate the smoke fruit. The natural devil fruit fits this point very well. The East China Sea is a top-notch place. It is because of this talent that Rogue Town has become stable. However, it was several years before Smoker came to the East China Sea. Luli also reacted at this time. He looked at the old man in front of the counter with a scrutinizing look. From the aura, it is indeed better than those pirates. No wonder he can open a store near the port. Chunye said with some concern. Is it really okay to eat here? It won't be a black shop. It will ask for a huge amount of Bailey after we finish eating. Ah, are you worried seriously? Dean looked at him strangely. Leah also laughed. It would be great if that was the case. Maybe it can save a lot of money. Chunye also suddenly came back to his senses. Yes, the people around him are more powerful than each other, and his worries are completely unnecessary. While the few people talked, various meats were already placed on the table. This is a relatively special barbecue restaurant. The boss only provides processed ingredients, and customers need to do it themselves. Looking at the plates of meat slices, everyone no longer cares about pirates. All joined the army of eating. Chunye was busy and happy. She was the only one with good cooking skills. Others just needed to roast the meat. But Chunye was different, whether it was the control of the heat, the roasting time, or the amount of seasoning. Everything was strictly controlled. Until the last table, everyone looked at her eagerly. There was no way, it was too fragrant. The deliciousness was simply not comparable to those of us. The little old man in front of the counter also smelled the fragrance. Those pipes took a deep puff, and some doubted whether this was really the fragrance of their own barbecue restaurant. I didn't expect the little girl to be such a great chef. If you don't mind, let the old man have a taste. The little old man came to Kyle's table familiarly, moved a chair from the side and sat down. He didn't give them a chance to refuse. Kyle moved aside to make room for the old man. This old man is quite friendly. Chunye wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and smiled embarrassedly. It's nothing special. The old man picked up a piece of freshly roasted meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, and a satisfied expression immediately appeared on his face. It's really delicious, little girl, are you interested in being a chef here? Hearing this, several people's faces suddenly darkened. This man can really say anything. Chunye smiled and waved his hand to refuse. Sorry, I don't want to be a chef here, I still want to go out to sea with everyone. Oh, are you going out to sea for the so-called big secret treasure again? That's really a pity, the old man said regretfully, shaking his head. I don't know whether he regrets not being able to eat such delicious food in the future, or regrets that the restaurant didn't hire such a chef. Kyle and the others didn't stop him. It's okay for an old man of such age to eat a little of their food. After a while, the old man wiped his mouth with his sleeve with satisfaction, leaned back on the chair and lit his cigarette again. He looked at the few people. You don't look like pirates, do you? What are you doing at sea? You don't really believe in that great secret treasure. Kyle said, haha, the sea is so beautiful, it would be a pity not to go and see it. The old man shook his head with regret and reminded kindly. You should be there, Captain, the sea is not something that everyone can go to. He also saw that these people were not ordinary, so he came to chat. Looking at the appearance of these people, it is estimated that they are some young people who dream of going to sea. They don't know the dangers of the sea at all. It doesn't matter if the other people live or die, it would be a pity if the girl with great cooking skills also died in the sea. Kyle didn't argue. This old man was probably a pirate. Since you can open a shop in such a chaotic place, I think you must be famous in Rogue Town. The old man smiled and tapped the pipe in his hand. Haha, I'm just an ordinary person, how can I be famous? The big man who was pushing the food cart to serve food couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. He couldn't help but recall his miserable experience. He was a pirate, a captain, and had dozens of younger brothers under him. He was full of energy when he came to Rogue Town a few months ago. He threatened to inherit Roger's title of Pirate King, and the starting point of his great career began from Roger's end. The first stop he chose was the barbecue restaurant today. The big man was also a particular pirate, knowing that in Rogue Town, as long as he didn't provoke ordinary people, he wouldn't attract the navy. So he thought that he would just eat a free meal, and he would not try to rob the skinny old man. Unfortunately, he died before he could accomplish his mission. That day, all of his dozen younger brothers were defeated, and he himself became a prisoner. Later, he met his former younger brothers at the career security office. And everything was all because of the old man he had despised before. Whenever he thought of this big man, he could not help but tremble. He wanted to scold the old man. Who would believe that he was an ordinary person with his strength? He just wanted to deceive these young people who had never seen the world. Kyle smiled and looked at the big man. You look like you are afraid of this old man. This big man was also a pirate. As for why he fell to the level of a waiter now, it is unknown. But to make this person so afraid, this old man must be quite extraordinary. The big man hurriedly shook his head to deny it. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. After that, he pushed the dining cart back to the kitchen. The old man might be plotting against these young people. If he ruined his plan, he would definitely end up in trouble. He would not sympathize with these strangers. As long as he could earn 10 million Baileys, he could escape from here. The big man encouraged himself secretly. When the task given to him by the old man is completed, he will return to his hometown immediately, and he can farm or fish in the future. He can do anything, but he will never be a pirate again. Ha ha ha, the waiter in the store is ignorant, and the old man will deduct his salary in a while. The old man looked kind and harmless. Kyle was too lazy to care about these things and said the biggest purpose of this. Old man, we just came to Rogue Town. I wonder if you know any merchants. We want to purchase a batch of supplies. The ship we took was still a semi-finished product, and it happened to be simply renovated in Rogue Town. Not to mention how good it should be, it must be habitable anyway. There is nothing on it. If it is not renovated, we can only sleep on the floor. I am not familiar with this place. This old man looks not simple. Maybe he has some connections. Little guy is really rude. The old man pointed in a direction. There is a market over there. Most of the supplies are sold there. He thought these people were just buying some supplies and didn't care much. Kyle shook his head. We have a lot of things to buy. We don't want to run around. It's best to find a powerful businessman to purchase. The old man looked Kyle up and down. From the ordering just now, it can be seen that these people are very rich, otherwise they would not spend 1,000,000 Baileys on a meal at one time. Maybe this purchase is also a big order. After thinking about it, he walked to the counter, picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed a number. The other side quickly answered. There was a hearty laugh from the other side. Old man, what do you want to talk to me about? Is there another the goods need to be sold? Blake, it's not about that. I have several wealthy customers here again. They asked me to find a good merchant. Then the old man told Kyle's request. He also emphasized, rich customers. After talking to the people, the old man returned to Kyle's table. Little guy, the merchant has been found for you. He will be here soon. Kyle nodded. Took out 2 stacks of Baileys and put them on the table. This is the meal money this time. The extra is your reward for troubling you. The old man picked up the 2 stacks of Baileys and counted them roughly. The Baileys were all in denominations of 10,000, at least 1.5 million. Tisk, really wealthy customers. It seems that Blake has made some money this time. The old man didn't stay here any longer after putting away the money. He lay back on the rocking chair behind the counter. Kyle, we can just go by ourselves to buy the supplies. Why do we have to go out of our way to find a merchant? Leah asked in confusion. Luli was also confused. They could also take a walk around the town while buying supplies. Kyle rubbed their heads. You two are just thinking too simply. We have a lot of things to buy, and we also have to buy some materials to decorate the boat. Who will carry all those things? Dean wanted to use his ability to take it, but after thinking about it, he still felt it was troublesome. Finding a local businessman to solve it all at once can save a lot of trouble. They didn't have to wait too long. A middle-aged man with a round figure and a big belly came to the barbecue restaurant. The man looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Kyle and the others, and the most important thing was the sword behind Kyle. Just by seeing the hilt, the middle-aged man knew that this was a rare treasure. It is very likely a so-called famous sword. Let alone other things, just for this sword, I have to talk to this little brother. He walked over with a smile. My name is Blake. I heard that you have a big business to discuss with me. Kyle and the others turned to look. The man was wearing a suit, a bowler hat, several gold rings on his hands, and a big gold chain around his neck. The first impression he gave was that he was very rich. He was dressed like a wealthy businessman. This man should be the businessman introduced by the barbecue restaurant owner. Kyle nodded. Hello, my name is Kyle. The two shook hands. Kyle got straight to the point and took out a list from his pocket and handed it over. Take a look at the supplies on the list. How long will it take to prepare everything? Blake took the list and dropped it to the ground, rolling a distance. Looking at the several meter-long list on the ground, Blake was stunned. My goodness, is this customer sure he didn't take the wrong one? Such a long list, how many things are he going to buy? Took the list and read it briefly. From ship decoration materials to various daily necessities. There are a lot of things, but they are not prohibited items. The old man came over at some point. Little guy, are you really going to sea? Do you know how dangerous the sea is? The list was full of food, daily necessities, and toys, but there was not a single weapon. As an elder, he still wanted to remind these people. Going to sea is not playing house. Even if you have enough money to buy so many things, it is not a good thing. If you drive the ship out, it will be a walking supply station. Any pirate would be tempted. Blake also nodded. Such a wealthy client must not have any accidents. At least this man must not have any accidents before the sword is obtained. He looked at the sword behind Kyle with a hidden look. Quickly took out a booklet. Sir, our Chamber of Commerce also has a lot of weapons for sale. You can consider guns, swords, and cannons. Kyle picked it up curiously and took a look. Tisk, this guy is really not simple. Selling arms is a serious crime. If he is caught by the Navy, there will be no good results. Weapons are allowed to be sold in this world, but it must be done through formal channels. And there are restrictions on the weapons purchased. He threw the booklet back casually. No need, just these on the list. Seeing this, Blake no longer insisted. It is estimated that a rookie like this will not go far at sea. Maybe he can get back a lot of the materials he sold. Chapter 84. Blake roughly calculated. His smile became more and more obvious. My dear guest, all the things added up, minus the decimals, total 220 million Baileys. It's so expensive. Dean was shocked. It was as if his worldview was shocked. As a prince, it was almost impossible for him to come up with so much money. Is his captain so rich? The three girls behaved quite normally. Chunye went to the warship to search for treasures together, and the devil fruits she ate were all worth hundreds of millions. She used to be very happy if her small shop could make $1 million every month. Now seeing Kyle spend 200 million to purchase supplies, she felt that it was no big deal. As for the two sisters, these two have no concept of money since they were young. They have never been short of money. Blake did not lower his voice. It was also the first time he received such a large order. It was inevitable that he was a little excited. The eyes of many people around him changed. They all doubted whether they had heard wrongly. 200 million Baileys, how rich is that? Some people's eyes became subtle. These young men didn't have much strength at first glance. Although they carried swords, they were probably just pretending. The only one who looked somewhat powerful was probably the muscular man. But he was far inferior to the pirates in the town. Many small pirates took out Den Den Mushi to inform their boss. This kind of fat sheep can't be let go. Black's eyes rolled around. He didn't deliberately raise the price, mainly because most of the items on the list listed by these guests were marked as needing to be better. The price didn't need to be considered. At this time, he had already regarded these people as nobles of a certain country. Ordinary people would not be so extravagant. Moreover, many of the things on it were not necessities of life. Only those noble lords could enjoy such a good life after going out to sea. Kyle thought it was okay, and the price was not too expensive. He was planning to be extravagant this time and turn the boat into a luxury cruise ship. He and his friends were going out to sea for travel, and they were not short of money, so they had to do it better. He casually placed a small box beside him in front of Blake. There are 10 million Baileys in it, just as a deposit, and I need the materials to be prepared as soon as possible. Blake took the cash box with a smile. He took out a contract from his briefcase, wrote and drew, and then handed it to Kyle. The customer is really generous. Don't worry, we will collect these materials as soon as possible, and we will definitely complete it within 2 days. Kyle took the contract and looked at it. There were basically no problems. I don't know if this thing is useful in this world. Even if the seller ran away, most people probably can't do anything. Seeing that the wealthy businessman was still sitting next to him, Kyle asked curiously, "Do you have anything else to do?" Blake took out a cigarette case and handed over a cigar. "Brother, I have another business to discuss with you." Kyle did not refuse and took it directly. Wanted to see what else this guy wanted to talk about. Blake pointed to the sword on Kyle's back and said, "Customer, your sword seems to be not simple. I wonder if you plan to sell it. The price and other things can be negotiated." Huh, Kyle was a little surprised that the business this man was talking about was this. Unexpectedly, this guy in front of him could see that this sword was not simple. Since he got this sword, Kyle has studied it many times. Logically speaking, it can be put together with the basic booklet and the devil fruit. This sword must not be an ordinary thing. Sure enough. As his strength gradually improved, he also found the difference of this sword. Sharper than ordinary swords is just one of the points. More importantly, this sword seems to be extremely suitable for him. It seems to be tailor-made for him. Whether it is attached with domineering or used in daily life. This sword doesn't seem like a weapon, but more like a part of his body. You can have absolute control when using it. Kyle smiled and shook his head. Haha, that may disappoint you. I have no intention of selling this sword yet. Regardless of whether the man in front of him saw anything, Kyle had no intention of selling it. This kind of weapon that is extremely suitable for him is hard to come by. It can't be measured by money at all. Besides, he is not short of money and has not fallen to the point of selling his own weapon. Blake obviously guessed that it would not be that easy. Still smiling. Just now, when he observed from a distance, he could only see that this sword was not simple. Now after a close look, he is very sure that this must be a famous sword from a forging master. Blake is different from those ordinary businessmen who only know you have to sell some daily goods. These things can indeed make a lot of money, but you have to have the strength to keep them. He is a merchant from the North Sea. He has been to the Grand Line. He knows very well what is the most attractive thing in this sea. That must be money and strength. If a merchant has only money but no strength, the result will only attract those vicious pirates. It is impossible to sell weapons under the nose of the Navy without a certain strength. He is not attracted to the sword for his own use. Blake is just a businessman, and he only sees the value that this thing can bring to himself. If you don't need it, you can give it to others. The guys who protect you will definitely like such a gift. There is a hint of greed in his eyes. Haha, sorry, I am a little abrupt, mainly because I have always admired those powerful swordsmen. Today, I saw the sword behind you and I am a little curious. Are you sure you are curious? Kyle asked with interest. This guy doesn't look very honest. The look just now was very obscure, but Kyle still noticed it. Blake thought Kyle had changed his mind. He said with a smile, Haha, brother, I am really interested. I wonder if you can let me take a look. Kyle nodded, sure. This guy still needs to help me purchase supplies. If he doesn't tell the truth, it will be a bit bad. Don't do anything tricky at that time. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Kyle thought he still had to knock it. His right hand touched the hilt behind him. With a clang, a dazzling sword light flashed, and Blake couldn't help closing his eyes. When he opened his eyes again and saw the long sword in Kyle's hand, the whole person became extremely excited. There is no mistake, this must be a famous sword that has never been known to the world. Resisting his excitement, Blake did not do anything out of the ordinary. The identities of these people in front of him have not been investigated clearly, and it is not suitable to make enemies. Merchants are not like those reckless pirates. If you are not careful enough, you can easily lose your life. Unexpectedly, Kyle did not show him the sword, but raised it high and pointed it at the port not far away. Blake looked confused and did not understand what the guest was going to do. Kyle did not explain. He raised the long sword high and pointed it at a pirate ship at the port. He swung the sword casually. In front of the pirate ship at the port, a small minion was reporting to the boss, and his finger was pointing at Kyle and his men sitting in the barbecue restaurant. The pirate boss with a big knife on his waist looked greedy and listened carefully to the news reported by his younger brother. Damn, buying hundreds of millions of supplies at one time, you are really rich. These little ghosts deserve it this time. They actually let them meet me. He could imagine the days of taking his younger brothers to the sea after robbing this target. Hundreds of millions of Baileys, I can live comfortably in this broken place in the East China Sea for the rest of my life. I can live the same life as those nobles. The minions complimented him. The captain of the spoils takes the lion's share, and they can also have a sip of soup. That's also millions of Baileys. At this time, a minion pointed to a place not far away. "Captain, look at what that guy is doing." The pirate captain looked in the direction pointed by the little brother in confusion, and saw that the man they regarded as the target was holding a sword. The direction he was aiming at was exactly in his direction. "Ha ha, it seems that we have been discovered." The pirate captain held the big knife at his waist. There was a fierce look in his eyes. "Originally, I was thinking of robbing them when these people went out to sea, but I didn't expect that they were discovered now. Then there is no need to wait until they go out to sea. There are many pirates on the island now, and someone might get there first. How can such a fat sheep be handed over to others?" As for Kyle's sword-raising action, the pirate captain didn't care at all. It's useless for such a young man to hold a sword. At most, he can scare ordinary people, and maybe he can't even scare ordinary people. However, the next moment, the pirate captain's greedy eyes turned into fear. "I saw a sword light more than 10 meters long burst out. The target was exactly in his direction." Black stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief, staring blankly at the sword light that suddenly appeared. Wherever the sword light passed, a deep gully was plowed out on the ground. It passed through the street and hit the ship like a broken bamboo. The pirate captain, who was extremely confident just now, died tragically on the spot before he had time to react. The more than 10-meter-long ship was also split in two, heading to both sides, overturned. The sword energy continued to move forward, crossing the sea, stirring up huge waves, and then disappeared from sight. Seeing this, Kyle rushed to retract the sword into the scabbard with satisfaction. He was not slacking off after several years of sword training. As for those unlucky guys, Kyle didn't care at all. Just treat it as a goal to establish your prestige when you first come here, otherwise some blind people will come to cause trouble later. As long as these pirates don't provoke me, everything will be fine. I am too lazy to catch these minions. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, it's not worth a few Baileys. But if they have bad ideas, I don't mind letting them calm down." Looking at the stunned businessman next to him, Kyle smiled and said, "Ha ha, what do you think of my sword?" Gulp. Blake swallowed hard, and fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked at Kyle with horror. Many people around him had the same expression. Even the old man behind the counter stood up and looked at the pirate ship that was broken into two sections in the port with a trembling body. He thought before that it was just a group of treasures that attracted young people with little experience, but now he felt that he was wrong. This kind of terrifying attack. Ordinary people can't use it, at least he has never seen such a terrifying attack. Blake wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Sorry, I'm sorry, I. Blake's head was still confused at this time, and he stuttered. It took a while to calm down, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. "Your sword is very good. I shouldn't covet your things, please forgive me for the offense just now." Then he put the cash box he had just received back in front of Kyle. He knew very well what the attack just now represented. Flying slash. This is the symbol of a swordsman. Moreover, ordinary swordsmen simply don't have the strength to perform that terrifying flying slash. Blake was panicking at this moment. Just now, he had even thought of robbing him afterwards. He thought he was just a noble from an unknown kingdom and didn't know the dangers of the sea. Now it seems that he is the foolish one who dares to rob such a powerful person. At this moment, he only hopes that the man in front of him can be merciful and not care about his little thoughts just now. As for this business, it seems that he has to pay for it himself. Now he doesn't dare to ask the other party for any money. It's a blessing to be alive. Kyle smiled at Blake, who was kneeling on the ground. This guy is decisive enough. He actually admitted his little thoughts just now. "Ha ha, what are you doing? Get up quickly. If you don't know, you will think I am bullying you." This man still needs to go shopping for him, and Kyle is too lazy to care. He rushed to throw the cash box in front of Blake. Blake's body trembled immediately. He felt that the big man in front of him had misunderstood his meaning, and was unwilling to take back the money because he thought he didn't want to do this business. He quickly explained. "My lord, you misunderstood. I will prepare the things you asked me to purchase. As for the money needed, I will pay for it myself. Just take it as my apology." Kyle waved his hand. "I don't need this little money. Remember to be serious when purchasing things for me. If you use some defective products to fool me, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Blake nodded quickly. He did have the idea of taking some cheap items as good ones before, but now he doesn't dare to do it. After seeing Kyle's strength, this notoriously treacherous businessman wanted to be a qualified businessman for the first time. He thought secretly in his heart, "When the time comes, I must choose the best materials to buy, and I can make up for the excess budget myself." This kind of strong man must not be offended, and it is best to use this opportunity to establish a relationship. Maybe there will be a time to ask for help from the other party in the future. "Okay, go down, remember to get ready." Kyle waved his hand. The noise just now was quite loud, and it has attracted a lot of attention. "I still want to go around this town. It's not good to be noticed by too many people." Blake was also very tactful, and ran to the counter to pay the bill flatteringly, but after finding that the bill had been paid, he could only leave the barbecue restaurant regretfully. At this time, everyone had almost finished eating. Dean said, "Captain, I won't go shopping with you." Are you going somewhere else by yourself?" The three girls looked at him in surprise. "Do you have anything else to do?" Kyle asked. "They are all companions on the same ship, and I can't leave him alone." Chapter 85. Dean shook the model of the boat in his hand. "Captain, there are still many areas that need to be improved on our boat. I'll take this opportunity to improve it." This was also his first time going out to sea. He had heard before that the Great Route was very dangerous, and the next target was the Twin Capes. It is said that many ships that went out to sea were buried there. Dean didn't want any accidents to happen to the boat he built. "Don't rush for this kind of thing." Kyle put his arm around his shoulders. "There's plenty of time. Let's go around this town first. We'll talk about the boat later. It won't be too late to work after the merchant has collected the supplies." Kyle couldn't let this guy run away. He knew very well what the three women were like when they were shopping. It was a bit difficult for him to carry so many things alone. Now there was an extra free laborer, how could he let it go easily? Dean was about to say something when he was forcibly dragged away by Kyle. "Okay, it's a good opportunity to see what's different about the famous rogue town." Dean felt that he had just joined this small team and couldn't make it too special. "Let's put aside the outer ports. The streets inside Rogue Town are not very chaotic. After all, there are Navy garrisons, and those pirates dare not do too much. The Navy is too lazy to care, but it doesn't mean that the Navy is easy to bully. If something really happens, these pirates on the island will not have a good ending." The three girls walked hand in front, and from time to time they would rush into some snack bars and clothing stores. "Hey, Kyle, this octopus balls are delicious, you try it." "Kyle, this grilled squid is not bad either." "Wow, the clothes in this clothing store are so beautiful." Just walking through 2 streets, Kyle held more than 10 kinds of snacks in his hand. The three girls would buy some of the things they had never eaten before. Among the three, only Leah had a bigger appetite. This also led to the fact that most of the food bought by Luli and Chunye was only eaten 1 or 2 bites before handing it to Kyle. Kyle, of course, accepted everything. As he got older, his appetite was getting bigger and bigger. The barbecue he just ate was only half full at most. Kyle ate with the 3 girls all the way. Dean was miserable. He was carrying a lot of things in his hands, and many of them had been compressed by his ability. He was sweating on his forehead after using his ability too many times. "Captain, are you sure you really want me to go shopping with you just now?" Dean asked Kyle, who was eating food in front of him. He felt that he was being cheated. It was the first time he knew that shopping was more tiring than building a ship. If he had known this would happen, he would never have come with him. Kyle felt a little embarrassed after hearing what he said. It seemed a bit bad to bully the new members like this. Ahem, of course, you see I'm not carrying so many things, I'm just shopping, it's normal to help a girl carry things. Captain, do you want to hear what you're saying? Dean's face was dark. The image of this captain in his mind collapsed in an instant. He still clearly remembered that it was this captain who turned the tide and saved everyone in Korkia, including himself. Dean always thought that this captain was a wise and brave man, upright and easygoing. But now it seems that this has nothing to do with what I just said. Sigh helplessly. Since I chose to follow, there's no point in regretting it. Kyle patted him on the shoulder. Young man, come on, just think of it as training yourself. The group walked and stopped, and soon arrived at a crowded square. Looking at the high platform in the center of the square, Kyle recognized at a glance that this must be the execution platform for Roger. The square was extremely noisy. Many people were looking at the conspicuous execution platform in front of them with fiery eyes. Most of them were pirates. Some people even swore loudly, saying that they wanted to become a big pirate like Roger. It seemed that they regarded this place as a belief. This is also the place where the largest number of pirates gathered in the entire rogue town. Is this the legendary place where the Pirate King was executed? It looks so ordinary. Chunye was holding a camera at this time, ready to record this famous attraction. But looking at the shabby wooden floor and the rusty iron platform in front of him, Chunya's face was full of disappointment. Luli and Leah were the same. I thought that the place where the Pirate King could be executed must be a spectacular place, but I didn't expect it to be so shabby. This is normal. Kyle understood the feelings of several people. No matter how loud the name is, no matter how big the incident was, it was just an execution platform after all. At most, it was just a famous photo-taking spot. Given the relationship between the Navy and the pirates, how could it be possible to expect the Navy to build a spectacular execution platform? It is good that this execution platform can still be preserved now. If it were not for the intention to deter the pirates, the Navy would have dismantled it long ago. The few people took a few photos casually and lost interest. They are not pirates, and they don't have any dreams of becoming big pirates. Crossing the square, the few people walked towards the street on the other side. Encountering a weapon store on the way, Kyle stopped the few people and walked into the weapon store first. Mainly because of the boss's interesting hairstyle, like two small black wings, this face impressed Kyle. This should be the place where Zoro took the third generation of Kitetsu and the famous sword Shui and left. Kyle didn't want to miss the opportunity to pick up a bargain. Seeing Kyle walk into the weapon store, the few people were also very curious. Ipponmatsu, who was introducing weapons to others, saw a new customer and hurried over to greet him. Welcome, guests. Ipponmatsu rubbed his hands and greeted them warmly. Guests, please feel free to choose. This store has a history of 200 years. I believe that guests will be able to buy the weapons they like. There are many people in the store who are choosing weapons at this time. It is not as deserted as when Zoro went there. The main reason is that Smoker has not come to Rogue Town, and now Rogue Town has gathered many pirates. The business of the weapon store is quite good. I don't know if the owner of this store will blame Smoker at that time. After all, that guy will clean up the pirates in Rogue Town when he comes. The number of pirates in Rogue Town has decreased, which has also led to a sharp decline in the business of the weapon store. Ipponmatsu simply greeted a few people to look around, and then ran to greet the new customers. Leah picked up a knife that looked pretty good, drew it out of the sheath and waved it, then shook her head and put it back in place. After walking around again, she gradually lost interest. Because of Kyle's influence, the weapons that the two sisters have used since childhood are also double-edged swords. Now they will definitely not be used to using this style of sword. Kyle is not very interested in these swords, but mainly wants to see the demon sword. He is very curious about the difference between the so-called demon swords and whether he can subdue them now. He is also planning for another demon sword. Intentionally or unintentionally, he walked to the corner, where many worthless swords were piled up. After flipping through them casually, Kyle was not sure whether the current store owner had obtained the Sandai Kitetsu. However, after searching for a while, Kyle still found the sword. Brown handle, dark red scabbard, and the blade is in the shape of a cross. Kyle also wanted to try his luck this time, but he didn't expect to find it. The store owner Ipponmatsu saw this from the corner of his eye. He thought it was some rich customers, but he actually ran to the pile of garbage to look for weapons. He immediately lost interest. Really, I thought these guys were rich. Wait, the shop owner was suddenly stunned and noticed the knife in Kyle's hand. He rubbed his eyes and ran over quickly. Customer, these are some very bad weapons. If you need them, you can go and have a look at other ones. Kyle shook his head and took out the Sandai Kitetsu from the scabbard in his hand and looked at it carefully. I want this knife. Ipponmatsu advised in a panic. Customer, if you don't have money, you can choose other knives. All of them here only cost 50,000 baileys, but you can't buy this knife. He remembered that he had hidden this knife, so why did it appear in the store again? This is a demon sword. If this customer gets into trouble because of it, he will be in trouble too. Kyle looked at him with a smile. Boss, why can't I buy this knife? Is it a very good knife? You put it in the wrong place and now you don't plan to sell it. Customer, you misunderstood, the shop owner quickly denied. After thinking for a while, he explained in a low voice. Customer, you may not know that this is a demon sword. The people following Kyle also heard the conversation here. Leah asked. Boss, what is a demon sword? Is it a very powerful sword? The name of the demon sword sounds very cool. Could it be that Kyle accidentally discovered some amazing weapon? Seeing that the girl in front of him was also interested in the sword, Yi Bensong hurriedly said. Two guests, this is not a good sword. Immediately told the few people what a demon sword is. The so-called demon sword is a weapon with a curse. Each demon sword is a cursed weapon. There is a demon living inside the knife, and it will curse the user to death. Quote. Ipponmatsu said with cold sweat on his forehead. I only told you so much because I think you don't look like bad people. The previous owners of a knife all died miserably. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect that there are such strange weapons in the world. Luli advised with some concern. Kyle, why don't you change a weapon? This knife does look quite evil. Others nodded. Kyle smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I just want to do an experiment. I have my own weapons, and I don't like this knife. Seeing Kyle's seriousness, Luli stopped trying to persuade him. She believed Kyle wouldn't do anything reckless. Besides, a so-called demon sword might not be able to curse Kyle now. The shop owner saw that his persuasion was ineffective and stopped talking. He was just reminding out of kindness. Whether the customer listened or not was none of his business. Kyle directly took out 50,000 baileys and gave them to the boss. The boss waved his hand to refuse. He had kept the knife in a corner and had never intended to sell it. Customer, I'll give you this knife, but if anything happens in the future, don't blame me for not reminding you. Seeing this, Kyle took the bailey back. Since the boss was so kind, there was no need for him to insist. Just then, with a bang, a burly man with a pistol in his hand and a tattoo on his chest put a knife heavily on the counter. He shouted at the top of his voice, Boss, how much is this knife? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Quote. Seeing a customer paying the bill, Ipponmatsu ran to the counter with a smile on his face and rubbed his hands. Customer, you have a good eye. This is the best knife in the store. Look at the material and workmanship. It can be compared with famous swords. Ipponmatsu praised the knife on the counter. Customer, I see that you have a good character and this knife is so fine, so I will give you a discount. He stretched out 7 fingers with both hands. Let's say this knife is 700,000 Baileys. Do you want to trade in cash or other treasures? The tattooed man took the knife and looked at it. It seemed that he believed the shop owner's flattering words just now. Hanging the knife on his waist, he took out a piece of paper from his arms and slapped it on the counter. This is a 700,000 IOU with the logo of our pirate group on it. Ipponmatsu rubbed his hands and said, Customer, the store only accepts cash and treasures. No credit is accepted. Ha ha, the tattooed man suddenly sneered. He slapped the IOU on the counter. Old man, didn't you see the pirate group logo on it? I am the captain of the Tiger Pirates, with a bounty of 3.5 million. This IOU has our pirate group logo. Are you afraid that I will cheat you? The tattooed man's younger brothers also glared at the shop owner. Old man, do you know who our captain is? We wrote the IOU out of kindness, and you should be happy. In other places, the captain would just rob the things and leave. Several people surrounded the shop owner. They looked like they would chop you down the next moment if you dared to take the money. At this time, other customers in the shop also noticed the movement here. Kyle was amazed. Just now, I heard the person shouting so loudly, and I thought it was a conscientious pirate. After all, most pirates will not pay for their purchases obediently. In the end, this guy still wants to get something for free. Captain, should we help this boss? Dean asked. This boss looks like a nice person, and he just gave the captain a knife. No, we just watch. Kyle waved his hand and held down the restless Leah. The girl had her hand on the hilt of the sword, and was obviously ready to chop these pirates. Why are you stopping me? Leah asked in confusion. What she hated most was these pirates bullying ordinary people. Since she saw it, she couldn't just ignore it. Don't worry, I guess the boss can solve it without us taking action. It's possible to open a weapons store in a place like Rogue Town, and most of the customers are pirates, and this store has a 200-year history. It's almost impossible for the owner of this store to have no skills. If the owner was really an ordinary person, this store would have closed down long ago. Chapter 86. Things turned out just as Kyle expected. Faced with this group of pirates holding various weapons, the owner of the weapon shop, Yi Bensong, was not panicked at all and sighed helplessly. Customer, you are making it difficult for me. The tattooed man felt a chill on his neck before he could react. He looked down and saw that the knife he had just chosen had been unsheathed. It was now on his neck. The cold touch and slight pain told him that the boss in front of him was not easy to mess with. The tattooed man's legs were weak at this time, and he didn't see how the shop owner made a move. He knew that he had encountered a tough guy this time. Like most pirates, he chose to go to sea because of the legendary secret treasure. On the first day of going to sea, he robbed a village and received the first bounty. While being rewarded, he also got a group of younger brothers. This also made him full of confidence. He felt that these people on the sea were nothing special. As soon as he came to Rogue Town, he set his sights on this weapon store. It was impossible to spend money. Everyone knows the name of his Tiger Pirates. Even if the boss agreed to his IOU, he would take the opportunity to rob this weapon store on the grounds that the weapons here were not good. Unfortunately, he was subdued by the boss here before the first step of the plan was successful. The group of younger brothers behind him saw their boss like this, and hurriedly raised their weapons to the store owner. Old man, let the captain go. Stop it quickly, there are so many of us, you can't stand one person and one gun. Ipponmatsu shook his head regretfully. They are really a group of pirates who have never seen the world. A shake in his hand. The group of pirates only felt a flash of knife light, and then they felt a pain in their wrists, and the weapons they were holding fell to the ground. The tattooed man also felt the coldness on his neck disappear at this time, and immediately wanted to take out his weapon to kill the guy who dared to attack him. As for the group of younger brothers behind him, it doesn't matter. If I lose my brother, I can find another one. If I lose my face, it will be a lifelong thing. But before his hand touched the pistol on his waist, he felt a familiar coldness on his neck. Customer, please don't do anything out of line. Yi Bensong's voice came slowly. Looking at the brothers behind him who all covered their wrists, and the knife on his neck. The tattooed man finally reacted at this time. This time he really provoked a big man, and hurriedly raised his hands. I surrender. Boss, don't do it. Yi Bensong smiled and sheathed the knife, saying lightly, this knife is 700,000, and the pistol is 100,000. The total of 6 pistols is 600,000. All the weapons add up to 1.3 million. May I ask if it's cash or treasures? The tattooed man was stunned. What pistol? Aren't these weapons all his own? They are not bought from here. He wanted to refute, but he met the smiling face of the store owner. The tattooed man shuddered involuntarily. He hurriedly took out all the valuables on his body, and the group of brothers behind him did not let go. Boss, we don't have that much money, can you see if we can? I wanted to owe it first, but I thought that I wanted to buy on credit at the beginning, which led to the current situation. Yi Bensong looked at the odds and ends on the counter, which added up to only about 200,000 baileys at most. His brows immediately frowned. He looked at the tattooed man with a bad look. Do you think I dare not do it? So you use these rags to fool me? The tattooed man complained bitterly. How could he dare to do it now? Boss, I really didn't lie to you. We only have this much money. Didn't you say you were a pirate with a bounty of more than 3 million? The tattooed man blushed and stammered, actually, the bounty is not that high. How much is it? Yi Bensong felt that something was wrong. Could it be that he ran into a group of poor guys again? Hey, boss, what's that look in your eyes? Kyle's face turned black. What do you mean by looking at me suddenly? Do you think I'm the same as these guys? Luli quickly grabbed Kyle who was about to argue with the boss. Don't bother with this old man. Yi Bensong smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that he was just secretly glancing at it, but was discovered by the customer. The tattooed man took out a wrinkled bounty from his arms. Everyone looked over curiously. Wow, a bounty of 300,000 baileys. Everyone looked at the tattooed man strangely. After all this time, you only offer this little reward. You acted so awesome before, but you said 300,000 instead of 3 million. No wonder you are so poor. Yi Bensong lost interest immediately. Get out of my shop. Really, you come to buy weapons without money. The tattooed man nodded hurriedly, and ran out with a group of younger brothers amid the laughter of the crowd. He didn't dare to pick up the weapons that fell on the ground. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the people around all dispersed and went to choose their favorite weapons. Many people also put away their thoughts of making trouble. Kyle also took a knife and prepared to leave the shop with a few people. The purpose of coming here is to get this demon sword, and now that he has got it, he can continue shopping. As for the good and fast sword Shizu collected by the boss, Kyle was not interested. With the strength of several people, such weapons are dispensable. At this time, the shop owner suddenly stopped several people. Dear guests, please wait. Yi Bensong ran over with a smile on his face, rubbing his hands. Anything else? You're not going to charge me again? Kyle asked curiously. I felt that this boss was a bit unkind. He said he would give me this knife, so what's the fuss now? The smile on Ippomatsu's face froze. What's going on? Does he look like someone who is short of 50,000 baileys? He said he would give it to me, so how could he regret it? This customer really didn't have much money, and he actually thought he could get back the baileys. Since he didn't have much money, it would be easy. Ippomatsu said with a smile. Customer, you misunderstood. He looked behind Kyle and the two sisters, and then said, judging from your attire, you should all be swordsmen, right? Kyle nodded and said nothing. Ippomatsu straightened his back immediately. I think you should have just learned swordsmanship not long ago. I believe you have seen my strength just now. I wonder if you are interested in learning swordsmanship from me. Ah, several people looked at the store owner strangely. What is this guy doing? He actually wants to teach them swordsmanship. Especially Kyle. He doesn't remember this boss being so kind. Just now he complained about not having money, but now he actually said he wanted to teach them swordsmanship. It doesn't seem right. Yipsen coughed dryly. Ahem. Of course, it's not free teaching. I think the sword you are carrying seems pretty good. How about taking it as tuition? As compensation, I can also give you another 1 million Baileys separately. Yipsen smiled confidently. This is 100 Baileys. Most people can't afford so much money. They just bought a 50,000 Bailey knife. They must not have much money on them. This 1 million will definitely make them excited. When they first came to the store, they found that the weapon carried by this young man was not simple. As the owner of a weapons store, Yipsen still has some insight. It must be a famous sword. There is no mistake. At first, I thought this man was a swordsman, so I didn't ask him. After all, swordsmen usually don't sell their weapons. Until this man actually chose a demon sword just now, Ippomatsu confirmed that these people must be newcomers. After all, how can a swordsman master not know about demon swords? And later, I also sensed their knowledge about demon swords, but this man still didn't give up. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Either he is a master and is not afraid of the curse of the demon sword. Or he is a newcomer. This kind of people are generally self-important, think they are different from others, and don't believe in the curse of demon swords. Well, it turns out that this guy is interested in my sword. Sure enough, it's still that profiteer. Kyle thought speechlessly. I remember that Zoro was also deceived by this guy later, and wanted to buy Wado Ikimonji with hundreds of thousands of Baileys. The situation is quite similar now. But this boss actually offered 1 million directly, and also said he would teach swordsmanship. It seems that this sword of his is really not simple. Teach swordsmanship, and compensate 1 million Bailey. Luli and Leah looked at the shop owner in surprise. They thought that the shop owner was underestimating them. They knew very well how powerful Kyle's swordsmanship was. He had reached the level of a swordsman at the age of 10, and even they didn't know how powerful his swordsmanship was now. This boss actually wanted to teach Kyle swordsmanship. As for 1 million Bailey, that was even more ridiculous. Chunye covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Just now, there was a guy who coveted Kyle's brother's weapon, but he was frightened and knelt on the ground. The current shop owner probably won't be much better. Seeing the reaction of several people, Yi Bensong felt that they were excited about the generous conditions he offered. That's right, like this newcomer with no money, it's normal to be a little excited. But seeing the playful expressions of several people, Yi Bensong felt something was wrong. This expression is not right, why is it like looking at a clown? Customer, if you think the price is unreasonable, we can continue to negotiate, how about 1.3 million Baileys? Kyle shook his head. 1.6 million Baileys. Kyle still shook his head. Yi Bensong gritted his teeth. 2 million Baileys, no more. Customer, I'm a businessman, you can't let me suffer a loss. No matter how much you offer, it's useless. I don't plan to sell my own weapons. Kyle said speechlessly. This shop owner is really interesting. The impatient expression is already written on his face. No one who sees his expression will think that this guy said that out of kindness. Yi Bensong still didn't give up. Customer, are you really not going to consider it? My price is very fair, and I can also teach you swordsmanship. You just saw that I am very good at swordsmanship. Is it really good? Kyle smiled and looked at him. Yi Bensong nodded hurriedly. The next moment, he only heard a clang. It seemed to be the sound of drawing a sword. Before he could react to what happened, two black things floated in front of him. He looked down and saw that it was his hair. Yi Bensong's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his hands trembled as he touched the top of his head. Sure enough, the hair on both sides of his head had disappeared. He looked up and saw Kyle with a smile on his face. Do you still think you are very good at swordsmanship now? Yi Bensong almost fell down. What happened just now? Why did his hair fall suddenly? And the expression of the customer in front of him. Oh, the sound of the sword being unsheathed just now. Yi Bensong looked at Kyle in disbelief. That speed, how could it be possible? He didn't see clearly how the man drew his sword. What if the other party just chopped off the neck instead of the hair? Yi Bensong shuddered suddenly. He knew that he had completely underestimated the man. This man was not a newcomer, but a master of swordsmanship. It was a feeling that he could not imagine at all. With a stiff smile on his face, Yi Bensong waved his hands quickly. Customer, misunderstanding, I am not ashamed to teach you with my strength, I was just joking, haha. Then can we leave? Kyle asked. Yi Bensong nodded hurriedly. Of course, customer, you can leave at any time. After sending the few people out of the weapon shop, Yi Bensong collapsed directly on the chair behind the counter. He still remembered what the sturdy man said when the few people left. Boss, you are really lucky this time. The last person who coveted my captain's things not only knelt down to apologize, but also paid 10 million Baileys. Yi Bensong made a secret decision in his heart. In the future, he must change his profiteer character, otherwise he might fall one day. After leaving the weapon shop, Kyle and his friends went to other places to have a look. Rogue Town is not big. In one afternoon, he walked through all the lively places. He kept buying and buying along the way. He didn't miss anything that he thought was interesting. When he returned to the port, Dean was already full of bags, and Kyle was no exception. Even the three girls pushed a shopping cart each. Captain, I will never go shopping with you again. Dean expressed his dissatisfaction with a sad face. It was said to be shopping, but in fact it was just doing the work of a porter. If he hadn't been in good physical condition, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. The main reason this time is that we need to buy more supplies. It won't be like this next time. Kyle smiled and comforted. He was really afraid that this new member would run away overnight. The posture of several people also attracted many people. Buying so many things at one time, it is obvious that they are very rich. Such rich people are the favorite targets of pirates. The pirate ship destroyed in the port at noon did not cause much sensation, so most pirates did not recognize the few people. Even if they recognized them, they probably wouldn't take it seriously. Pirates live a life of licking blood on the knife edge. As long as there is benefit, they will try no matter how big the risk is. At this time, Black, with a big belly, came out from nowhere. He said with a flattering face. My lords, have you finished shopping? Chapter 87. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Black personally checked the identities of these people. With such strength, they must not be unknown people. After searching for a long time, he finally found clues from some old newspapers. The pirate incident in the kingdom of Oiko 6 years ago caused a huge sensation. Thousands of pirates attacking a country is not a trivial matter no matter where it is. In this incident, there was a person who also attracted the attention of many people. Grey Kyle, a child about 10 years old. With the unknown devil fruit ability, he solved most of the pirates by himself. In the East China Sea, there are almost no pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions at a time. The Navy also specially publicized the deeds of this child for this. Especially the outfit with a sword behind him. This also made Black sure that the big customer this time was the fierce man 6 years ago. He had such terrifying strength 6 years ago, and his strength must be even stronger now. Blake was very glad that he was still alive, and he actually set his sights on such a person. Looking at the long convoy following Blake, Kyle was very surprised. The supplies were prepared so quickly. Really efficient. It was only an afternoon, and the fat businessman had already prepared the supplies. It looked like he had been waiting at the port for quite a while. Blake smiled awkwardly. How could that long list of supplies be prepared so quickly? He summoned all the people in the Chamber of Commerce in Rogue Town to work non-stop. Only half of it was prepared. Please forgive me, sir, these are only part of the supplies, and some other things may take some time. Okay, we are not in a hurry, and we will probably stay here for a few days. Kyle also felt that he thought too easily. Dean, who was carrying a lot of bags in his hands, asked at this time. Mr. Blake, do you know any craftsmen who can repair ships? Blake thought about it and found that he didn't know many boatmen. However, there are many boatmen in this town. Since these adults need them, I can also find them. I do know some of these craftsmen. Are you planning to renovate the boat? Dean nodded. It would take a long time for him to renovate the whole boat. It is okay to leave this simple work to others. I only need to be responsible for the overall transformation of the boat. Kyle gave Dean full responsibility for the transformation of the boat. Only Dean knows about this among the few people, and the others basically know nothing. At most, I can make some small suggestions. For example, what kind of room do I want, and what facilities need to be built on the boat? Where is your boat? It happens that our Chamber of Commerce has several boatmen, maybe they can help a little. Blake took out the Den Mushi and prepared to call the boatmen of the Chamber of Commerce. Speaking of which, I am still a little curious about where these people's boats are. As the largest businessman in Rogue Town, they usually have strong intelligence. He basically knew who the ships docked at the port belonged to. He didn't see the ships of Kyle and his companions at all. Our ship is here. Dean reached out and took out the model of the small boat. He threw it into the sea under Blake's puzzled eyes. The next moment, the model of the small boat expanded instantly, and in the blink of an eye it became a 100-meter-long ship. It docked steadily at the port. The group of members of the Chamber of Commerce behind him all opened their mouths wide. What kind of trick is this? It was just a small model just now, how did it suddenly become such a big ship? Many people thought they were dazzled, but such a big ship in front of them didn't look fake. Blake had obviously seen some things. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? It seemed like he was asking, but also like he was confirming his guess. Dean nodded. Seeing this, Blake didn't ask any more questions. This ability must be his own secret, and it's better for an outsider like him not to know. Kyle scratched his head and was a little curious about Dean's operation. If the boat is thrown into the sea and then touched, won't it capsize directly because of the wrong direction? How can the boat be guaranteed to expand so steadily after falling into the water? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Dean may have his own unique method for this kind of thing. Blake on the side called the people behind him to move the goods onto the boat. Kyle wanted to say that he could do the moving himself, but seeing Blake's enthusiasm, he should have given up the idea of doing it himself. There is free labor, so don't waste it. Several people will go to the street today. After all the things they bought were moved onto the ship, they stood at the bow and counted the goods. At the same time, Dean took out several pieces of white paper and handed them to several people. This ship will be everyone's common home in the future. How to transform it needs to seek everyone's common opinions. Individual needs are also very important. The 5 people sat together with their own papers and pens. Chunye immediately drew a large room on the paper, with many things placed in it. A closer look will reveal that it is a kitchen. It is very important to have a large kitchen. Everyone nodded in agreement. A kitchen is essential. Luli also put forward her own opinions. She wanted a medical room of her own. There happened to be medical equipment looted from the Navy, as well as several large bags of medical books. Everyone nodded again. This is also essential. After that, everyone put forward their own opinions, and each room plan also drew a simple structural diagram. Like bars, bathrooms, cinemas, chess and card rooms, training rooms, meeting rooms, etc. Anyway, this ship is big enough, so there is no need to worry about lack of space. Sister Leah, do you want anything? Chunye asked when she saw that Leah had not made any requests. Leah was holding a machine and fiddling with something, and there was a knocking sound from time to time. Request. I want a food street. Everyone was stunned. Is a food street too much? The place is secondary, mainly because there are not so many people on the ship. Then everyone looked at Chunye. Most people on the ship can cook, but she is the only one who can cook delicious food. Chunye felt uncomfortable when she was looked at. She thought of something and immediately looked horrified and shook her head. No. She knew how much these people on the ship could eat. Cooking was already very hard. Now if she set up a food street, it would be a life-threatening thing. She looked at everyone with tears in her eyes. I can't do it. I'm just a child. Luli smiled and hugged Chunye. I'm just kidding. We'll definitely cook together in the future. Really? Chunye looked at Luli eagerly. Luli nodded. Of course, you are the most important chef on the ship. You can ask everyone to help you. If they don't agree, don't give them food, especially those two guys who eat the most. Kyle blushed a little at this time. It feels like this girl is talking about him specifically. After all, he is the one who eats the most on the ship, and the other is Leah. But this girl didn't listen at all, and was still fiddling with the machine in her hand. Why is this ice cream machine not responding? Isn't it broken? That's right, this ice cream machine was specially requested by her, and there are also popcorn machines, barbecue machines, Odin machines, octopus balls machines, etc. Next to it. It's for the sake of having endless food in the future. Blake, who was busy directing people to move goods, moved his ears. Hearing that a machine was broken, he hurried over to check. These goods were specially selected high-end goods, in order to prevent any defective products. It would be terrible if these big guys were unhappy because of this. But looking at the socket where the ice cream machine was plugged, he was immediately confused. He remembered that the generator had just been moved on board and had not been started yet. There was no power supply on this ship. Good guy, it turned out that the machine was not broken. Blake was instantly entangled, not knowing how to explain this problem. Kyle didn't think so much, and his head exploded at Leah's forehead. I told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. This girl is getting more and more greedy. She started to tinker with the ice cream machine as soon as she got on board. Leah cried out in pain, and immediately glared at Kyle with her little tiger teeth bared. Asshole Kyle, why did you hit me again? I want to see if this can make you smarter. Kyle folded his hands and looked serious. Are you saying I'm not smart? Leah was furious and rushed towards Kyle with her teeth and claws. Asshole, I'm going to fight you. Okay, stop making trouble, so many people are watching. He hugged the girl in his arms and patted her head. Luli and Chunye were not surprised by this. These two often fight over trivial matters, and they are used to it. Leah hummed and sat down obediently. Now she also realized that she was stupid, and if she continued to make trouble, she would be the only one embarrassed. Besides the food court, do you want anything else? Dean kept recording on a piece of paper. Leah supported her face and thought about it. Most of the food, toys, and things to use are already there. It seems that there is nothing else to need. Suddenly thinking of something, Leah started to draw on the white paper in front of her. It was finished in a short time. Everyone looked at it together, wanting to see what Leah drew. The drawing skills were pretty good, at least it was easy to see the content on it. A big room with a big bed in the middle, which basically took up half of the room. Wardrobes, dressing tables, etc. were all marked out. Luli picked up the paper she drew and looked at it carefully, then asked in confusion. Do you need such a big bed? Is it too big? Not big, 3 people sleep, so of course the bed should be bigger. Leah said. 3 people. Luli didn't react at first, and then her face turned red. She crumpled the paper in her hand into a ball. Hey, this one drawn by Leah doesn't count. Hey, sister, what are you doing? Leah looked confused. I don't understand what's wrong with my sister. Counting on his fingers. Myself, my sister, and the stinky Kyle. 3 people are no problem. Chunye looked at Kyle with a smirk on his face, as if he didn't expect you to be such a captain. Secretly gave Kyle a thumbs up. Hee, brother Kyle, I won't tell anyone. Chunye had actually discovered the relationship between these 3 people a long time ago. Kyle was also a little embarrassed at this time. He felt a little guilty when Chunye looked at him. Not everyone is like Leah, who doesn't care about other people's opinions at all. No, why should I feel guilty? Kyle suddenly reacted. He is the captain, it is normal for the captain to have some privileges. Dean also had an expression of, I understand. He wrote on the top of the paper. The captains and the 2 captains, wives' rooms should be built together, and the key is that the bed should be big. The last 3 words were specially written in bold. Dean bit the pen and thought seriously. The captain had helped him so much, and now it was time for him to repay him. There was not much he could do, so he would work on the captain's room. It must be good enough, luxurious enough, spacious enough, and most importantly, soundproof. Every captain has his own secrets, and Dean nodded in understanding. After sorting out everyone's opinions, Dean also had a plan for the ship in his mind. Everything was ready, just waiting to start work tomorrow. At this time, Blake and his team had already moved all the goods onto the ship. He came to Kyle with a flattering face. Sir, the first batch of goods has been loaded on the ship. You can call me when the rest comes. As he said that, Blake handed over a business card. I left in such a hurry at noon that I forgot to exchange contact information. Kyle nodded and accepted the business card, and also told his Den Mushi number. Don't worry about the remaining materials. Bring the ship materials and the boatman you mentioned as soon as possible tomorrow. The rest are some food and daily necessities. It's not too late to ship these things after the ship is renovated. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Blake nodded in response. He had just notified a lot of skilled boatmen. It doesn't matter if you spend money, as long as you serve the big guy in front of you. He has already planned not to charge for this order. 200 million Baileys is not a small amount of money for him. But it's not necessarily a loss to use it to make friends with a powerful man with great prospects. Now that you owe a favor, it will be easier to ask for it when you need it in the future. Kyle also understands the reason why the fat businessman is so attentive. Just relying on the previous threats will not have this effect. What the businessman is looking at is the interest. As long as it is profitable, everything is easy to say. It just so happens that Kyle also has plans for the future, and the businessman in front of him may also be a good choice. At least this guy is a smart man. Blake was taken to a room. As soon as he pushed the door, Blake was almost blinded. In the room, there were 2 piles of treasures in a mess. Under the light, they were shining with colorful lights. In another corner, there was a pile of Baileys. After a rough count, there were at least hundreds of millions. Even the wealthy Blake was stunned. Good guy, no wonder these people spend money so generously, they really have money. These add up to at least more than 1 billion. After a moment of surprise, Blake quickly returned to normal. With such strong strength, it is reasonable to have so many treasures. Chapter 88. Kyle pointed to the treasures piled on the ground. You can pay for the purchase of materials from it yourself. Blake swallowed his saliva, resisted his desire for money and tilted his head to the side. Lord Kyle, there is no need to pay for the goods. I have offended you before. This batch of goods is my apology. Blake suppressed his heartache. This is 200 million Baileys. Even if the Chamber of Commerce is not small, it will take a long time to earn so much. But he can tell what is more important. If you lose money, you can earn it again. If you miss such a powerful person, you may not meet him again. Are you sure you don't want it? Kyle looked at him with a smile. This businessman is really big. Blake nodded with certainty. Kyle patted his shoulder and moved some of the various treasures in front of Blake. What happened before is over, so there's no need to mention it again. You still have to keep these things. We may have cooperation in the future, and I don't want to owe others a favor. Seeing Kyle so decisive, Blake also knew that 200 million Baileys might not matter to the other party at all. But it was a good thing to know that there would be cooperation in the future. Cooperation means communication. It was also considered to have met his expectations. At this time, Kyle reminded again. Try to find people from the underground world to buy these things. Many things were looted from the warship of the celestial dragons. God knows if there are any special items. If this is discovered by someone with ulterior motives, it will probably cause a lot of trouble. Blake looked like I understand. There is no absolutely clean treasure on the sea. Even if it is a spoils of war seized from pirates, it may be robbed by those pirates from unknown places. As the largest businessman in Rogue Town, people from the underground forces will know some more or less. If you want to sell these treasures safely, it is not a big deal. After asking a few people to move the small pile of treasures off the ship, Blake did not plan to stay here any longer. He still needed to supervise the remaining goods in person. Before leaving, Blake pointed to the many pirate ships around and said cryptically, "Lord Kyle, do you need me to arrange some people to deal with these guys?" Since he moved these goods to the port, many pirates have been paying attention to this place. Blake naturally knew what these guys were thinking. It can only be said that these people would not even give up their lives for money. Blake is also a well-known figure in Rogue Town. Ordinary pirates are not willing to provoke easily. But for people like Kyle, there is no scruple. They are all young people. The leader who looks weak. It is normal for these pirates to have such thoughts. Kyle's body shape is similar to that of ordinary people. In this world where people are several meters tall, there is no outstanding point at all. The three women can be ignored. The only one who looks a bit powerful is the sturdy man who seems to be a servant. He seems to be a person with special abilities. However, judging from his previous performance, it is probably similar to the ability to store items. His strength is probably not that strong. Moreover, I have never heard of these people in the East China Sea. At first glance, it is clear that they must be nobles from small places. No need, just some small characters. Kyle waved his hand indifferently. With his current knowledge, the strength of these pirates in the port is clear. The strength of the East China Sea pirates is relatively low. The strongest of these guys is at the level of Captain Chloe of the Black Cat pirates they met before. Pirates with this strength do not need others to take action. It is better for these guys not to do anything weird, otherwise they can only be forced to increase their income a little. It just happened that they just spent a lot of money. In addition to Kyle's ship, the rest of the port is basically some pirate ships. There are more than 10 large and small ships. Obviously more than what we saw during the day. The port tonight is particularly quiet, completely different from the past. Many residents not far from the port are confused. In the past, you could see pirates fighting at any time in this port, whether it is day or night. Now that this group of pirates has suddenly become well-behaved, many people are still a little uncomfortable. They speculated that the Navy had made a big move, so this group of pirates became well-behaved. However, the facts are completely opposite to what they thought. This is just a moment of calm before the storm. On the more than 10 pirate ships in the port, most of the pirates stared at the big ship in the corner with burning eyes. On one of the pirate ships that looked a bit simple, A big man with a tiger head tattooed on his chest was sitting in the captain's room, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, with a fierce look in his eyes. Damn, old man, Z is a man who wants to conquer the sea, but today he was defeated by a weapon shop owner. It seems that there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the sea. The big man drank the wine in one gulp, and raised his hand to throw the bottle on the ground to show his heroism. But when he thought that there was nothing valuable on the ship now, and all the money on him was robbed by the hateful boss during the day, he still held back at the last moment. This bottle is also worth a lot of Baileys, it would be a pity to break it. At this time, a younger brother rushed into the captain's room. Boss, good news. Our tiger pirates have a chance to make a fortune. Yes, the big man was the pirate who made trouble in the weapon shop during the day. After the only money on his body was robbed by the owner of the weapon shop, the group returned to their own ship in disgrace. This ship is also their only property now. The tattooed big man carefully put the bottle aside and asked excitedly. Where is the opportunity to make a fortune? He has had enough of this life of having no food to eat. If there weren't so many powerful people on this island, he would really want to do something desperate. Now, hearing what the younger brother said, hope was rekindled. The younger brother looked around and whispered to the tattooed man. Boss, I just saw a ship on the other side of the port buying a lot of goods at one time. I heard from others that these goods are worth at least 100 million Baileys. Then what? The tattooed man asked with a puzzled look. What does this have to do with me? Suddenly thinking of something, the tattooed man looked excited. Are you saying that we can rob these goods and sell them? The tattooed man was excited. This was 100 million Baileys worth of goods. If he sold it, he could make tens of millions. That would make him rich. The younger brother's mouth twitched. This boss didn't seem to be very smart. They were pirates, not businessmen. What was the point of robbing goods? With the strength of these people, they would probably be robbed by other pirates before they could sell the goods. Boss, we are not robbing goods. If not robbing goods, what are we robbing? The tattooed man looked at the younger brother with a strange face, wondering if his younger brother was mentally broken. Being stared at by a fool, the younger brother couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. This captain of ours has no self-awareness at all. The younger brother took a deep breath and suppressed the idea of complaining. Boss, although those goods are valuable, it's not easy for us to sell them. Besides, if you think about it carefully, if that group of people can afford 100 million Baileys of goods, there must be a lot of money on the ship. The tattooed man nodded, thinking that what the younger brother said made sense. Yes, it turns out that you understand my idea. After saying that, the tattooed man stood up and wanted to call his younger brothers to take weapons to rob the other party. The younger brother was shocked and quickly stopped the man. Boss, don't worry, we don't know the strength of the other party yet, and I heard that many people want to attack the ship tonight. We don't even have weapons now, so we can't be the first to step forward. He felt so tired. Originally he thought he could enjoy the good life and wealth by following the boss. But what happened? Now he has no food to eat. This boss is not smart. He needs to worry about everything on the ship, big or small. All the weapons were stolen from the weapon store today, and now he has to be the first to take action. That's courting death. Just as they were discussing how to act, similar things happened on other pirate ships. After all, Kyle and his companions were too generous. How could these pirates not be tempted? Everyone was on high alert, waiting to act after dark. These people were so cautious not because they were afraid of losing, but because there were too many pirates with the same idea. Being able to rob good things does not mean that you can take them away smoothly. On the other side, Kyle and the other 5 sat around the table, and the big pot on the table was bubbling hot pot. The spicy aroma drifted far away. Kyle and Leah both stared at the fish balls rolling in the pot. Their eyes met from time to time, and they started a fierce confrontation. Whoever loses will wash the dishes tonight. Okay, don't cheat when you lose. I won't lose, Kyle, just watch. Chunye next to him calculated the time carefully, and announced the start of the game only when the fish balls were cooked. 3.2.1. Cooked. The next moment, two pairs of chopsticks turned into afterimages and quickly moved towards the fish balls in the pot. Both parties' observation colors were fully activated. One could vaguely feel the powerful aura bursting out from the two people. Leah, who has the ability to see through things, smiled. At this time, the fish ball was just pressed under a piece of beef. It was a good time to make a move. Kyle just clamped the beef on top, and Leah's chopsticks clamped the fish ball from the side. Haha, I won. Chunyi also raised her hand to celebrate sister Leah's victory. However, the next moment, the fish ball that had been clamped suddenly slipped and flew out. Kyle was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and directly clamped the fish ball flying in the air. Haha, you are too happy too early. Hey, Chunyi was stunned. He thought sister Leah had won just now. How could this suddenly change? Kyle patted Leah's shoulder and deliberately put the fish ball in front of her to show off. Oh, I really wanted to wash the dishes, but it's a pity that now it seems that there is no chance. The chopsticks in Leah's hand were suddenly pinched into two sections. I thought I had won, but an accident happened in the middle of the process. Staring at Kyle with resentment, seeing this guy's smug look, her teeth suddenly clattered. Looking at the fish balls shaking in front of her, Leah's eyes rolled around. Her little hand stretched out instantly. Before anyone could react, she grabbed the fish balls in front of her and stuffed them into her mouth. A smug smile immediately appeared on her little face. Well, hoo-hoo, let you show off, now I win. Kyle was stunned, she didn't expect this girl to do this. Pinching her little face. You are cheating, how can you grab it with your hands? Leah's mouth pouted because of the pinching, her eyes narrowed into crescents, and she said with her hands on her waist. Well, I didn't say you can't use your hands, I don't care, I won. Kyle pinched his chubby little face again, and didn't care anymore. He didn't have to fight for victory or defeat. After all, if he really wanted to be serious, he could win at the beginning. But who can blame this little girl for being so cute? Luli smiled as she watched the two of them playing around. Sometimes she felt like they were just little kids. They could make a fuss about anything. Dean, who had been eating hot pot quietly, said, Captain, is it really okay for us to be so leisurely? I feel like there's something wrong with the people on the pirate ships around us. Chunyi leaned over the window curiously and looked at it. It was quiet all around, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Dean, did you find anything? Dean nodded. The pirates around here are too quiet, which is very abnormal. Chunyi also noticed something was wrong when he said that, and looked at Kyle inquiringly. The most powerful person on the ship was Brother Kyle, and he must have found out something. Kyle waved his hand indifferently. It's just some small money. Leah also nodded in agreement. Kyle is right, these guys are probably not worth much, so don't worry. Dean. Chunyi. Both of them were confused. What the hell is going on? Why don't they understand? Luli rolled her eyes at the two people who were playing around. She explained to the two newcomers, it is probably the pirates around who have set their sights on us, but their strength is average, and the bounty must not be high, so they are not worth much. The two suddenly realized. No wonder I always feel that the atmosphere outside is very wrong. But the way the captain and Leah describe pirates is really unique. This is too contemptuous. I wonder what those guys outside will think when they hear it. Captain, don't we have to do something? Dean said with some concern. There are quite a few pirates outside. Judging from the situation, they are probably all eyeing this place. Well, indeed, it's not good to just wait like this. Kyle thought for a while and said. I don't know what's going on with these guys, they haven't taken action. I am getting impatient waiting. I can't wait forever. It's late at night. I'd better finish the work early. He waved his hand. Since they won't do it, let's do it first. We can solve the problem earlier and finish the work earlier. Leah, who was hanging on Kyle, was the first to raise her hand. Let me go. Humph, these guys actually want to attack our ship. I can solve it by myself. Kyle directly held down the eager girl. Why go? Don't participate in this battle today. Hey, why? Leah was immediately dissatisfied. Do you think I can't solve these guys? Brother Kyle, are you going to solve these pirates by yourself? Chunye asked. Kyle shook his head. No, Chunye and Dean will go this time. It's just right for me to see your strength so that I can plan your training direction in the future. Chapter 89. Dean and Chunye are both devil fruit users, so it shouldn't be difficult to deal with these little pirates. It's a good opportunity to see how they fight in actual combat. Two people with such good abilities can't just be backup. Me, Chunye pointed at herself uncertainly, shaking her head like a rattle. No, Brother Kyle, how can I beat so many pirates? Leah also nodded in agreement. Kyle, you're not holding a grudge because Chunye didn't cheer you up just now, are you? What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who holds a grudge? Kyle said unhappily, raising his hand and slapping her on the butt. At this time, Luli comforted. Actually, Chunye, you don't have to be too nervous. You are a user of abilities now. These pirates just look like there are many of them. If they really fight, the outcome is still uncertain. She remembered the extraordinary scene when she tested her abilities. Not to mention the lightning at the end, the ones at the beginning were enough for these people. Yes, I am a power user now. Chunye slapped his forehead. Sorry, Brother Kyle. I was so anxious just now that I forgot that I was also a power user who ate a devil fruit. I scratched my head awkwardly, and my face turned red all the way to my ears. I quietly observed Kyle's reaction. I cursed myself for not living up to expectations. Brother Kyle gave me such a precious fruit, but now I am still so timid. Brother Kyle must be very disappointed with my performance now. Kyle waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. You just got the power not long ago, and you are probably not very proficient. It's a good opportunity to practice. As for Dean, you don't have to worry about this kid. At this time, Dean was already carrying a sledgehammer and was eager to try at the bow. He hated pirates. Kojia had suffered many pirate attacks before. Many citizens were killed and injured because of pirate attacks. If they hadn't received the captain's order before, they would have attacked these guys long ago. Now these pirates dared to set their sights here. It's no wonder he did that. His burly figure and the heavy-looking hammer. Just standing there gave people a sense of oppression. The actions of several people also attracted the attention of the pirates who had been paying attention to this place. It was already dark at this time. But the streets of the port were still bustling. In contrast, the place where the ships were docked at the port was quiet. Some pirates asked the people around them curiously. What are those people doing? It feels like they have discovered us. So what if they have discovered us? There are so many pirates around. Can these people resist? Haha, these newcomers are really pitiful. They don't know the dangers of the sea at all, and they actually expose their money openly. Some pirates whispered, and some people couldn't even wait. At this moment, a breeze suddenly blew over the calm sea. Many pirates shivered involuntarily. A small minion couldn't help sneezing and cursed. Damn, why do I feel a lot colder all of a sudden? This action immediately attracted a lot of ridicule from the people around him. Second brother, you should be more restrained. Now you can catch a cold with just this little wind. Go away, what do you know? You don't know what enjoyment is. The little minion called the second brother said with disdain. As he said that, he tightened his clothes again. He seemed to be getting colder and colder, and his head was a little dizzy. Haha, don't enjoy yourself to death one day. The people next to him laughed and felt a little cold at the same time. Don't mention it, this damn weather seems to be really wrong. As he was talking, his eyes were stunned and he asked curiously. Second brother, what's wrong with you, why is your face bleeding? At this time, in his eyes, his companions beside him suddenly bled from all 7 orifices and looked pale. What's the bleeding? The little guy called Lauer was confused and subconsciously wanted to touch his face. But his body was weak and his hands seemed to be tied up and he couldn't lift them up. His vision was also blurred. What's going on? I feel so tired, huh? What's on your face? It looks red. He fell to the ground with a plop before he finished speaking. The people next to him were startled and wanted to help him, but they fell to the ground as soon as they bent down. His consciousness became blurred. Boss, are you okay? The little brother held a piece of wood in his arms and swam to the tattooed man with great effort. The tiger pirates also encountered bad luck at this time. Everything was fine. I don't know what happened, but a man next to him. A large ship came over inexplicably. The 2 ships collided directly. Their ship was small to begin with, and they had no money to repair it, so many places were a bit shabby. The impact of this collision can be imagined. The only remaining ship was instantly broken into pieces. All the members of the tiger pirates also fell directly into the sea, but fortunately there were still fragments of the ship around. They were not drowned directly. The tattooed man was heartbroken at this time, both physically and mentally. There was cold sweat on his forehead. The only property was gone just like that. His great dream of conquering the sea would inexplicably fail here. He completely ignored the shouting of his younger brother and yelled at the pirate ship next to him. The younger brother was also very loyal and swam over with great effort on the wooden board. He was still relatively rational. If the ship is lost, you can find it again, but if your life is lost, it is really gone. He dragged the tattooed man towards the shore. It hurts. Don't move. A wooden thorn has pierced me. The tattooed man who was dragged screamed. At this time, he even wanted to die. In a short time, he lost his money, his weapons, and now his only ship. Maybe even the happiness of the rest of his life is gone. The younger brother had a black line on his face. At this time, his life is almost gone, and he still cares about a wooden thorn. But he took a closer look. His legs tightened immediately and his whole body trembled. Good guy, this is not a wooden thorn, it is clearly a wooden stick on the sail. And the angle of the piercing. It actually hit the bull's eye, stabbing from the back to the front. This scene is chilling. This kind of thing happened in more than one place, and the same situation happened everywhere on more than 10 pirate ships. Many people inexplicably fell to the ground with blood coming out of their 7 orifices, and some people also encountered various bad luck and were broken and bleeding. I don't know when the wind and waves started on the sea. The water surface shook, and all the pirate ships shook with it. Some pirates who didn't stand firmly fell into the sea directly. Some pirate ships were even on fire. All the captains were very busy at this time. Those strange things just now have not been solved, and now there are winds and waves again. The originally quiet port has become extremely lively. The pirates all became panicked. If only 1 or 2 places had an accident, it might be an accident, but now it is everywhere, it can't be an accident. There must be something they don't know about. Some smarter pirates jumped directly to the port with their brothers. It is not a wise choice to stay on the ship in this situation. Dean, carrying a sledgehammer, looked at Chun-Yi next to him with an unnatural look. In his heart, he secretly marveled at how these people on his ship were really monsters. Not only was the captain so powerful, but even the seemingly weak little cook could cause such a commotion. He quietly moved away. At this time, the strange aura emanating from Chun-Yi made him feel very uncomfortable. Kyle patted Chun-Yi's shoulder. Okay, let's see what Dean can do next. Is that the end? Chun-Yi opened his eyes in confusion. Just now, she had been seriously activating her own abilities and had not paid attention to what was happening around her. When she was stopped by Kyle, she thought that she had performed too poorly and disappointed Kyle. But when she noticed the chaotic scene in front of her, she was stunned. What happened? Chun-Yi, you were so awesome just now. Leah held her hand with admiration. Just now, Leah used her observation hockey to observe all the changes of this group of pirates. Leah said that she longed for this method of dealing with enemies without having to do it herself, and she also wanted this ability. Seeing Chunya's confused look, Luli smiled and explained to her that everything that happened was related to her. Chunya was shocked after hearing this. This was the first time she saw the impact of her ability with her own eyes. She performed averagely when testing with Kyle before. She almost thought she was very bad. Now it seems that it is not so bad. The average performance at the beginning may be because Kyle is too powerful. Chunya's ability is not bad, but she needs someone to protect her when she activates the ability. This is a point worth paying attention to. Kyle made a serious comment. Her curse ability is indeed a good auxiliary ability. Now Chunya can already exert her ability on the enemy without affecting friendly forces. This ability is very good. He did not expect Chunya to face powerful enemies alone in the future, and he could assist from the side. As for how to develop this ability, he will have to think about it later. There is a clear difference between when the ability is applied to one person and when it is applied to a group of people. The most obvious difference is the power. To put it bluntly, this ability is a curse. Perhaps it is also related to knowing the specific information of the enemy. Maybe if you have something of the enemy in your hand, the effect of activating the ability at this time will be more obvious. Well, you can try it later. Kyle thought secretly. At this time, the wind and waves on the sea have stopped. Many pirates have already run to the shore. These pirates have also noticed Kyle and his men, especially the man with a sledgehammer in the front. Some people whispered. They thought they were also forced to go ashore because of the wind and waves just now. Kyle and his men are now considered celebrities in Rogue Town, although few people know their specific information. But many people know that these people are very rich. The pirates have not forgotten the main goal tonight. Although there was a little accident, it did not affect their desire for money at all. At this time, many people have taken out their weapons, and some people are approaching the big ship. Wait. The pirates who were about to steal the house were suddenly stunned. They looked at the empty corner with a confused look. Something is wrong. Where is the big ship? It was here just now. How come it disappeared? Where is such a big ship? Someone began to ask his companions. I don't know, could it be that the wind and waves just now destroyed the ship? Maybe those people drove away on the boat. You are stupid, those people are still on the shore now, how could they drive away on the boat? A group of people talked about it. Many strange things happened tonight, and now the ship they were staring at also disappeared inexplicably. Many people even speculated whether they encountered a ghost ship. Of course, there is no lack of knowledge among this group of pirates. All kinds of unreasonable places made them instantly think of a possibility, that is, the ability of the devil fruit. Some people who have seen Dean use his ability immediately explained to everyone. Kyle didn't have time to care what these pirates were thinking. Dean, it's up to you next. Don't worry, Captain, I won't let you down. Dean nodded with a sledgehammer on the side. Everyone was so powerful, so he couldn't perform too badly. He couldn't let the captain down. He raised the sledgehammer and rushed towards the pirates. Don't think that Dean's performance against Germa was mediocre at the beginning, that was just because the 4 people in Germa were not weak in combat uniforms. What's more, he was defeated in the end because of Reiju's poison. Compared with the 4 siblings of Germa, this group of pirates today is completely a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. Dean rushed into the crowd, and every hammer could hit a large number of pirates, and those who were touched by his hand. All turned into blood mist. The pirates were also frightened by this extremely cruel scene, and they had never seen such a scene before. The companions who had just been drinking and chatting happily not long ago turned into blood mist after being touched by this person. And the sledgehammer. This thing must be at least 1,000 pounds, but it was so easy to swing. This was the first time that Kyle and his friends saw Dean fight. They were all a little stunned. His ability seems to be much stronger than mine, and he is so cruel. He can actually turn people into blood mist directly, Chunye said with a hand covering his mouth in discomfort. Indeed, I underestimated him before. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Luli also nodded in agreement, with a serious face. Since Dean was poisoned when they first met, he usually showed that he was good at shipbuilding and moving things. So the few people didn't think much about Dean's combat power. Now, Luli and Leah both took it seriously. The two sisters looked at each other and smiled at each other. Sister, it seems that we still have to work hard to practice, and we can't let this guy beat us. Yes, we really can't underestimate anyone on the sea. Kyle on the side looked at the two of them with satisfaction. It's good to have such determination. Kyle was afraid that these two people would be proud of their strength, and there are countless strong people on the sea. Sooner or later, you will suffer if you underestimate your opponent. However, Dean's battle also surprised Kyle. This ability is definitely a master of physical skills, coupled with his ability to make weapons. Kyle can imagine how strong this guy will grow up in the future. It seems that his physical training should be put on the agenda. Chapter 90. After the initial panic, some pirates soon saw the situation clearly. The previous guess was completely wrong. This was not an ordinary ability user. If this strength was not stopped, it would not take long for everyone to be wiped out. Someone shouted immediately. Everyone, don't get too close. Take out your weapons and attack from a distance. This shout was very effective. Regardless of whether they were their own crew members, they all began to retreat after hearing the shout. This monster was completely incomparable to them. The ability to explode at the touch was too scary for the pirates. They retreated far away one by one, took out their guns and aimed at Dean. Haha, I admit that I underestimated you, but are you sure you can withstand so many bullets alone? A pirate captain raised his gun and said fiercely. It was this monster in front of him that killed most of his brothers just now. He had been roaming the sea for so many years, but today he suffered such a big loss at the hands of his prey. Die. After saying that, the pirate captain pulled the trigger. The other pirates were not willing to lag behind, and dense gunfire rang out. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 cannon shots. It looks like Dean is in big trouble. Don't we help? Chunyi asked with some concern. So many bullets and shells. If I faced this kind of scene, I would probably be beaten to pieces. Don't worry, let's take a look first. Kyle paid close attention to everything on the battlefield. Luli also comforted him. Don't worry, Kyle will not let his companions be killed like this, and maybe Dean has some trump cards. Dean's combat power is indeed good, but he seems to have not learned the armed color domineering yet, and Luli doesn't know how he will resist. The main reason why Kyle didn't take action was that Dean still seemed very calm at this time. Facing so many attacks, there was no panic at all. The bullets and cannons were concentrated in one place, making a series of roars. The explosion also raised a lot of smoke and dust. Most of the port was covered. The pirates all breathed a sigh of relief. Under this intensive artillery attack, there was no chance that the guy would survive. Haha, this guy is dead. The devil fruit ability user is just like this. What if he is an ability user? He still can't withstand the attack of artillery fire. The pirates no longer paid attention to the battlefield at this time. Now that the most troublesome person is dead, the next ones are the 4 people who have been watching the show. The big ship is still missing, but they have not forgotten the main purpose of tonight. Now that so many companions have died, if they still can't grab the good stuff, it will be a big loss. The pirates approached step by step. The leader raised his gun and pointed it at Kyle. Boy, The most powerful person on your ship has been dealt with. If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure obediently, otherwise, he has lost his patience now. Such a big commotion in the port will definitely attract the attention of the Navy, and then there will be a lot of trouble. If he didn't know where these guys' ships were going, he would have probably just started shooting. Looking at the pirates who were like hungry wolves, Chunye shrank his neck and leaned behind Kyle. At such a close distance, he didn't know if his ability was still useful. She couldn't stop the artillery attack just now. Only behind Kyle could he feel a little safe. But thinking of Dean who had been in the center of the battlefield, Chunye suddenly became worried again. Logically speaking, the possibility of surviving such an attack was too low, but from the fact that Kyle's brother and two sisters didn't react. Maybe Dean was really still alive. Some pirates couldn't wait any longer. The strongest ones had been killed, so why waste words with them? Just capture them and interrogate them to find out where the treasure is. Many pirates rushed up immediately. They wanted to capture these people before others, and then slowly interrogate them about the whereabouts of the treasure. Haha, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Don't you know that the sea is very dangerous? You actually show off your wealth openly. The pirates who rushed up were trying to subdue the four people. But before their hands touched them, they heard the sound of a sword. Leah swung the sword, and a nearly 10-meter flying slash shot out. The dozens of pirates who rushed up only felt a dazzling sword light appear in front of them. Then they felt a pain in their abdomen, and their bodies fell to the ground involuntarily. The last scene they saw before losing consciousness was the lower body still in a running posture. The pirates who were still staying in the back suddenly looked dazed. The port was suddenly quiet. Occasionally, you could hear the sound of some people swallowing saliva. Some pirates who just complained that the captain did not take everyone to rob people. The pirates all felt extremely lucky at this moment. Fortunately, they did not rush up with them. Otherwise, they would be cut into two pieces like those guys above. The weapons in the hands of some timid pirates fell directly to the ground. Captain, shall we continue to fight? The pirate captain who was asked wanted to say that he was not afraid and continued to fight. But when he thought of the terrifying slash just now, his body could not help but tremble. He hated those guys who were trying to get information. It was agreed that the most powerful among this group of people was the man before, so what was going on now? No wonder these people dared to watch the show here. The smoke and dust in the area where Dean was located had also dissipated at this time. In addition to various craters, there was also an unknown object in the center that was similar to an inverted bowl. The surface was smooth, the whole body was black, and it showed a metallic luster. At this moment, the unknown metal object suddenly changed, gradually shrank, and finally turned into a sledgehammer. And a man's figure also appeared. Chunye exclaimed immediately. Ah, it's Dean, he's still alive. Some pirates also noticed Dean and became panicked. Why is this monster still alive? Can't the cannons be his opponent? Impossible, how can anyone withstand so many bullets and cannons? The pirates couldn't help but start to retreat. They remembered how cruel this guy was, and he didn't die in the situation just now. And there was a woman with terrifying strength on the other side. Many pirates no longer wanted to continue to rob treasures. No matter how much treasure there was, it was not as important as life. Dean twisted his neck. The situation just now was indeed dangerous. If he hadn't turned the weapon in his hand into a protective shield at the critical moment, it is estimated that he would be beaten to pieces by those attacks. He felt that he should deal with these pirates as soon as possible, and he couldn't let the captain and others wait too long. He wanted to continue rushing forward with the sledgehammer. At this time, Kyle in the distance called him. Okay, leave these pirates to me, you take a rest. Kyle was not afraid that he would be tired. Mainly because he felt that if he continued to fight, it would probably lose a lot of Bailey. There are many pirates with bounties among them. Leah only cut them into 2 pieces, and her face could still be distinguished. But Dean's attack was completely careless. The better one could still be seen as a person, but the worse one turned into blood mist. How can he exchange for the bounty with this? It's impossible to explain to the Navy with a meal of rotten meat. Rogue Town Naval Branch Base. It was already night, and the naval base was still brightly lit. Mainly because it was just a few hours ago. The Navy headquarters issued a special order, asking all the Navy stationed in the East China Sea to be on standby at all times. The great pirate Golden Lion appeared in the East China Sea. Anyone who finds traces of Golden Lion must report it immediately. All base chiefs stationed in the East China Sea attach great importance to the order issued by the headquarters. Providing useful intelligence to the headquarters is a good opportunity for promotion. Besides, it is definitely not a good thing for a big pirate like Golden Lion to appear in the East China Sea. They also need to guard against the other party's sabotage. Colonel's office. Colonel Ennett was sitting at his desk with a sad face at this time. Looking at the documents in his hand, he felt upset. What does a big pirate like Golden Lion do in the East China Sea? I just hope he doesn't come to Rogue Town. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, Rogue Town has become more and more chaotic. There are countless pirates. Some pirates are helpless even if their branch mobilizes all its troops. At the beginning, Ennett would take people to capture the pirates who came here, but later there were more and more pirates. He also felt powerless. In the future, he will slowly ignore these guys. Fortunately, most of the pirates who come here will not cause trouble to civilians. Anyway, these little pirates will most likely die on the way to the Grand Line. This will also save the Navy a lot of trouble. At this time, the door of the office was knocked hurriedly. Before he could speak, his subordinates pushed the door open and said anxiously, "Colonel Ennett, it's bad, something big has happened." Ennett's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the guy Golden Lion came to Rogue Town? He hurriedly asked his subordinates. He just hoped it was not what he guessed. The subordinate paused for a while before reporting. Just now, the patrol team received news that a large-scale pirate battle occurred in the port, with more than a dozen pirate groups participating, and the number of people is estimated to be hundreds. Ennett breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as it's not Golden Lion coming to Rogue Town, that's not a big deal. The subordinate looked puzzled. Hundreds of pirates fighting, this is not a big deal. The colonel is not overworked recently, what's wrong? In the past, the colonel was more anxious than anyone else when he encountered such things. What happened today? Puff. Ennett, who was just relieved, just took a sip of coffee and spit it out directly. What did you just say? How many pirates are fighting in the port? The subordinate scratched his head. More than a dozen pirate groups. Ennett swallowed hard. He got up and kept walking around the office. More than a dozen pirate groups, what should we do? The base doesn't have the ability to deal with so many pirates at the same time now. After a while, he gritted his teeth and his eyes became firm. He slammed the table hard. More than a dozen pirate groups, so what? We are the Navy and represent justice. Immediately summon everyone in the base and go to the port immediately. Don't let these guys hurt civilians. Yes. The subordinate saluted solemnly. Yes, didn't he join the Navy just for justice? No matter how many enemies there are. Even if he dies, he can't let these guys hurt civilians. At the same time, he was moved by such a boss. Not long after, the whole base was sirens. All the Navy understood what this meant. Whether they were resting or not, all the Navy rushed to the square to gather after hearing the alarm. After everyone gathered, Ennett didn't say much, and ran to the port with more than 100 Marines. There is not much time to delay now. On the other side, at the port. The battle is over, and the atmosphere is extremely weird. A group of pirates are busy moving corpses. Even the bodies of the pirates on the ship were all moved to the shore. Those with visible faces were put in one pile, and those without were put in another pile. Dean stood not far away like a supervisor. He carefully supervised the work of the pirates to prevent anyone from escaping. Kyle did not kill all the pirates this time. There were many dead bodies of pirates in the port, and many of them were rewarded. It was obviously impossible to move them by himself. In the end, the captured pirate became free labor. The pirates were all in shock at this time. They did not dare to be lazy and were busy moving. They thought that the man with the hammer and the woman with the sword were powerful enough. Who knew that this leader who looked not so good was the most terrifying? At that time, many pirates wanted to resist. This man simply stretched out his hand, and those who resisted, the neck of the pirate was broken. Everything happened too weird. The remaining pirates dared not resist, and they were extremely obedient. They just hoped that this group of people could hand them over to the Navy. They might live a few more years if they went to the Navy prison, but if they resisted now, they would not even have the chance to live a few more years. On the pirate ship, Kyle and the other four were looking for treasure. Kyle originally wanted the pirates to take out all the treasures on the ship, but Leah directly rejected this proposal. She said that only by finding the treasures in person can you feel a sense of accomplishment. Luli and Chunye also surprisingly agreed with Leah's statement. Kyle let them go. Anyway, these are all spoils of war, and it doesn't matter if they want to play. Chunye is now much bolder. Maybe I have seen it too much. The scene at the port this time was much more tragic than that at Kojia, and the main reason was that Chunye and Dean's attacks were too special. One curse, all the dead enemies were bleeding from all 7 orifices, which was creepy to watch. Not to mention the other one. Chunye did not show any abnormality in this scene. Just when the 4 of them were happily looking for treasure. Ennett also rushed to the port with all the Marines. He was relieved to see that there were no signs of fighting on the streets. Fortunately, this group of pirates did not attack civilians. The battlefield should be on the shore not far from the sea. Ennett loudly ordered the Marines following behind. Everyone stay alert, these pirates must be seriously injured in fighting each other, and we must take this opportunity to eliminate these pirates if we have the chance. He also saw that there were not many pirates on the shore, and several pirate ships were still burning. From this, it can be imagined that the battle between the pirates must have been fierce. This is also a good opportunity for the Navy. Chapter 91. The pirates who were busy at the port also noticed the large number of Navy troops pouring out of the street. They were all excited. It was too stressful to stay here. They were afraid that these ruthless people would kill them all if they were unhappy. Colonel, something seems to be wrong, the subordinate said cautiously in Ennett's ear. Ennett nodded. He also found that this group of pirates was too abnormal. It was okay that they were not afraid of so many Navy troops, but what was the excitement on their faces? Did they think that the Navy was really easy to bully? Now they didn't take it seriously at all. No matter what tricks they play, this time we must arrest all these pirates. Ennett took the brunt of it and approached the pirates with weapons. Dean scratched his head in surprise. How did the Navy come so quickly? The captain and his men were still searching for treasures on the pirate ship. He quickly took out the Den Den Mushi to notify the captain. From a distance, the Navy began to shout. Listen, pirates in the distance, you have been surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender, don't resist in vain. The subordinate looked carefully, and then whispered to Ennett beside him, Colonel, these pirates don't seem to have weapons. Ennett was stunned. After careful observation, it was found that it was indeed the case. The pirates were like porters, all working hard to carry the bodies in the port. Some brave pirates looked at Dean and found that he didn't react. Raised their hands and ran towards the Navy. The Marines in the front row quickly raised their guns with a vigilant look. Don't shoot, we surrender. The pirates who rushed over all raised their hands to indicate that they had no weapons. Ennett was a little confused about the current situation. But he still winked at his subordinates. The subordinate understood and took a few people to tie up all the pirates. The remaining pirates saw that the man with the hammer did not stop them, so they hurried to surrender to the navy. The navy looked confused. They tied up all the pirates in a daze. Annette also found the abnormality of all the pirates. Before surrendering, they all looked at the man standing not far away. It seemed to be asking for his opinion. Dean also put away the sledgehammer and walked over slowly. He actually didn't want to contact the navy. He didn't have a good impression of the navy before. There was also an incident that the navy and the celestial dragons wanted to destroy Corgi. Besides, his current identity is still a non-member country. In the eyes of these people in the navy, he is probably the same as a pirate. The Marines were alert again at this time. This man could make so many pirates afraid. Maybe he was also a big pirate. Dean spread his hands to show that he had no ill intentions. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a pirate. On the contrary, we caught these pirates. Annette didn't know the other party's identity for a while, but he believed it when he heard that he was not a pirate. He had wondered why the pirates were so cooperative before. Now I think it's the credit of this person in front of me. There are many bounty hunters on the sea. Maybe this person is one of them. He can eliminate so many pirates and make the remaining pirates so scared. The strength of this person must be extraordinary. I just don't know when such a powerful bounty hunter appeared in the East China Sea. He bowed to Dean with gratitude. I am the colonel of the Navy's Rog Town branch. Annette, thank you for solving so many pirates for us. No need to thank me. Many of these pirates have bounties, and those pirate ships must have exchanged a lot of money. Dean pointed to the intact pirate ships docked behind him. Look at the total bounty. Feeling the cold attitude of the man in front of him, Annette was a little embarrassed. This bounty hunter is really honest. I don't know if he has offended him in some way. At this time, Kyle and his men have almost looted the treasures on the pirate ship. I have to say that these guys are really poor. The treasures on more than 10 pirate ships added up to less than 50 million. These people should also be your companions. Annette pointed at Kyle and his men and said. He felt that some of them seemed familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. It's just that he couldn't remember for a moment. Dean nodded. At this time, the subordinate pulled Annette's sleeve. He handed over a photo and whispered. Colonel, those three seem to be the three who solved the Black Cat pirates not long ago. Annette took the photo and compared it carefully. It's true. The naval branches in the East China Sea are all connected to each other and can solve the problem of Black. The Navy also conducted a thorough investigation of the three members of the Cat Pirates. Finally, they were surprised to find that the boy named Kyle was the one who single-handedly solved most of the pirates in the Oiko Kingdom pirate incident a few years ago. After that, the Navy also tried to recruit him, but unfortunately, the boy seemed to have disappeared since then. And the 120th branch had also tried to recruit him before, but it was unsuccessful. Later, the Navy did not pay much attention to this person. Unexpectedly, when he appeared again, he solved the tricky Black Cat pirates. Now these pirates in Rogue Town seem to be related to this person. Annette no longer doubted what Dean said just now. It was normal for Kyle to solve these pirates in Rogue Town with his record back then. Annette greeted him with a smile on his face. You must be Mr. Kyle, right? As expected, a hero emerges from youth. I have heard of you a long time ago. On behalf of the Navy, I would like to thank you very much for your help to the Navy. Oh, am I famous? Kyle was a little surprised. He has always been very low-key. How come the Navy in Rogue Town knows him? Of course. Annette immediately talked about what Kyle did in the Kingdom of Oiko, which caused quite a stir in the East China Sea. After all, it is rare to have such combat power at the age of 10. Dean looked surprised. He did not expect that the captain had done such a big thing. No wonder the Navy in front of him looked so respectful to the captain. After a few words of small talk, Annette immediately invited Kyle and others to visit the Navy base. They helped them a lot. What do you think? Kyle asked for the opinions of others. Forget it. It's getting late now. Let's go to the Navy when we have a chance. Luli said tactfully. At the same time, she held Chunye and Leah, who were eager to try. It's not even a day since what happened in the kingdom of Kojia. It's better not to have too much contact with the Navy now. Kair nodded. He also felt that it was true. There's nothing to play in the Navy base anyway. At most, the food tastes good and it's filling. But even if it tastes good, it's still not as good as the food made by Chunye. Ennet felt a little regretful. But he also knew that it was too late now. It was really not the right time for him to invite her. He gave Kyle a look that said, I understand. Young people must have a lot of things to do late at night. Kyle's mouth twitched. The look of this Navy uncle was not right. I don't know what he was thinking. Uncle, if you really want to thank them, then give these pirates and pirate ships a higher bounty. Ennet was embarrassed immediately. If possible, he really wanted to give them a higher bounty. It's normal to give some benefits after helping so much. Unfortunately, the Navy has clear regulations. All captured pirates need to be reported. All I can do is to raise the price of these pirate ships. But even if it is higher, it's not much higher. The Navy is willing to accept these ships in the port. It's a face-saving thing. Most of them are second-hand ships that have been used for a long time. After settling all the bounties, Ennet ordered his subordinates to move all the pirate bodies away. Some newcomers who had just joined the Navy couldn't help vomiting when they saw the cruel scene in the port. But because it was the order of their superiors, they had to move all the bodies away. At the same time, the eyes looking at Kyle and the others also became a little fearful. They looked very gentle, but they didn't expect that they would be so cruel. However, no one would sympathize with these pirates. They even felt a little relieved. The next day, a piece of news shocked the whole world. The great pirate Golden Lion attacked the ship of the world's noble celestial dragons in the East China Sea. Celestial dragon Figarand Eris was killed by the pirate Golden Lion while playing in the East China Sea, and all the guards who accompanied him also died. This is undoubtedly a piece of news that shocked everyone. Celestial dragons are the gods of this world and the creators. This rule has been engraved into everyone's bones since childhood. And now there are gods who have fallen. At the same time, the name of Golden Lion is also known to everyone. The flying pirates, which were almost extinct, also became famous. What about being on par with the 3 emperors of the sea? It is possible to take this opportunity to become the 4th emperor of the sea. Of course, many people are also confused. Wasn't the Golden Lion imprisoned in Impel Down many years ago? How did he get out of Impel Down now, and even kill the world's noble celestial dragons? Somewhere in the New World. On a huge sailing ship that looks like a whale. Mobadi the Whitebeard pirate's headquarters. Marco, whose head resembled a pineapple, rushed to the deck in a hurry with a newspaper. Dad, this is a big deal, big news. Sitting in the middle of the deck like a little giant, Whitebeard held a big bowl in his hand, which was full of wine. Gulala, what's the big deal? Will the Navy attack again? Not the Navy. Marco handed the newspaper over. Dad, read it yourself. Whitebeard took the newspaper and didn't take it seriously. What big deal could there be? As long as he was there, his sons would not be in danger. Even if the sky fell, he would support it. But when he saw the content above, his eyes suddenly froze. After a long silence, Whitebeard picked up the wine bowl and drank it all. Gulala, Golden Lion really made a big fuss. Killing the celestial dragons, is this what you call a big event? Put down the wine bowl heavily. When Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, he had looked for him. Ever since Roger's death. That guy's ambition has become paranoid. He threw the newspaper aside casually. This news has nothing to do with him. Sons, it seems that this sea is going to be lively, gurgle. Dad, you should drink less. Gulalalalo, today we encountered such an interesting thing, let's celebrate it. Now Whitebeard just wants to protect his family. No matter how big the noise outside is, it has nothing to do with him. The other two sea emperors, Bigmom of the 10,000 nations and Kaido of the beasts of Onigashima, also received the news. But their performance was similar to Whitebeard. At most, they were a little surprised. Golden Lion, who had disappeared for so long, suddenly made such a big noise. Grand Line, White Earth Island. Baldigo. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is here. Monkey D. Dragon was lost in thought with the latest newspaper in his hand. Just yesterday, he also received news from Ginny. Germa, Celestial Dragons and Vice Admiral Sakazuki attacked the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army base, the Kingdom of Corgia. Dragon was also shocked when he first heard the news. There is only one possibility for so many major forces to go together, for the Revolutionary Army. Or for Ginny. In this case, even if the Revolutionary Army is fully deployed now, it is impossible to support. The good news is that when Ginny sent back the news, all the enemies had been repelled. Of course, Ginny did not tell anyone about Kyle. The only person she trusted most in this world was Big Bear, so she told him the news about Kyle at that time. As for other people, even Dragon. Ginny did not mention Kyle, the lifesaver. When answering Dragon, she was also very vague, and she also emphasized that it was not the Golden Lion who saved them. At first, Dragon had some doubts. Logically, if Sakazuki and the Germa army were to go out together, Ginny and the Eastern Army would not be able to resist them. If Big Bear had not rushed there at that time and sent back the same news, he would have suspected that this was a trap set by the world government. Dragon was very happy that his companions survived. The Revolutionary Army was already in its infancy and lacked talents in all aspects. If Ginny and the others had any accidents at this time, it would be a big blow to the Revolutionary Army. Dragon also asked Ginny why they were able to repel the enemy, but unfortunately the answer he got was that a strong man happened to pass by at that time. Dragon would definitely not believe this reason. Being able to repel Germa, Celestial Dragons and Sakazuki is not something that ordinary people can do. Besides, ordinary people don't dare to attack Celestial Dragons. Born in the Navy and in the same period as Sakazuki, he knew very well how strong this man known as the Navy Monster was. Even if he were to meet him, he would have a hard time winning. But now he was defeated by a passing strong man, who would believe this? Until today, I received this latest news. Could it be that the one who helped the Revolutionary Army was the Golden Lion? But why would a pirate like the Golden Lion help the Revolutionary Army? And what does Ginny mean by that? She deliberately said that it was not the Golden Lion who saved them. Is she trying to cover up the truth? Drag decided to go to the East China Sea to ask about the specific situation. What we should consider now is how the Revolutionary Army and the Eastern Army will develop in the future. We have survived this time, so how should we deal with this situation next time? Chapter 92. But there was one good thing this time. That is, Judge of Germa was captured. Germa's whereabouts have always been erratic, but I didn't expect that they were all caught this time. For the Revolutionary Army now, this is more useful than the killing of the Celestial Dragons. A long time ago, Dragon invited Vegapunk to join the Revolutionary Army, but unfortunately the Revolutionary Army had just been established not long ago, and there were no resources for him to do scientific experiments. So the invitation was not successful. Now, if Vegapunk can't invite him, then Judge can make do. Although this guy can't compare to Vegapunk, he has worked with him before, so he won't be too bad. Judge is also a good talent. With this guy, the development of the Revolutionary Future Army will definitely be better. Dragon no longer thinks about who saved Ginny and the others. It doesn't matter. Since there must be a reason for the other party to choose to hide, it would be a bit rude to inquire about it. At least it is certain that they are not enemies. After collecting the newspaper, Drago decided to go to the East Sea in person. Such a big thing just happened, the world government will definitely not let it go. It is better for me to go there, so as not to let these companions encounter any danger again. And the Germa group must be transferred as soon as possible. After all, it is a member of the world government. Now the focus of the world government is all on the killed celestial dragons, and they just don't have time to deal with it for the time being. They will definitely start an investigation after the incident. Rogue Town. Kyle was awakened early by a sound of metal clashing. He walked out of the room with sleepy eyes. He saw Luli and Leah fighting on the deck, and their clothes were soaked with sweat. Seeing it early in the morning made Kyle's blood boil. Why did you two get up so early to practice swordplay today? Leah swung her sword vigorously, and the huge force shook Luli back several steps. She said with a look of disgust. I want to be the world's #1 swordsman, how can I sleep until noon like a lazy pig like you? Kyle gave a thumbs up. Not bad, keep it up, I believe you. Hey, you look too foolish, I am telling the truth, not joking. The girl gritted her teeth and looked angry. This guy has never changed in his anger over the years, and she gets mad every time. She clenched her fists and really wanted to beat Kyle up. After thinking about it, she held back. Anyway, this guy is not the first time to make her so angry, she has long been used to it. She can't beat him, even if Kyle doesn't fight back. Besides, she can't do it if she really wants to. Kyle took a towel and wiped the sweat off the little girl. The more he looked at her, the cuter she became. She always felt uncomfortable if he didn't tease her every day. Okay, go wash up first. Dean will start to modify the ship today. Let's stay in town. They didn't know how to build a ship. If they wanted help, there were the professionals Blake had found. It would be better if they didn't stay on the ship and make trouble. HMPH, bad Kyle. Leah put her hands on her waist and pouted, letting Kyle wipe her sweat, and she kept muttering in her mouth. Of course, Kyle didn't forget the cute Luli. 2 towels, 1 in each hand. Luli seemed a little silent. Adjusting her breath, she looked at Kyle and said seriously, we don't want to be a burden to you. Chunye and Dean are very capable, and those people on the sea are also very powerful. We have to become stronger as soon as possible. His eyes were full of determination. When Luli just left Shimotsuki village, she still thought she was very strong. Even Master Koshiro praised her talent. Luli thought that she would have the strength to protect her family in the future. But it was not until she saw Kyle fighting with the man covered in magma in Kojia. She realized how weak her strength was, so weak that she could only watch from a distance. Later, she saw the abilities of Chunye and Dean. Luli's proud heart was hit again. She didn't think about why Kyle would go against such a powerful person. She only knew that her strength was too weak and she couldn't help at all. For so long, she has never really helped Kyle. Kyle has always been protecting them since they were young. She seems to be dispensable. She doesn't want to be like this. She also wants to help Kyle, and she can stand on her own when he needs her in the future. Kyle's hand holding the towel paused slightly. I finally understand why these two were so active in training today. Pinch the soft little face. Luli is really strong. Do you think I am biased in giving the devil fruit to Chunye? Both girls shook their heads. Didn't we decide it at the beginning? Besides, Chunye is not as strong as me and my sister, so it is natural for her to eat it. Leah said seriously. Luli nodded in agreement. I believe you must have your own plans. I just said that not because I am jealous of Chunye. I really want to improve my strength. Luli hugged Kyle and whispered on her chest, I will support you no matter what you do. I just don't want to be unable to do anything when you need help in the future. Kyle felt his nose suddenly sour and was very moved. This is the first time he heard Luli say such words. Coming to this world doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Kyle really doesn't want these two girls who have lived with him since childhood to suffer. Unfortunately, this world is not very friendly to the weak, and I can't protect them all the time. Then I can only make them stronger together. In addition to the usual training. The other thing is the devil fruit. Kyle wouldn't mind if other people ate ordinary devil fruits. As for them, Kyle didn't want to make do. If he wanted to eat, he would eat the powerful ones. Anyway, time is not urgent, at most I can find them slowly. Leah on the side said with her hands on her waist. Sister is right, although you are a bit annoying, I don't want you to be bullied by others in the future. Kyle, the only ones who can bully you are me and my sister, no one else can. Poochie. Kyle couldn't help laughing at her words. Okay, then let's work hard together in the future, get stronger together, and become so that no one can bully us. Cough cough cough. At this time, a light cough came from the side. I say, you three have had enough. Don't you consider other people's feelings so early in the morning? Chun-Yi was holding a big spoon in her hand, leaning against the door not far away with her arms folded across her chest, with an expression of watching a show. Luli was a bit shy, and her face immediately turned red when she heard Chun-Yi's teasing. She quickly left Kyle's arms, holding the sword in a daze. Hee, Sister Luli is shy. Oh, your face is so red, I don't know if it's rouge, it's so beautiful. Chun-Yi came up directly and stared at Luli's red face. Luli was immediately a little furious. She pinched Chun-Yi's cheeks. You girl actually laughed at me, watch me put some rouge on you too. Woo, Sister Luli, I was wrong. Chun-Yi quickly raised his hands in surrender. Brother Kyle, please take care of it. Sister Luli is bullying me. Kyle tilted his head to the side and whistled. He said he had no choice. While eating breakfast, Kyle held a newspaper in his hand, and next to it was a latest bounty order. The bounty was naturally the captain of the Sky Pirates. Shiki the Golden Lion. The bounty order was as high as 3 billion Baileys. I bought it when I came across the newsbird just now. Looking at the content above, Kyle was amazed. He thought the world government would not make a big fuss this time. After all, a celestial dragon died, and it would not be a good thing to tell others about it. As a result, the first content in the news was about the golden lion killing the celestial dragon. But the process was a bit funny. It was said that when the benevolent celestial dragon Figurand Bruce went to the East China Sea to visit the member states, he was attacked by the golden lion when passing through the kingdom of Corgi. The noble celestial dragons were unfortunately killed, and all the guards accompanying them were also killed. Vice Admiral Sakaski of the Navy was seriously injured in this battle. Germa, who went to support, was also captured by Golden Lion. The newspapers were full of condemnations of the pirate Golden Lion, and he was accused of many crimes. Some were true, and some were false. For example, he killed the celestial dragons and their guards, kidnapped the king of the member country and his children, and massacred all the residents of the kingdom of Corgi. Of course, the last charge was deliberately added by the world government. They could not allow the country that caused the fall of the celestial dragons to continue to exist. Since they were going to do it, they might as well put the blame on Golden Lion. The Navy even offered a 500 million berry bounty for the whereabouts of Golden Lion. The Navy could do nothing about it. Ever since that guy escaped from Impel Down, he seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. The Navy had no idea where he was hiding. Benevolent celestial dragons. Golden lions slaughtered all the people of Corgi. What kind of bullshit is this? Dean also held a newspaper in his hand. He was very angry when he saw the content above. His impression of the Navy, it was not good to begin with, and now it is even worse. Chun-Yi also nodded in agreement. Yes, it was obviously that group of people who wanted to attack Korkia and Sister Ginny. Now they are saying that those people are innocent. Kyle said, this is the advantage of controlling public opinion. Those who know the truth are not able to expose it, so naturally the world government can say whatever it wants. By the way, Kyle, will this photo be okay? Luli pointed to a photo in the newspaper and said. The photo is blurry. You can only vaguely see a man with red light all over his body and a figure with long golden hair floating in the air. It seems that the distance is too far, the photo is very blurry, and you can only see the general idea. It's okay, this photo is just right, Kyle said indifferently. This photo was taken by Kyle not far away at that time, in order to confirm the crime of Golden Lion. The photo was commissioned by Ginny to find someone to submit. In order to avoid accidents, Kyle used the observation hockey to check everyone at that time. He was afraid of running into Morgan's men. If he took any bad photos, it would be troublesome. At this time, Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News Agency, was probably limited in his ability. When reporting many news, he had to consider the ideas of the world government. But this guy probably wouldn't care too much about the specific facts of the news. There have been a lot of fabricated news over the years. As long as the news is big enough, this guy will never let it go. After breakfast, the boatmen arranged by Blake were waiting at the port. Kyle patted Dean on the shoulder. Work hard, young man. I'm optimistic about you. I'll give you a bonus when the time comes. Dean's chest was thumping. Don't worry, Captain. I promise I won't let you down. As for the bonus, Dean still had some expectations. He was used to a hard life and still liked money very much. He was basically penniless when he came out of Korkia. If Kyle hadn't given him some, it would be difficult for him to buy some food on weekdays. Just spend the money on the ship without worrying about it. It doesn't matter even if more than 1 billion is spent. We don't ask for a good ship, but it must not be bad. Feel free to use any ideas. Kyle gave a few more instructions and left the ship with the 3 women. Dean behind him was moved. The captain was really confident in him. There were more than 1 billion of money. This was the first time that so much money was used to build a ship. Dean secretly decided to build the best ship, so as not to disappoint the captain's trust in him. The more than 10 ship workers waiting next to him were dumbfounded. What a rich guy. Spending more than 1 billion to build a ship. They usually save as much as possible when building ships. After all, no one in this place would spend too much money to build ships. A ship built with more than 1 billion will definitely be famous on the sea. It's exciting to think that there is a chance to build such a ship now. Everyone has their own dreams, and ship workers like them are no exception. By then, this ship will be famous on the sea, and they can brag about it to people they know. You see, I participated in the manufacturing of this ship. I was very excited just thinking about it, and I was also grateful to Blake for introducing such a big business to them. Let's not talk about how much money can be made. It is an honor for the shipwrights to participate in the manufacturing of such a ship. The next time was very dull. Kyle and the other 4 wandered around in Rogue Town and walked everywhere. They even went to the naval base once. Kyle didn't want to go at first, but the colonel sent people to invite him several times. Kyle couldn't refuse all the time. Just treat it as a free meal. He understood what the naval colonel meant. He just wanted to invite him to join the Navy. Of course, the result must have disappointed him. Ennett didn't force it when he saw that the invitation was not accepted. As long as it wasn't a pirate, bounty hunters were also a good choice. In order to prevent the naval colonel from having any misunderstandings, Kyle also made it clear that they needed to stay in Rogue Town for a while, and they would go to the Grand Line once the ship was built. Ennett was very happy about this. With these people in Rogue Town, this period of time must be very stable. Ennett was still a little ashamed to think so. Catching pirates is the Navy's duty, but now it has to rely on these bounty hunters. But he had no choice. The headquarters did not send any powerful Navy figures to Rogue Town. It was okay to let them deal with ordinary small pirates, but it was really hard to deal with a lot of pirates. Since the incident at the port a few days ago, there were obviously fewer pirates in Rogue Town. He also took this opportunity to do a big cleanup. Rogue Town also ushered in the most peaceful period in more than a decade. Every time Kyle and his team walked on the street, they were thanked by the local people. It was these people who helped them deal with the pirates in the town. Chapter 93. Of course, this does not include the owner of the weapons shop. He could clearly feel that the business in the store had become very bad recently. Usually, the store was full of customers, but recently, there were only 1 or 2 people. Business like his relied on pirates and bounty hunters. Now, the pirates in Rogue Town have basically been caught. Without pirates, the number of bounty hunters has also decreased. Of course, Kyle would not care whether the weapons shop had business. They were in Rogue Town for the 5th day. A special ship arrived at the port. On the warship with a dog head logo on the bow. Bogart said to Garp, who was sleeping in a chair beside him. Vice Admiral Garp, Rogue Town is ahead. Garp took off the dog head hat covering his face and sat up. Have we reached Windmill Village? How come it's so fast? Bogart was speechless. It's okay that he is unreliable at ordinary times, but why is his hearing not working now? It's Rogue Town, not Windmill Village. This time Garp finally heard it clearly. He waved his hand, haha, sorry, I thought I was home. He stood up and flexed his fists. Since we're in Rogue Town, let's clean up the pirates here first. Remember that the Navy here has asked for support from the headquarters several times. Bogart hesitated for a while and said, Vice Admiral Garp, why don't we go to the Kingdom of Corgis first? After all, that kind of thing happened. Garp pinched his nose with his fingers, and then ejected an unknown object. It just landed on Bogart's shoes. Bogart's mouth twitched. He raised his foot with a look of disgust and rubbed it on the leg of the chair next to him. Garp said nonchalantly, even if we rush over now, that Gaiski will probably run away. I'm on vacation now. Bogart has been an adjutant for so long, and he knows Garp's character very well. It was good that Garp didn't go to celebrate when the Celestial Dragons got into trouble. It was simply a dream to ask him to investigate. Originally, they were supposed to arrive in the East China Sea 2 days ago, but Garp didn't want to get involved in what happened in Corgi. Along the way, he killed more than a dozen pirate groups, and the time was delayed until now. The warship sailed all the way to the port of Rogue Town. Looking at the extremely peaceful scene at the port, Garp scratched his head in confusion. Didn't they say that there are many pirates in Rogue Town? What's going on? Where are the pirates? Did we go to the wrong place? Bogart was also confused. But after he carefully confirmed it, he was sure that this was Rogue Town. That's really strange. At a glance, there were only a few merchant ships docked at the port. The workers were busy unloading the goods. In the distance, you can still see the lively crowds on the street and the voices of vendors hawking. There are no pirates, not even a pirate ship. Could it be that something happened that we don't know about? Bogart guessed. He knew very well how special Rogue Town was. It was understandable that other places could have such a scene, and they would not be too surprised. But Rogue Town was the place where the most pirates gathered. When he returned to the East China Sea before, he could capture a large number of pirates every time. Then go to the naval base here. Garp ordered. He wanted to see what was going on. In fact, Enid had already reported everything that happened in Rogue Town to the Navy headquarters. With this credit, he might be able to leave this ghost place and be promoted to the headquarters. Although all this had nothing to do with him. But after all, it was also the territory under his jurisdiction. Even if it was not a pirate that they could easily capture, this credit was still there. It was a pity that the Navy headquarters was in a lot of trouble now and had no time to deal with such a small matter. It had been several days. The Navy and the world government searched everywhere, but did not find any trace of the Golden Lion. Want to start the investigation from Corgi. But when the CP organization of the world government arrived, all the people in Corgi had already left. The whole island was empty. The only valuable thing was the bodies of many German soldiers and some tattered snail shipwrecks left in the port. There was also a dismantled warship. There are indeed clues, but they are very limited. We can only know that a war had taken place here not long ago, judging from the severity of the battlefield. It is estimated that there were not only golden lions at that time, but perhaps an unknown force. With the strength of Germa, a small country like this can be easily defeated. But from the Germa bodies left behind, there are obvious traces of battle on them. It was not crushed, but the result of a fierce battle between the two sides. At that time, they fought with the troops fighting were also elite troops. After turning the entire Korgia upside down, the members of the CP organization had no choice but to return. Not only did they not find any useful clues, they didn't even find the bodies of the celestial dragons. This trip can be considered a failure. Everyone who came here to investigate was very confused. Korgia has a small population, but there are tens of thousands of people. Now it has only been a few days, where have these tens of thousands of people gone? To move so many people away, ordinary people don't have the strength to do so. They couldn't help but think of the ability of the Golden Lion. Perhaps the Golden Lion took everyone here away. You can imagine what the consequences will be when they return to the Holy Land of Marihoa. The celestial dragons will not listen to their explanations, they just need results. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Marshal's Office. Zhangguo held the intelligence collected these days in his hand, rubbed his forehead with the other hand, and his face was very ugly. It's been so many days, and there's no clue about the Golden Lion. Recently, Zhangguo's hair is almost white with worry. The 5 elders have been urging him to catch the Golden Lion quickly. The identity of the celestial dragon who died this time is different. The murderer must be caught no matter what. Zhangguo is under great pressure, but what else can he do? There's no way to catch the Golden Lion if there's no way to find it. These guys only know how to order the navy, so the CP organization they sent out is still useless. I don't know if there's any news from Garp. Zhangguo shook his head as soon as he finished speaking. He felt that he was confused because of overwork. It's better to rely on the group of CP organization members than Garp. It's not certain whether Garp has investigated or not. After all, they have known each other for so long, and Zhangguo is still very clear about that guy's personality. Zhangguo asked the person beside him. Sakazuki, you. Hey, forget it, you probably know limited information. There was also a man wrapped in bandages, like a mummy, sitting next to him. Looking at his face, it was Akainu. He should have rested well in the hospital with serious injuries, but unfortunately this incident was too big. And he, the only survivor, had to be forced to go to work. Akainu raised his head and said, I have told you all the information I know. At that time, I also robbed a small boat to have the opportunity to escape. I don't know where the Golden Lion ran afterward. He has said this countless times. I know. Zhangguo waved his hand helplessly. It makes no difference whether this information is said or not. Akainu thought that not protecting the celestial dragons this time would arouse the anger of the people in the world government. He has already made preparations. His position as a vice admiral will definitely be lost, and he may even be severely punished. The world government is indeed very angry with him. But it was not as Akainu thought. The 5 elders just scolded him and told him not to think about the position of admiral for the time being. Akainu is still confused until now. Even if the death of the celestial dragons this time has no direct relationship with him, he is still derelict in his duty. Why did the 5 elders let him go so easily? The punishment is just that he cannot become an admiral temporarily. Doesn't this mean that there will be a chance to become an admiral in the future? In fact, even if the punishment is more severe, Akainu can accept it. I am afraid that the world government will know that he killed the celestial dragons with his own hands. Since waking up, I have been worried. Fortunately, no one suspected him, and the Golden Lion he met in Kogia did not expose the photos he took. Thinking of this, Akainu gritted his teeth. He didn't understand who that person was, and his strength was not particularly strong in his perception, but it was that kind of unsolvable ability. It was smooth sailing all the way, but he was defeated so thoroughly for the first time. Moreover, in order not to bear the responsibility of killing the celestial dragons, he actually hid the news of the criminals. He began to doubt himself. In fact, the real reason why he concealed the truth was not because he was afraid of being punished, but what that person said at that time and what that group of people did. Why are there more and more pirates on the sea? He has always insisted on killing all the pirates and eliminating all these criminals who disrupt the order. Now that I think about it carefully, it seems that the pirates are really endless. The Navy killed so many pirates, but the number of pirates has not decreased, but has increased. Why is this? During the days in the East China Sea, he also asked people to secretly inquire about the news of Kogia. As a result, he really got some interesting things. Kogia was originally a country ruled by a foolish king, and pirates would often visit there. But just a few years ago, a group of mysterious people came to Kogia, and they helped the people here. The people overthrew the rule of the incompetent king and blocked all pirates going to that country. This information is not a secret. Many people who have been to Kogia know it. Akainu immediately thought of the identity of the mysterious group of people. It must be the group of hooded people he met in Kogia. He thought that group of people were really some extremely evil traitors, but the facts seemed to be different from what he thought. Although it is not known whether such people are really traitors, they are at least not bad people. But the celestial dragons had to go so far to target this group of people, as if one of them was still a very important target. Are you still thinking about the golden lion? Seeing Akainu's constantly changing face, Zhongguo couldn't help asking. Such a good Navy seedling, he didn't want the other party to start to lose heart because of a defeat. After returning this time, Akainu was in a very bad state. If it weren't for the physical injury, he could be called a monster vice admiral, and this injury was not a big problem for him. The Navy also has a very good medical team. As long as he doesn't die, it won't be a problem. Besides, Akainu's injury is not fatal. Zhongguo found that this guy's will was slowly weakening, as if he had suffered a huge blow. This is a big problem. Don't lose confidence just because of a failure. It's just a failure. You can fight back when you are stronger. Then you can arrest the golden lion yourself. This depressed look is not like your character now. Akainu turned his head and looked at Zhongguo. You think too much. It's just a defeat. I'm not that fragile. He is not afraid of failure. Failure means that he is not strong enough. What he cares about is the justice he insists on, whether it is right or wrong. But it's too early to think about these things now. He is just a vice admiral. Maybe when he stands at a higher position in the future, he will see something different. Thinking of this, Akainu's momentum changed. He was no longer confused before, but determined. The gaze towards Zhongguo also became somewhat hot. Zhongguo also noticed the sudden change of Akainu, and didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. And that look, why does it feel a little wrong? But it's good that Akainu is okay, and it's also a good thing to regain confidence. Zhongguo breathed a sigh of relief. The Navy is short of people now, and Akainu can't get into trouble. The other party is in such a miserable state now, and there is no point staying here. You are still injured now, go down and rest first. Okay. Akainu responded and got up and walked out the door. When he reached the door, Akainu suddenly stopped and looked back. Marshal Zhongguo. Well, is there anything else? Zhongguo asked without raising his head. After hesitating for a while, Akainu asked. The Navy has obviously captured so many pirates, why are there not only no fewer pirates on the sea now, but more? Zhongguo looked up in confusion. Of course it's because Roger said that before he died, which led to more and more pirates now. Is that so? Otherwise, is there any other reason? Sengoku put down the document in his hand. Akainu shook his head. I don't know the reason either, I'm looking for the answer now. After that, he strode out of the office. Looking at Akainu who was gradually going away, Sengoku frowned. He felt that Akainu was very wrong now. Where was the decisive and paranoid Akainu in the past? The previous Akainu would not ask such a question. In Sengoku's eyes, if the Navy is compared to a person, then people like Akainu are the swords in the hands of people. The sword will not think about why there are enemies, it will only kill the enemies in front of it without hesitation. And now the sword of the Navy seems to have changed. Sengoku has never agreed with Akainu's concept of justice. But sometimes such justice can be very useful. I don't know whether it's good or bad, I hope this guy won't cause any trouble. Zangguo said softly, leaning back on the office chair. Why are there more and more pirates? Haha, I also wanted to know this question before, but it's not a good thing to know it. I hope your faith won't collapse when you know the truth. After all, if you fail to protect the celestial dragons, you won't let it go so easily under normal circumstances. Akainu, who had already walked away, didn't hear these words. Chapter 94. If you want to improve your physique and strength, the most important thing is to eat more, practice more, and not be afraid of hardship. On a remote deserted beach on the island, the two sisters Luli and Lee are still training hard. Kyle is teaching Chunye to practice. The town of Rogue only occupies a small half of the island. There are other small towns on the island. There are also some sparsely populated places. For example, this beach now, there is basically no one living in a large area around it. This has also become a great place for Kyle and his team to train now. Stretch out two fingers and easily clamp the short knife that Chunye attacked from the side. Kyle said, your knife skills are still very good, very fast, and it seems that you have been training for a long time. This is what my father taught me. He said that only if you have strong knife skills can you become a qualified chef. Chunye said breathlessly while holding his knees after taking back the short knife. Kyle agreed with this. I am also happy that Uncle Eric has such a long-term idea. Some ingredients in this world may not be cooked without some strength. Especially some sea kings. They are strong in combat and have thick skin and flesh. It is a problem for ordinary people to cut such a big guy, let alone cook it. Either you need a good weapon, or you are strong enough. Chunyi now belongs to the former. These days, Kyle also noticed the short knife she has been using. The texture and the breath it exudes. Although Kyle has never seen it in real life, he is sure that it is a legendary black knife. You can still feel the remnants of domineering on it. The so-called black knife. It is a weapon formed by long-term use of domineering tempering and countless battles. Of course, not just anyone can do it. All this is based on the user's strong understanding of the weapon and the fact that he is also a master of knife skills. And Chunyi's knife is very special. In Kyle's perception, the domineering on this knife is extremely mixed, as if these domineering come from many people. Later, when he heard Chunye say that this knife was a family heirloom, Kyle finally understood. This knife was probably used by her family for generations, and over time it became a black knife like it is now. This can be regarded as refreshing Kyle's cognition. It was the first time he heard that a black knife could be made in this way. Could it be that Chunya's family was a top family in the past? I don't have much to teach you about knife skills. Your current defect is that your physique is a little poor. Now you should strengthen your physique first. I will train hard. Chunye nodded firmly. It's really not possible not to strengthen your physique. There are only a few people on the ship now, and I'm already too busy to cook food. If new companions come in the future, the pressure will be even greater. One chef can't even meet the food problems of several people. If this matter gets out, it will be too embarrassing for the chef. So Chunye started physical training these days, and he also carried weights on his body. The initial training is destined to be full of pain. Look, he was so tired that he couldn't even stand up straight before training for long. He sat down on the beach. Chunye said weakly, I'm so tired, let's take a rest first. Kyle didn't ask for strictness, training is just a matter of time. At noon, Kyle caught a sea beast over 10 meters long in the sea for barbecue. He was the only one who could do it among the few people. As a capable person, he was still able to move freely in the sea. The sea is the nemesis of the devil fruit ability user, which is completely non-existent in Kyle. There are so many strange animals in this world. Looking at this strange-looking sea beast, Kyle fell into deep thought. It has a bull head and a snake body, and the color of its body is also strange. But the bull head is not domineering at all, like a silly and cute cow. What's more important is that this guy has a golden nose ring on his nose. Kyle had to wonder if this guy was deliberately raised by someone. But it doesn't matter. Who cares? As long as it tastes good when grilled, it's fine. After dealing with the sea beast, he directly found a big tree to string it up and made a simple grill on the beach. Kyle didn't forget Dean while eating delicious food. But Dean didn't come. He has been staying in the dock these days, basically not leaving the house. Every time they meet, this guy has big dark circles under his eyes. Kyle is afraid that this guy will die suddenly if he continues like this. Seeing that the other party is only focused on shipbuilding, Kyle doesn't insist. Just pack some and take them over when the time comes. Not long after, an alluring aroma came from the beach. The four of them sat on the beach, looking up at the tall sea beast. "Brother Kyle, the roast needs to be turned over." "Okay. You need to cut a few cuts on the belly so that it can be seasoned, and you need to apply some seasoning." "Okay. The roast is too big. Chunye can't do anything with her height, so she can only rely on Kyle's ability at this time." Kyle controls several table knives and grill brushes, and seems to be at ease. From time to time, he will cut some roasted meat and put it on the plates in front of the few people. "Well, Tilda, it's delicious. I didn't expect Kyle's cooking skills to get better and better." Leah grabbed a piece of meat that was bigger than her and ate it with oil dripping from her mouth. "Eating can't stop your mouth," Kyle said unhappily. Luli laughed out loud, thinking of the days of practicing in Shimokatsuki village. At that time, they didn't have much money, so they had to cook by themselves most of the time. But her and Leah's cooking skills were so bad that the food they made was simply hard to swallow. So they had to rely on Kyle every time to cook. Kyle complained for a long time about this, and kept saying that he would find a chef in the future and never cook by himself again. Looking at Chunye, who was looking up and giving orders, Luli couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. If she knew that Kyle's cooking skills were not much different from hers, she didn't know if she would be very sad. After all, Kyle has always been pretending that he can't cook. Just as several people were enjoying the barbecue, two figures walked out of the woods not far away. The leader laughed heartily. "Wow, ha ha ha, I didn't expect to find such tempting food when I was strolling out." Seeing the person coming, Kyle frowned immediately. The person coming was the naval hero Garp. The man next to him wearing a gray suit and with a deep face was probably his adjutant Bogart. How did these two people appear in Rogue Town? Could it be that they investigated me so quickly? At this time, Kyle was a little panicked, wondering if he should run away immediately. The three women also looked over curiously, but found that the other party was wearing a navy uniform, so they didn't pay much attention. "Are you going to invite us to the Navy for dinner again?" Leah wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth, waved her hand and said, "Uncle, we are eating now, let's go to the Navy next time." They met many Navy members in the past few days, and they would invite them to the base every time. Now these two are probably the same as those before. But why does this uncle look familiar? I feel like I have seen him somewhere. Leah scratched her head in confusion. She couldn't remember for a while. "Why do you only know how to eat?" Luli hit her forehead. It's also a good thing that Leah still knows that the person in front of her is familiar. How can he not be familiar? It was this person and another Navy who fought against the pirate Golden Lion together. There is his photo in the newspaper. She looked at Kyle with a veiled look. She usually pays more attention to the news. The reputation of the Navy hero Garp is still very big on the sea. Not everyone knows it, but at least most people know it. He is also a legendary figure in the Navy. But why would such a person come here? It seems that he came to find them specifically. Is it because of the matter of Corgi? Luli quietly held the sword and moved closer to Kyle. As if seeing Luli's nervousness, Garp laughed heartily. Don't be nervous, little girl, I'm a Navy. Don't mind tasting the food together. Regardless of whether Kyle and the others agreed, Garp grabbed a piece of barbecue and sat aside to eat. I'm nervous because I'm a Navy, but Luli couldn't say this directly. I could only smile awkwardly. It tastes really good. Bogart, you should try it too. As he said that, Garp tore off another piece of barbecue and handed it to the adjutant beside him. Bogart looked embarrassed. He folded his arms and tilted his head to the side. He wanted to say that we didn't know each other. Garp didn't care about that and stuffed the barbecue into Bogart's hand. Seeing such a familiar Navy, the corners of their mouths twitched. But they didn't say anything. Now we don't know the purpose of Garp's coming here, let's see what happens first. After eating several large pieces of barbecue, Garp wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Wahahaha, it's the first time I've eaten such barbecue. I don't know if Zhongguo will like it. How about taking some back? Uncle, you're going too far. It's okay to eat it, but now you want to pack it up. Leah said with an indignant look. She thought this Navy uncle was so annoying. They didn't have enough to eat, but this guy actually ate so much at once. Afterwards, still want to pack up. This is simply naked robbery. Sorry, the barbecue is so delicious, I couldn't help it for a moment, so forget about packing up. Garp said with some regret. Seeing his insincere apology, Leah gritted her teeth. Turned to look at Kyle. This guy is so annoying, should we beat him up? No, Kyle refused decisively. Beat Garp, what is this girl thinking? It's hard to say whether the few of them can beat Garp together. This girl will just be killed if she goes up. Okay, the girl sighed with regret and ate the barbecue. Just pretend that this uncle doesn't exist. The two of them talked without hesitation, and Garp laughed after hearing it. He didn't care about the look in Leah's eyes that wanted to beat him. Wow, ha 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 ha, what a unique little girl. Do you want to join the Navy with me? Before Leah could answer, Kyle said. Vice Admiral Garp, you are so unkind. I didn't say anything after eating our barbecue, but now you are trying to poach my people in person. Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. Garp looked surprised, as if he was puzzled as to how he was exposed when he didn't reveal his identity. You are so famous, it's hard not to know you. Am I famous? Garp looked at Bogart as if asking. Bogart looked deep and said nothing. He just nodded. You are a famous naval hero. How can the whole East China Sea not know you? You always go back to the East China Sea. It would be strange if he didn't know you. It's true. No wonder those pirates ran away when they saw me. Garp looked as if he had seen it. He turned to look at Kyle. Why don't you join the Navy, kid? Then I won't be considered poaching. Kyle gave a thumbs up. How can you say that? Wow, kid, do you think my proposal is good? What a hammer, Kyle resisted the urge to swear. Old man Garp really doesn't look very reliable. I don't think your proposal is very good. Why, I think it's very good. Garp looked regretful. Kyle asked, are there any benefits to joining the Navy? Of course there are benefits. Garp said without thinking, for example. After a long while, Garp didn't say the specific benefits. He frowned and tried to think about the benefits of joining the Navy. After a while, he said uncertainly, does the benefit of providing food and accommodation count? What do you think? Several people looked at Garp as if he was a fool. Bogart did the same, and moved aside in shame. With this recruitment method, it would be a miracle if he could recruit them. Garp thought for a long time but still couldn't come up with a good answer, and he looked bitter. After you asked me this question, I really found that joining the Navy is really not good. Not only is there no salary, but I have to work overtime all the time, and I don't even have time to spend with my grandson. Bogart, why don't we run away? Bogart almost fell to the ground, looking at Garp with a twitch in his mouth. What kind of nonsense is this? None of the points you said are right. All the salary was spent on donuts, and the phrase, overtime, is a joke to you. As for not having time to spend with your grandson, you are almost settling down in the East China Sea, and this is called no time. Seeing Bogart's big reaction, Garp laughed out loud. Wahahaha, I'm kidding, don't take it seriously. The other people all looked weird. Kyle knew that Garp's personality has always been like this, so he didn't find it strange. But other people don't know. Luli felt that she must have recognized the wrong person. The Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp is the person in front of him. This person doesn't look like him at all. How can a Navy say that he wants to change jobs openly? The image has completely collapsed. Kyle felt that the farce was almost over. Garp just looked unreliable, but he was not really stupid. Vice Admiral Garp, let's not discuss the matter of joining the Navy. I don't know why you suddenly came here. This is the most important thing for him now. If Garp really came to them for the matter of Corgi, he had to make plans. Don't be caught before he can react. You can still use your ability to deal with a Kainu, but you will have no advantage when facing a domineering player like Garp. Chapter 95. You are Kyle, right? You are a young genius. Garp also put away some of his playful thoughts at this time. I won't beat around the bush with you. This time I came here specifically to find you. Vice Admiral Garp, do you know me? Kyle was a little surprised. How come he is so famous? Even the Navy hero Garp knows him. Haha, how can I not know him? You are quite famous. Garp has heard of this newcomer from the East China Sea more than once. After the pirate incident in the Kingdom of Oiko, the reputation of this boy had spread to the Navy headquarters. At that time, the Navy wanted to try to recruit him. The Lieutenant Colonel of the 120th Branch of the Navy received the order, but unfortunately the recruitment was not smooth. Garp's words were also passed back to the headquarters. The Navy had no way to deal with this. If the other party disagreed, it would be impossible to force him to join the Navy. However, Sengoku was still a little unwilling. Such a young and good seedling might not know the benefits of the Navy. Garp happened to go back to the East Sea often, so this difficult task fell on his head. Garp didn't care too much, he was just a young boy. As long as he tried the iron fist he loved, he would join the Navy obediently. Garp took the task with full confidence. Unfortunately, this kid ran away and there was no movement since then. Garp couldn't find him, and there was nothing he could do. He couldn't be blamed for not completing the task. Until this time when he came to the East Sea again, he heard the name Kyle at the naval base in Rogue Town. He learned about what happened in Rogue Town recently from Enet. Garp immediately decided to invite this kid to the Navy, even if he had to catch him. It would be a waste if he didn't join the Navy with such strength. Don't wait until this kid becomes a pirate one day, it will be a big loss. Boy, if you have this ability, why don't you join the Navy? I can guarantee that you will at least be a general officer in the future. Are you serious? Kyle thought that the old man was joking with him before, but now it doesn't look like a joke. Of course, I'm too lazy to coax a little guy like you. What do you think? Do you want to join the Navy? Garp moved his wrists, and there was a crackling sound of twisting joints. He looked at Kyle with a smile. Kyle was speechless. This old guy really has personality. This threat is full. But Kyle will not be scared so easily. He waved his hand without thinking and gave an answer. I refuse. Garp gave a thumbs up. You have personality. You know my name and still refuse. It's really disrespectful. It just so happens that I also want to see your strength in person. Hearing this, Kyle's expression suddenly became serious. Garp, the old guy, has always had a weird personality. He is definitely not joking when he says he will fight. He may not kill me, but he will beat me up. He knows how the third young master of Windmill Village spent his childhood. Leah, who was standing by, was still thinking about where she had seen this man. She frowned and didn't pay any attention to the weird atmosphere at the scene. Suddenly, Leah clapped her hands and remembered where she had seen this man. I remember it. This voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. I don't understand what's going on. Leah pointed at Garp and said. I've seen you in the newspaper. It seems that you and another navy defeated the pirate Golden Lion. What's your name? Well, by the way, it seems to be Garp. Kyle and the others held their foreheads speechlessly. You just remembered it now. It's really hard for you. Garp laughed. Wow, ha ha ha, you are quite interesting, little girl. You even know about the defeat of Golden Lion. What do you think? Do you think I am very powerful? Do you want to join the Navy? Maybe you will have such strength in the future. Uncle, you look really strong, but you have to ask Kyle whether to join the Navy. Leah shook her head. She didn't have any idea where to go, as long as Kyle and her sister were there. It didn't matter where she went. Now, Leah slowly drew the long sword behind her and looked directly at Garp, her eyes full of fighting spirit. I want to see how strong the person who can defeat a great swordsman like Golden Lion is. Kyle's face turned black immediately. This girl is really not afraid of anything. Challenging Garp is definitely giving away her life. Luli reached out to pull Leah back. At this time, the situation was unclear, and the specific purpose of the Navy in front of her was not clear. It was too impulsive to challenge him rashly. Seeing this scene, Garp suddenly became interested. I was focusing on Kyle just now, and didn't pay much attention to these little girls. Now I looked carefully perception, found that the two women carrying swords were not bad. Especially now this one who wanted to challenge himself. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that in this place in the East China Sea, you, a little girl, actually mastered the domineering power. Wow, ha ha ha, interesting. Of course, I want to become the world's strongest swordsman. Leah was ready for the battle at this time. She wanted to see how big the gap was between her and a swordsman like Golden Lion. Since this Navy uncle needs to join forces with others to defeat Golden Lion, his strength is probably about the same as Golden Lion. If he can't challenge Golden Lion, then he probably won't be able to challenge him. Garp patted his clothes and stood up. It's a good dream. I accept your challenge. I hope you can surprise me. Garp looked at Kyle and others next to him. Boy, and you little girls, come on together, let me see your strength. If you are too weak, then follow me back to the Navy, and I will not show mercy. You are a Navy after all, it's not good to threaten us legal citizens like this. Besides, there are so many people on the sea, and the Navy doesn't need a few of us. Kyle tried to stop the old guy from making trouble. He also pulled Leah back behind him. It's too early to face a strong man like Garp now. He doesn't want to be beaten, and he doesn't want to be caught and become a Navy. And this period of time is when the Corgi incident is in the limelight. Kyle wants to keep a low profile. There are no people here anyway, even if I did something, no one knows. Garp had a rogue expression, clearly not wanting to reason. Kyle sighed helplessly. His luck is really bad. He actually hit this old man who likes to play rogue. It seems that there is no way not to fight a game. At worst, he will be beaten, just as a temporary extra training. If it doesn't work, just run away with a few people. If you want to run, even Garp can't stop you. No longer stop Leah, who is eager to try. It seems that we can't hide today. Everyone, get ready for the battle. This guy is very powerful. Take the sword behind you and put it aside, stretch your body a little to get ready for the battle. Luli also draws the sword. Stand on both sides of Kyle with Leah. Chunye picked up Kyle's weapon and quickly retreated to a distance. She knew very well that she needed to stay away from the current battle. Moreover, she didn't need to be too close to the opponent to use her ability. Boy, you seem to be a swordsman, right? Now you don't use weapons. Are you underestimating me too much? Garp said. Don't get me wrong, I just want to try how strong the legendary Navy hero is. As long as you don't mind so many of us fighting you alone. Kyle's voice was full of excitement. And, I also want to see how strong I am now. For so long, Kyle has never really fought with a strong man, whether it was Koshiro of Shimotsuki Village or Akainu in Corgi. After 10 years of training, his physique has changed a lot. If he wasn't afraid of any accidents, Kyle would have wanted to try Akainu in Corgi. It's a good opportunity to meet Garp now. No need to worry about accidents. Well, at least he won't be beaten to death. The next moment, Kyle disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had raised his fist and pointed it at Garp's face. Bang! There was a loud noise. Garp was blown away by a punch before he could react. 2 flying slashes followed in the air. Hit Garp, who was smashed out of the beach. Without giving Garp extra reaction time, Kyle controlled himself to approach quickly. Armament hockey covered his limbs and important parts of his body. His fists smashed into Garp in the pit like a storm. The rumbling sound continued, and the ground seemed to tremble. Speed is strength. Kyle's physique was not weak to begin with. According to the teaching method in the booklet, no matter who it was, he would need to use various weapons to hammer his body all day long. His physique would become like a monster. And his devil fruit ability was best at precise control. Kyle can now use his ability to absolutely control his body. How fast his own perception is, how fast his body moves. With his current physique, there is no need to worry about the body being unable to withstand the speed. In addition, there were 2 girls, Luli and Leah, attacking from both sides. In just a blink of an eye, Garp was attacked countless times. I say, kid, stop it for me. Garp, who was stunned, felt the pain coming from his body. He also understood that he had underestimated his opponent. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, and he threw a punch, with a loud bang. Fist the head blasted a big hole in the ground. The surrounding dust was everywhere. At this time, Kyle and the other 2 had already retreated far away. The terrifying punch just now did not hurt them at all. Bogart, who was not far away, had a serious look in his eyes. What a fast speed, what kind of ability is this? And those 2 women, this move, wow, 2 such young swordsmen. At first, he didn't care much about these people. In his opinion, these people are so young, no matter how strong they are, it won't be too outrageous. But now it seems that he has misjudged them. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. The whole person of the young man seemed to disappear, and only a trace of afterimage could be seen vaguely. Even if you use the observation hockey, it is difficult to catch up with his speed. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Garp walked out of it in a mess. His clothes were torn and his face and body were covered with blood. But there was no visible wound. Bogart was shocked. He rushed forward. Vice Admiral Garp, are you okay? My goodness, there is so much blood, are those 3 young men so powerful? Garp waved his hand. What can happen to me? It's just a little nosebleed. He wiped the blood from his nose. Are you sure it's just nosebleed? Bogart was shocked. With this amount of blood, it doesn't look like nosebleed. Garp also looked at his body carefully at this time. He was also a little stunned. Ah, this. He touched his nose, it was not too serious, why did he bleed so much? And why did he feel cold, as if something bad was going to happen to him? But he didn't care. Probably because he had eaten too well recently and had too much nutrition. This was caused by Kyle's punch at the beginning. At that time, Kyle's attack came too fast, and Garp didn't have time to use the armed color defense, and he caught the punch with his face. But this attack was nothing to Garp. Garp was really a little shocked. Wahahaha, Kid, I really underestimated you. I'm afraid I can't do that speed just now. I want to tie you to the Navy more and more now. Not to mention that the three of them can use hockey. This kid named Kyle is not only fast, but also has a different hockey. Obviously, hockey is not too strong, but it almost caused him a big trouble just now. The kind of hockey that directly attacks the inside. If it weren't for the fast enough defense, Garp would have doubted whether he would be hit silly by that blow just now. He reached out and wiped the nosebleed that suddenly flowed. A terrifying hockey burst out of his body. Good boy, I was wondering why the nosebleed couldn't stop. It turned out that you did it. Just after this hockey was released, the nosebleed that kept flowing suddenly stopped. Tisk, you are worthy of being Vice Admiral Garp. Your strength is really amazing. Kyle shook his head with some regret. I wanted to give Garp a hard blow before he could react, but the result was just a nosebleed. But it was enough to make him bleed. At this time, I could control the blood flow in Garp's body to speed up, and then there would be the exaggerated amount of blood lost before. But when he reacted, this trick was useless. What an interesting ability. I'm going to get serious next time. You three kids, don't let me down. Garp didn't dare to underestimate these people at this time. It was probably because he had lost too much blood and his head was a little dizzy. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. His domineering aura was released instantly. The terrifying aura swept across the entire beach, and even the sea surface was rippling. Let you taste the iron fist that I love. Garp stepped on his feet, and the ground collapsed. Taking advantage of the momentum, the whole person shot out like a cannonball. A punch hit the place where Kyle and others were standing. Garp's punch was terrifying, like a meteorite falling. The ground was shaking. A simple punch directly created a 10-meter-long pit. Hey, the kid's reaction is pretty fast. In Garp's perception, the three little guys had already run out of the position where he attacked. He didn't hold back on that punch just now, just to see how fast the kid was. Kyle released his observation hockey at full power at this time. The old man's aura was a bit scary at this time. If he was hit, he would probably not be able to withstand it. So when Garp took action, he hurriedly took the two women away for a long distance. Chapter 96. Kyle, who was originally thinking about testing his current physical skills, immediately threw away this dangerous idea. If this guy is hit, it will not be a matter of bruises and reds, he will be disabled if not dead. You old man are really shameless. You actually used all your strength to deal with us kids. Do you really want to kill us? Kyle cursed. Wahahaha, I'm really sorry. Garp laughed heartily and moved his fist towards Kyle. He didn't use his full strength to deal with a few young people. Even if Kyle and his friends didn't dodge just now, he would have held back. There is no hatred between the two sides. If they really fight, how can they send these people to the Navy? Boy, use your full strength and don't hide your devil fruit ability, otherwise you will die if you are not careful. Then I hope Vice Admiral Garp will give me more advice. Kyle flashed and rushed over with his fist raised. Come on. Garp was highly focused at this time, and his observation hockey was also used to the extreme. The speed displayed by Kyle was too fast. If he was not serious, he would not be able to react at all. This speed reminded Garp of the flash ability user in the Navy who was also good at speed. I don't know what ability this kid has. It's okay to be able to fly, but his speed is even on par with that kid, and he also has the ability to control blood just now. This time Kyle wanted to sneak attack like before, but unfortunately he still underestimated Garp's strength. His full strength attack could not cause any damage to Garp. And Garp was noticed as soon as his fist touched him. A wide palm was directly blown over. Kyle's reaction was also very fast, and his body retreated to the side. However, the next moment, a huge fist hit him firmly. Boy, today I will tell you what a real fight is. The power of the devil fruit is not omnipotent. Kyle immediately flew out like a cannonball, passing through the woods and hitting the hillside. Kyle. Brother Kyle. The situation happened too quickly, and the three women didn't react before they saw Kyle flying out. All looked anxious. Chunye and Luli hurried forward to check. Leah held the sword wrapped in domineering and rushed towards Garp, her eyes full of murderous intent. The shave in the 6 styles was activated instantly, and she was in front of Garp in the blink of an eye. The sword in her hand chopped down mercilessly. "Old man, you dare to hurt Kyle." The smile on Garp's face was stunned. "I didn't expect that you, a little girl, actually mastered the shave in the 6 styles. Interesting." The armed color domineering covered both hands, and the fists and the long sword collided directly. With Garp's strength, Leah is no match at all. She felt that what she hit was not a fist, but a piece of extremely hard steel. Even her hands were numb from the shock. "It's really surprising that you, a little girl, actually mastered the armament color cover." Garp was a little surprised at this time. Not only did they know the 6 styles, they all mastered hockey, and they didn't look like the newcomers who had just mastered hockey. It's obviously been a while. Are the newcomers so terrifying now? It's no wonder that they can kill so many pirates with such strength. But the question is, how could there be so many little monsters in the East China Sea? It's very difficult to learn these things if no one teaches them. Besides, there is no one in the East China Sea who can teach them. If the Navy hadn't investigated the identities of these people, Garp would have suspected that these people were talents secretly cultivated by a certain force. With his right hand in a claw shape, he grabbed the long sword and said with a smile, "Little girl, where did you learn this trick?" Leah ignored him completely. The old man in front of him was very powerful, and he was worthy of being able to defeat such a great swordsman. It seemed that his current strength was still too weak, and he still had a long way to go before he could become a great swordsman. He tried to retract the sword, but unfortunately the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the long sword seemed to have been fixed and could not be moved at all. "If you like this sword, then I will give it to you." Leah no longer entangled in weapons. Her legs kicked out several times in a row. Storm kick. Kicked out one after another. Her hands were not idle either. Her middle finger and index finger were put together to form a sword finger, covered with armed color. Tuyong finger. The 2 fingers pierced straight out, aiming at the fatal positions such as Garp's eyes and heart. With the ability of perspective, she could clearly see where Garp's body was weak. The magical thing was that although it was pointing at a gun, it could fire an attack like a slashing wave. This move was taught to her by Kyle. Since the feet can kick out an attack like a slash, why can't the fingers? The name was of course given by Kyle. "Oh, it's the 6 styles again, and it's an improved one. But little girl, your attack is really fierce." Garp held the abandoned sword. A few slaps dispersed the incoming slash. The 6 styles were used so skillfully, it seems that at least several years of hard training have been done. Leah was very clear about the gap between the 2 sides, and retreated at a high speed after a few attacks. Turned around and rushed to the place where Kyle fell. It would be good if the attack succeeded, but it didn't matter if it didn't. The most urgent thing is to see how Kyle is doing. Looking at the evacuated girl, Garp did not choose to chase. Instead, he asked Bogart. "It seems that the Navy's investigation is not accurate enough. Children of ordinary merchants don't have such strength." Bogart remained silent. That was all the information he had found out, and he had no idea what went wrong. On the hill not far away, a large human-shaped hole appeared in the middle. Kyle climbed out of it, holding his waist. Oh my god, that old bastard Garp was really cruel. "Kyle, are you okay?" The 2 girls came running over at this time. Seeing that Kyle had no injuries, they were relieved. They were scared just now. It was the first time they saw Kyle so embarrassed. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Kyle shook off the dust on his body. Garp's attack just now was obviously reserved, otherwise it wouldn't just hurt. Kyle not only didn't hate such an attack, but he liked it very much. At this time, he looked like he had discovered a new world. The method in the training booklet is to use the body to withstand attacks every day, but as the physique becomes stronger and stronger, ordinary attacks are unlikely to be effective. It is best to have someone with a strong-armed color domineering as the attacker. Although Luli and the others have made good progress in their domineering skills, it is a pity that they are still not enough for Kyle's training. It happened that he met Garp today, and Kyle didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. You all just watch, I will deal with the old man alone, Kyle said to the three women. The three women shook their heads. Kyle was obviously not Garp's opponent, how could he be left alone at this time? Kyle also understood their concerns and immediately expressed his own ideas. After listening, Leah nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, the old man really didn't use his full strength, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed me to attack just now. A fast one can hit Kyle, and his speed is obviously not enough. The attack just now was so smooth probably because Garp didn't care much. When the three returned to the beach, Garp was sitting by the fire eating barbecue. The tattered clothes were replaced with new ones, and the blood on his body was washed clean. Leah's sword was also placed aside. Hey, I didn't find you, you're still pretty tough. You didn't get hurt after being hit by my punch. Hee hee, Kyle didn't say anything, could it be that he had to thank the old bastard for showing mercy? If he hadn't thought about whether he could take the opportunity to exercise, he would have run away with a few people. Garp said. Do you want to fight? If not, come back to the Navy with me. I'm in a hurry. Fight, of course I have to fight. I haven't lost yet, Kyle said with high morale. Okay, it seems that you are not convinced. Garp clapped his hands and stood up. In the following battle, Kyle did not pursue speed too much, but competed with Garp in physical skills normally. Of course, the result is predictable. If he didn't use his ability, Kyle would basically just get beaten. At first, Garp was a little strange. He performed quite well at the beginning, but why did he suddenly become lame now? But as time went on, Garp also had more appreciation. In a short time, Kyle had been knocked out countless times. But every time he would get up and rush towards Garp. He also had many wounds on his body, and his face was red and swollen from being punched. The three women felt distressed when they saw this scene. They didn't understand what Kyle was doing. This was not a fight at all, he was just going to get beaten. When Kyle staggered back to the battlefield again, Garp said with a smile. What do you think I am, a training instructor? He could see that Kyle was not fighting with him, but was clearly using him to sharpen himself. But this kid's physique is really outrageous. If it were someone else of his age, it would be great if he could take a punch from him. But this kid took dozens of punches and his body was still fine. This physique is not bad at all, even if I estimate it at this age, it can't compare. Kyle sat on the ground, grabbed the barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that he was almost at his limit and needed to rest and recover. His body might not be able to bear it. At this time, Kyle felt severe pain all over his body, and his hands holding the barbecue were shaking. Hee hee, we are in a very serious battle. I don't understand what you are talking about. Besides, Vice Admiral Garp, you won't be angry about this. You kid. Garp was a little speechless. This kid seemed to be sure that he would not really do anything to him, and he looked completely fearless. Logically, he should be happy. The first idea was to beat this kid up and then take him back to the Navy. Now Kyle was indeed beaten up, but Garp felt very awkward. This kid seemed to have some special hobby. He was obviously being beaten, but he seemed very happy. After eating half of the roasted sea beast meat in one breath, Kyle felt that he was alive again. Except for the pain in his body, everything else was fine. Kyle stood up and said, Vice Admiral Garp, let's continue. Garp's expression was tangled, and his expression when looking at Kyle was a little strange. Boy, tell me the truth, do you have any special hobbies? What? Kyle didn't react for a while. Garp thought for a while and said, "It's the kind of hobby that gets excited when being beaten. If you really have this hobby, I can introduce you to someone with the same interest, and I guarantee you will like it." Kyle's face was dark. What is this old guy thinking? But think about it, it's normal for Garp to think so. How can a normal person like to be beaten? I'm normal, and I don't have any special hobbies. I can't accept your kindness. Huh, is that so? It's a pity, Garp said with some suspicion. The three women on the side also looked at Kyle in surprise. Chunyi looked gossipy and whispered in Luli's ear. "Sister Luli, does brother Kyle really have that hobby? Do you guys usually do something exciting?" Luli said uncertainly, "Probably not." She remembered that Kyle's training method was very special, and she didn't know if this counted. "By the way, what exciting things should we do?" Luli asked doubtfully. Chunyi smiled evilly and said mysteriously, "Like what is described in those comics." She talked about some things she saw in comics in Luli's ear. After listening, Luli was speechless. What the hell was going on? Chunyi had already fallen into fantasy. She was a little excited when she thought about the three of them doing something exciting in private. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Kyle's face was full of black lines. He slapped Chunyi on the forehead. Children should read less weird books. If she keeps talking nonsense, her reputation will be ruined. Chunyi was full of grievances, and she covered her forehead and said aggrievedly, "Isn't this what the Navy uncle said? I just want to improve myself through fighting, not any special hobbies." Kyle directly stated the reason. He didn't want to be misunderstood by others. And the old bastard Garp, I really want to beat him up. Spreading rumors for no reason, almost ruined his reputation. That's really a pity. Garp looked regretful. He remembered that there was a little girl with special hobbies in the city of Push, and he was thinking about whether he could use this to seduce this kid to join the Navy. It seems that this way is not feasible. But Garp thought about it and thought of a good way. "Since you want to become stronger, why don't you just become my disciple, and I will teach you personally?" This proposal made Kyle feel moved instantly. Garp's personal teaching is a rare opportunity. With his teaching of physical skills, my strength will definitely increase in the future. But Kyle still shook his head. "Forget it. I like freedom and don't want to join the Navy. I like freedom more than strength. At most, I can practice slowly by myself, and sooner or later I will become strong." "Do you have any misunderstandings about the Navy?" Garp asked with a strange look on his face. "How come the Navy sounds like a prison from this kid's mouth? Why is the Navy not free? Look at me, I can do whatever I want, even the old guy Sengoku can't control me." Garp said this with full confidence. Bogart, who was listening, wanted to complain. "You are the only one in the entire Navy who is so special. If it weren't for Marshal Sengoku's understanding and close friend, who would allow you to be so different?" Haha, Kyle didn't comment on Garp's words. "If it's really that good, why do you always refuse to become a general?" Chapter 97. Garp was stunned. He didn't expect to be asked this. Why did he refuse to become an admiral? It's because he didn't want to be commanded by those annoying celestial dragons. It's so good to be a vice admiral now. He obeys the Navy and the celestial dragons can't control him. Since this kid asked this, it seems that he knows all this. Garp was still a little surprised by this. Logically speaking, this kid has never come into contact with celestial dragons. Today, celestial dragons have a good reputation outside. The world government basically promotes positive information. Most people still respect those world nobles. But the kid in front of him seems to be very repulsive to this. This question, haha, you don't look like a quiet person. You were wrong. I just don't want to be asked by others to do things I don't want to do. Kyle said so. Kyle knew that he would often see some unpleasant things after joining the Navy. With his personality, it is impossible to pretend not to see them. If he really wants to do something, he obviously doesn't have the ability with his strength. In this case, it is better to stay away from it from the beginning. Garp felt that it was necessary to correct this kid's idea. His words sounded like the Navy existed for those world borers. The Navy does have some problems, but most of them are still good. There is no need to deny the entire Navy because of some problems. Besides, your family is not short of money. It is impossible that you caught so many pirates just for the bounty. After all, you have justice in your heart. For ordinary people, Garp really doesn't want to say so much. If it weren't for this kid's strong strength, he didn't do anything bad, and he also caught a lot of pirates. Garp really didn't want to let go of such a good face of the Navy. Kyle nodded. I agree with you. I still respect most people in the Navy. But it doesn't mean I have to join. What everyone wants to do will not change because of his different position. Even if I don't join the Navy, I will still be justice-oriented, which does not affect my catching pirates. At this time, Kyle seemed to be radiating light. The three women looked at him with burning eyes. They didn't expect Kyle to have such a side. Kyle said this with a righteous tone, but only he knew that this was pure nonsense. What justice? Kyle doesn't care about this thing. Most pirates don't bother to deal with him as long as they don't provoke him, or they just catch a few unlucky guys when they are short of money. Kyle doesn't think he is so noble. What he wants is freedom, not to be bound by justice. For example, if he was in Garp's position, he wouldn't consider the justice behind him during the war. Nothing can compare to family. If he wasn't afraid that Garp, the old bastard, would think that he was not ideologically conscious enough, Kyle really didn't want to say such things. Anyway, there is no harm in talking about it, and Garp doesn't know whether it is true or not. Garp doesn't know that Kyle is talking nonsense, he just thinks this kid is very good. He has strength and a heart for justice. Isn't this the talent the Navy needs? It's a pity that this kid doesn't like celestial dragons like himself. Otherwise, the Navy would definitely have added another general. Garp looked regretful, secretly cursing those world nobles in his heart. In that case, I won't force it. I just hope that what you said is true. Of course, there is no need for me to lie to you. Kyle patted his chest and promised. He was relieved. As long as Garp didn't want to capture him to the Navy, everything would be fine. You are already very strong. Why do you still want to become stronger? Garp suddenly asked. From the beginning, this kid didn't fight him seriously. The swordsman didn't use the sword, but came to compete with him in physical skills. This is clearly using himself as a whetstone. The strength of this kid in front of him is top-notch even in the Grand Line. Kyle didn't use his ability much just now, but Garp could feel that his ability must be good. Just that move that almost made him bleed, most people can't stand it. If I wasn't so domineering, I might have fallen. With that ability and this monster-like physique, I think he can make it to the New World. Kyle spread his hands. There are so many powerful people on the sea, I dare not say that I am strong, and I have been beaten just now, so my strength is still too poor. Ahahaha, interesting boy, Garp laughed heartily. If those newcomers in the Navy heard you say this, they would probably team up to beat you up. The more Garp looked at this kid, the more he liked him. He was powerful, righteous, and humble. He was just too humble, but he was also very good. I don't know what's going on. Since you want to sharpen me, I'll play with you. Bogart whispered in Garp's ear. Vice Admiral Garp, your vacation won't last long. If you delay, it will be over when you return to Windmill Village. They had already wasted a lot of time on the way, and now they were delayed here again. He couldn't understand why Garp wanted to teach a kid who was not a Navy. Wasn't he afraid that this kid would cause trouble on the sea in the future? Garp waved his hand indifferently. Just report to Sengoku that I'm investigating Corgia. It's reasonable to extend the vacation for a while. Bogart was speechless. What could he do? He was just an adjutant. No matter what Garp said, he could only report it this way. It was none of his business whether the marshal believed it or not. Garp spoke a lot, and Kyle and the others heard it. They were all a little nervous. Good guy, this investigation really found the right place, the culprit is right in front of you. Seeing the strange faces of several people, Garp didn't care. The news of Korkia is no longer a secret, and these little guys probably know this news. It is normal for his expression to change after a celestial dragon died. Garp clenched his fists and stood up with a smile. Boy, your physical skills are actually not bad, but you lack combat experience. I will not show mercy next time. Kyle nodded seriously and prepared for the battle. Then thank you for your guidance, old man. The two of them fought in an instant, and the sound of fists and flesh colliding could be heard. Looking at the two people, Leah said in confusion. It was obviously an enemy just now, why is it like this now? Just now she saw the old man beat Kyle violently with her own eyes, and wanted to go up to help, but was stopped by Luli. Chun-Yi said mysteriously. Hee, Sister Leah, Brother Kyle seems to have a special hobby, but he said he was training, and he didn't know what it was specifically. Anyway, you don't have to worry about it. Luli laughed and tapped his forehead. You are just talking nonsense, Kyle will definitely not let you go when he hears it. Hee, then Sister Luli, you have to keep it a secret for me. Chun-Yi hugged Luli's arm directly. 5 days passed in a flash. During this time, Garp has been staying in Rogue Town. At the beginning, he really wanted to guide Kyle's practice. But the nature changed later. It was still the same beach, but there was a dog-headed warship not far away. In order to make it more convenient, Garp directly asked someone to drive the warship over. Eat, rest and so on the warship. In the restaurant on the warship, several people sat around the table, which was filled with various foods. Ka pu fang sha yi jing kong la de kan pan shuo dao. Chun yi xiao ya tu, nage kao ru zai lai shi fen, bu, zai lai shi fen. Hao lei, da shu. Zhou wei de yi xie hai bing yi jin yu wei de pin chong jie mei shi. Yi ming hai bing shen chu she tu zhang pan ztn de gan jing. Yu xie yi yu wei jin de shuo dao. Chun yi xiao jia de chu yi jen li hai, bai chu feng li na xie jia huo li hai duola. Jie hua dun shi yin chi bu xiao ren fue. Chun yi xiao jia yao shi nang jia ru hai jun ju haola. Na yang de hua mei tian ju nang kai dao jie mei wei de shi wu. Shi a, ke shi chun yi xiao jia jie mi hao de chu yi la. Wei, ni men jie bang jia hu oba tai guo fen. Chun yi ke shi wo men de chu shi. Shei do bu nang cheng zo, xiao xin wo zo ni men. Liya na jie da gu ru chi hu da hu dao. Aiya, liya xiao jia ba jie mi shang ma. Bu xiao hai bing dun shi yi ge duo suo. Wei shang chi yi xie bu hao de shi. It was this girl who challenged everyone on the warship a few days ago. At first, many people thought about holding back a little, as it would be shameful to tell others that they bullied a girl. But in the end, except for Vice Admiral Garp and Colonel Bogart, no one on the warship could withstand a single blow. Looking back, many people had a shadow in their hearts. They didn't expect that the seemingly weak girl was so strong. Many people were ashamed. These days, Kyle and his friends ate and drank on the warship, and Chunya's superb cooking skills were also praised by everyone. The strength of Luli and Leah was also recognized by everyone. As for Kyle, it goes without saying that he was a young man trained by Vice Admiral Garp himself. At the table, Garp held a wine bowl and said, "Boy, the training ends today. I have been here long enough, and it's time to leave. Thank you for your teaching these days." Kyle saluted very seriously. He has benefited a lot these days more. Although the time is not long, the training results are extremely significant. Although Garp is sometimes unreliable, he is still very good at teaching people. You have good qualifications. I don't know where you learned those weird physical skills. If the strength is the same, I guess even I can't be your opponent. Garp said with some emotion. After a few days, he clearly felt the improvement of this kid's strength. The role of physical skills, practical skills, and even more outrageous is that the domineering is also much stronger. The two of them competed in pure physical skills. At the beginning, I could easily defeat this kid, but now it takes a long time to defeat him. Isn't all your credit, otherwise I can't improve so fast. Okay, no need to thank you, you kid, just remember what you said before, if you do something bad, I will be the first to not forgive you. Garp looked serious. In the end, he didn't know whether it was good or bad to teach Kyle. It doesn't matter whether he becomes a navy or not, I just hope that this kid won't become a pirate. Don't worry, I won't let you down, Kyle promised. After dinner, the warship left Rogue Town. Before leaving, Garp asked Kyle for 20 million Baileys. There was no way, they had been eating and drinking on the warship for the past few days, and they were almost broke. They didn't bring much capital when they came out, and after Kyle and the others ate it, they basically ran out of money. Kyle was a little embarrassed about this. The warship stopped for him, and it wasted their time, and it also ate a lot of their food. It would be unreasonable not to pay some money. Kyle waved his hand and directly took out 50 million Baileys. Garp didn't refuse. If he didn't take the money, he would be a fool. Anyway, this is not bribery. It's normal to teach this kid for a few days and charge some tuition. Looking at the warships in the distance, Luli asked, Kyle, is it over? She was asking about the troubles of several people. These days, she has been worried that what Korkia and the others did would be exposed. At that time, Vice Admiral Garp would probably not be so good-natured. It should be over, you don't have to worry, even if the old guy finds out, it's okay, I still have confidence in taking you away. Kyle hugged Luli and comforted her. From the beginning, Kyle rarely used his ability to fight Garp, just because he didn't want him to doubt himself. Garp doesn't look very reliable at ordinary times, but after all, he is still free and easy at such an old age, he is not a fool. Even if the news also said that what happened in Korkia was done by Golden Lion, there has been no trace of Golden Lion for so long. Maybe someone will suspect it. If the same ability as Golden Lion is used at this time, it will definitely make people suspicious. Luli leaned on Kyle and nodded. Yeah, I believe you. On the warship leaving Rogue Town, Bogart handed a piece of information to Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, take a look at this information. What the hell? Garp took a few pieces of paper in confusion and found that the information on it was about one person. Dean, the crew member of Kyle, what's the problem? It's not illegal to build a ship in Rogue Town. It was Dean's information that was recorded on it. During this period, Bogart went to carefully investigate the information about Kyle and others. This also included Dean, the new member. That's not the problem. Bogart pointed to one of the information and said. Michel Dean, the identity as the eldest prince of the Kingdom of Kogia, Vice Admiral Garp, isn't this too coincidental? It's normal for Bogart to think so. Not long after such a big event happened in Kogia, according to the intelligence of the world government, all the people in Kogia have been killed by the Golden Lion. Now the prince of this country actually appeared here, which has to arouse people's suspicion. Haha, what an interesting guy. Garp crumpled the information in his hand into a ball and threw it into the sea. It's probably a survivor of Corgi, don't worry too much, ha 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 ha, I hope this kid won't let me down. Chapter 98. Port of Rogue Town. After more than 10 days, Kyle and his crew finally finished their ship. Early in the morning, Kyle and his crew came to a remote dock in the port. Looking at Dean, who looked excited, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. Dean had changed a lot after just a few days. His hair was messy, he was dirty, and he had big dark circles under his eyes. If you didn't know, you would think he was a refugee from somewhere. How long have you not rested, kid? Didn't we say that we should combine work and rest? We are not in a hurry. Kyle patted Dean's shoulder speechlessly. This guy doesn't have to work so hard. I'm really afraid that he will die suddenly. Kyle originally planned a month of shipbuilding time, but Dean finished it in more than 10 days. At this time, Dean looked particularly haggard, but his spirit was extremely excited. "Captain, I'm just thinking about building the ship as soon as possible. Besides, I haven't slept for a few days, which is not a big problem. Go and have a rest first. Don't get into any trouble, you are more important than the ship," Kyle persuaded. Dean waved his hand indifferently. "I'm fine, Captain, don't worry. Let's not talk about this for now, Captain, I'll take you to visit our new ship first." Dean didn't have the heart to rest at this time. He completed the task assigned by the captain as expected. "Now I don't know if everyone likes this ship. If there are any shortcomings, they can be corrected." Okay, Kyle couldn't beat him, and he had no choice. Dean led a few people to the depths of the dock. Not long after, an extremely luxurious ship came into the eyes of several people. The hull is black and white. The overall structure has not changed much, but the buildings on both sides of the ship have been adjusted. The design is quite modern, just like the luxury cruise ships seen in the previous life. The 4 tall masts are arranged in a line, and the sails are now in a retracted state. "Captain, don't look at this ship as big, but it has a big difference, that is, it does not need too many people to operate it." Dean stood under the ship and introduced it. "For example, these 10 thrusters under the hull." Dean pointed to the 10 cylindrical objects built around the bottom of the ship. "Why?" Kyle was curious. He had seen this thing before. This ship had it before, but there were only 2 at the beginning, which could only increase the speed of the ship. Dean said with great pride. "I call this thing a thruster, 5 in front and 5 in the front. Add compressed air to it, so that even if there is no sail on the ship, it can't travel freely, and it can even take off and fly. I used several processed pipes to connect them together, and injecting compressed air and controlling the ship can be done in the control room on the ship." This ship hasn't flown yet. The 3 women were all surprised. It was the first time they heard that a ship could fly. Of course, Dean looked proud. This was his masterpiece that he was proud of. Kyle was really a little shocked. This guy is really a design genius. This thing is similar to the jet plane in the previous life. The difference is that it is a ship now. Using compressed air as power, Dean is a perfect power source. According to him, this ship can be driven by 1 person in the future, which is really convenient. This ship is comparable to the Arc Maxim built by Enel. Dean was very satisfied with everyone's expressions and then introduced. "This is just part of it. In addition to power and sturdiness, this ship is also equipped with 10 cannons designed by myself." Dean took a few people into the ship's hold. The position of the cannon is the same as most ships, on both sides and at the bow and stern. In fact, Kyle wanted to say that with the strength of several people, it doesn't matter whether there are cannons on the ship or not. Anyway, what can be solved by cannons can be solved by hand, and it is more convenient. However, seeing that Dean was working so hard, Kyle still held back and didn't say anything. In Dean's explanation, these cannons are indeed unique. The shells can be fired without gunpowder, and the power source is also compressed air. And the power is no worse than ordinary shells. Looking at these cannons, Kyle suddenly had a good idea. What if this doesn't fire shells, but fires objects compressed by Dean, such as compressing a large stone into the size of a shell, and then releasing the power after firing it? That crisis is much better than shells. You still need to find someone to buy shells, but you can get stones from any island. Think about it, other people's ships fire shells, but their ships fire small islands. The power can be imagined. Since cannons can do this, can guns? That's fine. Kyle immediately proposed his idea. Dean thought it was a good idea and took out a booklet to record it. Dean then took a few people to see other places. The whole ship is divided into 4 floors. The first floor below is the hold just now, which can basically be regarded as a warehouse, used to store some food and other items. The first floor is connected to the deck, with a kitchen and some entertainment areas. The second floor is the room where everyone lives, as well as some work areas. For example, the infirmary that Luli wants is on the second floor. The hundreds of houses in the past have been demolished, and now only 20 rooms are left. Looking at the luxuriously decorated houses, the three girls are the most excited. Dean said, "The houses are designed according to everyone's original proposals. See if there are any deficiencies. All the furniture in the house has been arranged, and it is completely ready to move in." Luli and Leah are very satisfied with this. Although Leah said that they would live with the captain, Dean still built a separate room for them on this basis. The layout of the room is exactly the same as the house in Hongye village, which is also Luli's request. After all, the people on the ship are not very familiar with each other, and Luli is not very embarrassed to go and live with Kyle directly. Chunye saw such a luxurious room for the first time, and looked left and right. Are we going to live in a place like this in the future? Dean thought there was something wrong with the room and asked hurriedly. Chunye, what do you think is wrong? Let me see how to improve it. No, Chunye shook his head hurriedly. There is no problem, Dean, don't get me wrong. I'm just surprised to live in such a good room in the future. Since childhood, Chunye has lived in a simple place, and this is the first time he has seen such a luxurious place. His face couldn't hide the happiness. No problem, Dean smiled, and didn't think there was anything wrong with Chunye's reaction. Regarding the decoration of the ship, he asked several boatmen for their opinions. Dean said he was a shipwright, but he didn't have much experience, and he didn't have a clear idea of how to decorate the ship. The shipwrights in Rogue Town had good experience in this matter, and the advice they gave to Dean was to decorate the ship according to the standards of the nobles. Dean said, "Captain, considering that there may be new members on the ship in the future, I added some more rooms. If they are not enough, we can add more in the future." "These rooms are enough," Kyle said with satisfaction. He didn't want to set up a pirate group, so there was no need to recruit too many people on the ship. In Kyle's plan, it would be enough to have about 10 people on the ship. 20 rooms are more than enough. The third floor was designed as a training area, and some rooms were separated as leisure areas. It is also a good choice to see the scenery here after training. After looking at all the places, everyone was very satisfied. This ship is completely a luxury cruise ship. It can be said that everything has been considered. Except for the smaller size, there is basically no difference. It was just that Leah was a little unhappy about this, because there was no food court on the ship that she had been dreaming about. All the food appliances she bought were placed in the banquet hall. Kyle pinched her little face. "I will arrange a food court for you when there are more people." At this time, Dean said, "Captain, if we go out to sea, do we also need a name and flag of our own?" Luli also nodded. "This will be everyone's home in the future. Having your own title will make you feel more at home." Kyle agreed with their ideas. This does need to be considered, that is, how to name it, and how to design the flag. Kyle is a real name-giving waste, and this question really stumped him. Let's think about what name to give it together. Kyle threw the question out directly. "Brother Kyle, you are the captain, and you should give it to me," Chunye said seriously. Others also nodded in agreement. The name and flag represent the entire team, and only the captain can make such an important decision. "Well, how about you do it temporarily, and return it to me after the name is chosen?" Kyle said tentatively. "Of course not," everyone said in unison. Seeing their expressions, Kyle smiled awkwardly. "Hey, I'm just joking." After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's call the ship Red Leaf. We will be the Red Leaf Adventure Group in the future. As for the flag, we are not pirates, so the skull flag will definitely not work. Then let's use the red maple leaf as the logo. What do you think?" Kyle originally thought of some domineering and cool names, such as Freedom, Hope, etc. But he didn't think it was very good. After thinking about it, he decided to name it Red Leaf. Red Leaf Island is the first place where he came to this world, and it is also the most important place for him in this world. This name has a special meaning to him. No one has any objection to this, especially Luli and Leah. It is a happy thing to be named after my hometown. Since you have decided, Captain, I will arrange to make the flag as soon as possible. After deciding on the name and flag, Dean took out the booklet and handed it to Kyle. Captain, the whole ship cost about 1 billion Baileys in total. Here is the specific account, you can take a look. Dean's hands were shaking when he said the price of 1 billion. This is 1 billion, enough for everyone in Korkia to live for a long time. Now it has been spent in just over 10 days. I don't know if the captain will blame me for spending too much. Kyle waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. No need, I trust you to do the job. Quote. It cost 1 billion, which was still within Kyle's acceptable range. He had already planned to keep only 100 million, and now there were 500 million left. This is the good thing about this world. As long as you have strength, you will not lack money. There are so many pirates on the sea, and there is no need to talk about any laws with these people. Who doesn't like walking Bailey? If you are short of money, just go to places where there are many pirates. Kyle really doesn't care about hundreds of millions of Bailey. What's more, this is spent on the ship. The most important thing for sea travel is to be comfortable enough. Sailing on the sea is boring. If the living conditions are still poor, then going to sea is a living hell. Dean was very touched by the captain's trust in him. From the beginning, he kept a record of all the places where money was spent. Unexpectedly, the captain didn't care at all. This is complete trust in him. It's only been a short time since they got along. What virtues and abilities did he have to deserve the captain's trust? Captain, don't you blame me for spending too much? Dean asked carefully. What's the blame? Didn't I tell you to use it at will? Kyle didn't care. This money is not spent by Dean alone. The freezer door opened automatically, and several bottles of drinks flew into Kyle's hands. One person handed a bottle. Kyle then said, Little D, people only live for a few decades, you have to learn to enjoy, a little Bailey is nothing, just go and earn it. If you lose it, it's easy for you to make money with your ability. Dean felt that the captain's words seemed to make sense, but when he thought of his father, Felix and so many people, Dean felt very sorry for them. Everyone must be living a hard life now. Just experienced so many battles, and now he is forced to leave his hometown. As the prince of this country, he can't help anything, and now he is enjoying such a life. Are you worried about your father and them? Kyle asked. Dean nodded. I watched the news recently. The Navy launched a large-scale search in the East China Sea. It seems that they are looking for the mastermind of the Korgia incident and my father and others. I am a little worried. Kyle leaned back in his chair, gulped down several mouthfuls of ice beer, and then said, Will you blame me? After all, it was me who killed the celestial dragons, which caused you so much trouble. Maybe if I didn't kill the celestial dragons and those members of the world government and the Navy, this wouldn't have happened. Dean shook his head. No, I have never blamed you, Captain. If it weren't for you, Korgia would have been destroyed long ago. Now everyone is still alive. I am grateful for your help to us. And I respect you, Captain. If it were me, I would also choose to kill those guys. I have heard of the style of the celestial dragons. These guys will not be grateful for letting him go. On the contrary, it will lead to greater revenge. Kyle smiled appreciatively. He was very satisfied with the answer. He had indeed made the right choice. There is no point in worrying. Even if you go back now, you can't do anything. Since the invasion of Germa, the end of Korkia has been doomed. What you have to do now is to work hard to improve your strength. Only when you are strong enough can you help them. This is a world that speaks with strength. I will. Dean nodded firmly while holding the bottle. Seeing him like this, Kyle nodded with satisfaction. It is a good thing to have the motivation to become stronger, and it is worth it for helping him. Kyle intends to train him into a future warrior. How can he do without some pressure? Chapter 99. Kyle knew very well how powerful those big men in this world were. If he wanted to live a stable life, he would definitely not be able to do it without some self-protection power. His original intention of going to sea was indeed for tourism, but he also wanted to consider the future, at least to be able to deal with something that happened one day in the future. Okay, in fact, you don't have to worry too much. With the people of the Revolutionary Army, Korkia is not in any danger for the time being. Don't look at their poor performance at the time, that's because the enemy they faced was too powerful. If it doesn't work, I will help them find a safe place. Dean didn't understand what this meant. Could it be that the captain had any other plans? But he didn't ask. Everything still depends on your own strength. Kyle patted his shoulder. Don't think too much, you kid, go and rest first. You have been busy for so long, and you have worked hard. Dean nodded, and after hearing this, he also felt a strong sense of sleepiness. I didn't sleep for several days and persisted. Now that I have completed the task assigned by the captain, I can finally have a good rest. Early the next morning. The Red Leaf docked at the port early. A large red maple leaf pattern was painted on the huge sail. The whole ship looked extremely tall and majestic. It was far from the surrounding ships. Kyle and his team stayed in Rogue Town for a long time, and now it was time to go out to sea. The ship slowly left the port without causing a big commotion. Kyle was thinking about whether to say goodbye, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. There was no need. Unlike the Straw Hat Pirates leaving Rogue Town, Kyle and his team did not have a storm to see them off. The weather was sunny and windy all the way. Rogue Town was not far from the Upside Down Mountain. In just half a day, everyone saw the towering Red Earth continent. Wow, is this the so-called Red Earth continent? It's so high. Legend has it that the Red Earth continent is 10,000 meters high and surrounds the entire world. I don't know if it's true. Dean, who was steering the boat, said. Kyle was also shocked by the endless red high wall. I didn't think it was anything special when I read comics before, thinking it was just a taller wall. But it's another story when I see it with my own eyes. Even a 100-meter ship looks extremely small here. Huge things always give people a sense of powerlessness, and at the same time, they have to sigh at the magic of this world. It's much higher than Mount Everest in the previous life. More importantly, the Red Earth continent is vertically upward, like a high wall. The fact that the Red Earth continent can be seen means that the Upside Down Mountain is not far away. Not long after, everyone heard the sound of huge waves. A canyon of more than 100 meters can be seen from a distance. It's called a canyon, but compared with the vast Red Earth continent, it's more like an inconspicuous stream. The water on the sea surface flows upward to form a turbulent river, and the huge sound of waves also comes from here. A lot of ship fragments can be seen around. Is this the Upside Down Mountain? It's amazing. Luli, who has always been calm in the face of things, couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this is the first time I have seen the sea water flowing upstream, and I don't know what the principle is. Leah and Chunye also opened their mouths wide. At this time, Dean shouted, "The next water flow will be very turbulent, everyone be prepared. If you are not careful, the ship may hit the Red Earth continent." Although the Red Leaf has been specially modified by him and is much stronger than ordinary ships, you still have to be careful in the face of this situation. If you really hit the Red Earth continent, it will probably not be good. At first, he thought of relying on the propeller on the bottom of the ship to directly lift the ship into the air, so as to directly cross the Upside Down Mountain. But Dean gave up after feeling the height. The three girls held the fence tightly. At this time, the whole ship began to tilt. If it was not tight, it would probably roll from the bow to the stern. "Just drive with confidence, and leave the rest to me," Kyle said. "This novel feeling is really good. As for accidents, that is impossible." From a distance, the entrance to the Upside Down Mountain is very narrow, but when the ship actually enters, it is found that this road is extremely spacious. At least more than 200 meters. As the altitude increases, the water flow speed is still the same as the entrance. The difference is that a lot of white mist appeared in front of us. A lot of water mist stuck to the body, everyone's hair and clothes became wet, and the eyes were also stung by the water mist. Are we going to the sky? Chunyi held the mast tightly with both hands, and his eyes narrowed into a slit. He wanted to wipe the water drops on his face, but he was afraid of falling, so he could only bear it. Kyle said, "That's about the same. We should be at a few thousand meters now." Thousands of meters. Chunye was so upset after hearing that she hugged the mast like an octopus. With the addition of a lot of mist, the mast began to become slippery. Chunye looked at Luli beside her pitifully. "It's so high. I'll die if I fall down. Sister Luli, help me up, I can't hold on any longer." Luli smiled and grabbed Chunya's arm with one hand, holding the railing with the other hand. She was not affected at all. Leah was much bolder, and she even climbed to the top of the mast to look down, but all she saw was white. If she didn't use her observation hockey, she couldn't see anything clearly. Not long after, the Hongye followed the water flow to the top of the mountain. The water flow at the top of the mountain was no longer as turbulent as before. The water flow from all four seas converged here, colliding with each other, reducing the speed of the water flow. After the water from the sea converged, it all flowed to another river channel and poured into the Grand Line. The next moment, the ship was pushed into the river channel by 4 streams of water. The whole ship was briefly lifted into the air, and then it went down at a high speed. The water flow down was faster than the water flow up. Most of the pirate ships that entered the Grand Line also had accidents here. This canal not only depends on the strength of the ship, but also tests the driving skills of the helmsman. One careless mistake will result in the destruction of the ship and the death of people. Wow, so exciting. Leah, who was standing on the top of the mast, couldn't help but exclaimed. Chunyi's heart was beating fast, and she hung directly on Luli, looking down carefully. She felt very excited at the same time. Kyle had also experienced rafting in his previous life, but this time was the most exciting rafting he had ever experienced. It was really a good experience to rush down from a height of several thousand meters. I just don't know if Lab is blocking the entrance to the Grand Line now. We are almost at the sea surface, everyone be careful. At this time, Leah, who was the lookout, shouted a warning. What is that? Is it a mountain? Leah on the mast suddenly rubbed her eyes, and her observation color was released. Be careful, there is something at the exit, it seems like there is a mountain. No, it's a big fish. Big fish. Dean looked puzzled. A big fish shouldn't be surprising. But he still turned on the propellers at the bottom of the boat to slow down. When Kyle heard the big fish, he immediately knew that it was Labu blocking the way. In order to avoid colliding with the whale Labu, Kyle raised his right hand and used his ability to control the entire boat to get out of the water. Slow down and land. As the distance got closer, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Dean swallowed his saliva. Such a big fish, isn't it too outrageous? I finally understand why Leah said it was a mountain just now, and then a big fish. This really looks like a big fish, like a black mountain. Leah jumped onto the deck, holding Chunya's hand with excitement. Chunye, come and see if this big fish can be cooked. Cold sweat appeared on Chunya's forehead. Sister Leah, you are not kidding. Such a big fish, I'm afraid it can swallow us all in one bite. Don't worry about that, I'll go get rid of it first. Leah patted her chest, indicating that she would take care of the food. Kyle grabbed Leah's feet by the back of the neck. Be quiet, this fish can't be eaten. Kyle actually wanted to taste such a big whale, but Lab was already very pitiful, and it would be inhuman to think about eating meat. Why can't we eat it? Leah asked with a look of disappointment, flapping her limbs. Such a big fish is enough for us to eat for a long time, and I haven't eaten such a fish yet. The whale lab was hitting the red soil continent with its head, making painful hisses from time to time. Hey, what is this big fish doing? Why is it hitting the red soil continent? There are so many wounds on its head. Chun-Yi said curiously. The big whale below has already had dense scars on its head, with new and old wounds all over its head. It is looking for its companions, Kyle said. He immediately told everyone about Lab's story. After listening, Chun-Yi's eyes were full of tears. How pitiful. It has been waiting for its companions for decades. How sad it would be if it knew that all its companions were dead. Leah also stopped flapping her wings. She was also very moved by the story. Captain, what should we do next? Dean asked. Let's stop the boat in a safe place first, Kyle said, and then controlled the boat to fly to a small island not far from Lab. There was a dilapidated lighthouse on the island. Under the lighthouse, an old man with white beard and white hair was lying on a beach chair reading a newspaper. The old man had a strange hairstyle, like feathers and petals. The old man looked at the ship flying down from above with some surprise, and whispered in surprise. Are there newcomers entering the Grand Line? Young people are really energetic. They can actually control the ship and fly down directly. The old man looked carefully at the sign on the ship and found that he had never seen it before, and he lost interest immediately. There are countless people entering the Grand Line every day, and he is no longer surprised here. The old man put away the newspaper, picked up the iron bucket and walked towards Lab, who was hitting the red Earth continent. Hey, I don't know if those bastards of the Rumbar pirates are still alive. It's not a good thing to let Lab crash like this. Seeing that Kuroka's was about to leave, Kyle hurriedly shouted. Uncle, please wait a moment. Kuroka's turned his head and looked at the young people who got off the ship. I don't understand what these little guys are going to do. What's up? The old man doesn't have time to accompany you. Kyle guessed that Crocus was going to give Lab a sedative, and said directly. Uncle, I know about the news about the Rumba pirates, and I hope to make a deal with you. Crocus's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked at these people seriously, all of whom looked very young. How did you know about the Rumba pirates? The Rumba pirates were a pirate group decades ago, and many older people may not know about them now, so how did this kid know about it? Don't worry about how I know it, it's absolutely true anyway, I just don't know if you want to do this deal. Kyle said with a smile. This old man was the ship doctor that Roger invited at the beginning, and his medical skills must be good, just right for Luli to learn from him. Kuroka's found that the boy did not look like a liar, nor did he look like a bad guy. After thinking for a while, he said, I hope you are not fooling an old man like me again. Kuroka's walked towards Lab and said, let me finish the things here first. If you are interested, you can come with me. Kyle naturally knew what he was going to do, and followed with a few people. In the surprised eyes of several people, Kuroka stopped Lab, who was about to hit the red Earth continent again. Opened a door from Lab's back and entered it. Kyle and others followed in. Inside was a dim passage, with walls reinforced with steel plates and some street lamps hanging above for lighting. Uncle, is it really a fish? It can't be fake. This is the first time I have seen a door installed for a fish, and there is a steel passage inside. Leah said with an expression that she really saw the world. No wonder Kyle said that this fish can't be eaten just now. She would believe it even if he told her that this fish is a machine. The expressions of other people were not much better, including Kyle. Sometimes he wondered whether Lab was more injured by the collision with the red Earth continent or by the old man Kurokas who built facilities inside. Lab's injuries were basically on the outside. What's the point of repairing these things inside? Is it because they are afraid that Lab will have a concussion? Kurokas explained. Lab often hits the red Earth continent. It was okay to treat it when he was a child, but now that he has grown up, he can only be treated from the inside. After passing through the intricate passages and opening a small door, Kurokas led a few people into it. What came into view was the blue sky, white clouds, and green sea. Are we going out again? Chunye looked puzzled. This scenery didn't look like it was inside a whale. No, if I'm not mistaken, these should all be painted on. Leah said. The painting is too similar to reality, and it is easy for ordinary people to make mistakes. But she still can't be fooled. Haha, the little girl is really good at seeing things. You were right, I drew all of these. Kuroka's admitted with a smile. Kyle wanted to complain. It is understandable that you said that all these scenes were painted, but the question is where the light comes from. Even if you make a big hole in Lab's back, it won't be so bright. Kyle looked at the old man with a strange face. He suspected that Lab always hit the Red Earth continent not for any companions, but because it was too painful to be transformed by this old guy. No one can bear it if it happens to someone like this. Chapter 100. Kyle resisted the urge to complain. Perhaps this is the value of a top doctor, or else he is the ship doctor on the Pirate King's ship. Crocus didn't care much about the surprised expressions of the few people, and said to himself, "You can wait here for a while, wait for me to appease Lab first." Okay, Kyle really wanted him to do his own things first, just in time to look around. Several people walked around and looked, marveling at the magic of this place. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that this was inside a whale? Be careful, don't touch those that look like seawater. Kyle warned several people. Chunye originally wanted to try whether the seawater here was different from that outside, but when he heard this, he hurriedly stopped. Brother Kyle, is there anything wrong with this seawater? This is not seawater, it just looks like it, but it is actually the stomach acid of this big whale. Stomach acid. This is too exaggerated. Chunye withdrew his hand embarrassedly, and was glad that he almost touched it just now. Kurokus came and went quickly. It can be felt that the big whale outside has fallen into piece, and no longer roars and hits the Red Earth continent. Several people came out of Lab's body and came to a small house near the lighthouse. Brother, Lab has calmed down now. I don't know if you can tell me the news of the Rumbar pirates now. Kurokus spoke anxiously. In fact, he didn't have much hope for these people in his heart, mainly because they looked too young. How could a newcomer who had just left the Four Seas know about the Rumbar pirates? He was just trying his best, and it was useless for them to fool an old man like him. The quiet Lab also showed his big head on the sea. It is not an ordinary sea beast, but a whale that has already developed intelligence, and its IQ is not bad. The other four people also pricked up their ears to listen. They also want to know what kind of deal Kyle wants to make. This old man looks ordinary, and there seems to be nothing special about him. Haha, don't rush this, let's talk about the conditions first. What do you think, Uncle Crocus, the ship doctor of Roger's pirates? Crocus was stunned. You actually know me. How could I not know one of the best doctors in the world? He is actually a crew member of the Pirate King. Several people were full of disbelief. For the Pirate King Roger, everyone on the sea knows him. Even if he is dead, his legend is still circulating on the sea. Even the crew members of Roger's pirates have their own filters. To be a crew member of the Pirate King, he must be an extraordinary person. Crocus felt that there was nothing to hide about his identity, so he admitted it generously. Since you know my identity, do you want to get information about Raftel from me? If so, I may disappoint you. He felt that this was the biggest possibility. Roger's words had led countless people to go out to sea, wasn't it to go to Raftel to find the legendary great secret treasure? Kyle shook his head. Uncle, you misunderstood. I'm not interested in the so-called great secret treasure. I'll be frank, I want you to teach me medical skills. He then pulled Luli in front of him. This is the ship's doctor on our ship. Uncle, since you were invited by Roger, you must have a high level of medical skills. The deal I'm talking about is that you teach all your medical skills to my companions, and naturally I will tell you what you want to know. Just teach me medical skills. Kurokas said uncertainly. He felt very strange looking at the expressions of these people. It was the first time he had seen someone who was not interested in the great secret treasure at all. Of course, I don't know what you think of this deal, Uncle. I can tell you responsibly that this deal will not be a loss for you, Kyle said solemnly. Okay, Crocus nodded seriously. Teaching medical skills is not a difficult task for him. It just so happens that he is bored and collects and compiles many medical books. Basically, he has included all the medical skills he knows. Boy, I hope you don't fool me. If you say that the Rumba pirates have died a long time ago, the old man will not agree. Hee, no, although the Rumba pirates are almost dead, there is still one person alive. Kyle no longer beats around the bush and tells the news he knows. Several decades ago, the Rumba pirates were attacked by another group of pirates. At that time, the other party used poison. The Rumba pirates' ship doctor was the first to die. You should be able to guess what happened afterwards. Fortunately, one person survived unexpectedly. His name is Brook. Because he ate the yomiuri fruit, he also became the only survivor of the Rumba pirates. I had expected this ending. There has been no news for so many years. Something must have happened. Kuroka's sighed. He had looked for him many times before, and later asked Roger and others to look for him together. But nothing was found. He had been disappointed for a long time, but he didn't expect to get such unexpected news today. Kuroka's was very familiar with the name Brook, and a figure with an afro naturally emerged in his mind. Since that bastard is still alive, why didn't he come back to see Lab for so many years? Has he forgotten the original agreement? Kuroka's became emotional. He believed Kyle's words. If he didn't really know, he couldn't say it in such detail. Uncle, don't get excited. This is not the case. Kyle hurriedly explained, for fear that the old man would die if he got excited. Brook didn't forget his agreement with Lab, but because of some special reasons, he was trapped in the magic triangle and couldn't leave. Kyle was not very clear about Brook's specific situation during this period, but Brook must be wandering there. Looking at Lab in the sea, Crocus' eyes became a little moist. The Rumbar pirates just encountered an accident. They did not abandon you. Lab, did you hear that? Lab screamed, tears welling up in his huge eyes. Seemed to be happy, but also sad. Happy that everyone did not forget the agreement, sad because fellow countrymen all encountered accidents, and now only Brook was left. Crocus stood up and began to search in the room. I'm going to find that bastard Brook. These abominable guys made Lab wait for so long. Kyle's mouth twitched. This old man is really impatient. Uncle, why are you in a hurry? Brook is there and he won't run away. You don't have to be in a hurry for a while, right? You won't forget the deal between us, right? Kyle said this, and Kuroka's calmed down immediately. I felt that he was indeed too hasty. I almost forgot that I had not yet completed my promise. Sorry, I was too anxious. I will go get what you need. After saying this, Kuroka's rushed into the house and came out with several large bags in a short while. Looking at the pile of things piled together, everyone was confused. What are these? Uncle, these are not all medical books, right? Kyle asked. These are all my medical books. Sorry, I may not be able to teach in person. The medical skills I know are recorded in these books. I hope they can help you. Hearing that these are all medical books, Luli immediately became interested. She took out a few books and looked through them carefully. How about it? Are these helpful to you? Kyle asked. He also knew that it was not realistic to ask Crocus to come in person at this time. How could he calm down after knowing the news about Brook? Luli did not answer, but carefully looked through the pile of books, with a more and more obvious smile on her face. After a while, she said excitedly. As expected of the ship doctor on the Pirate King ship, these medical books are very useful to me, and the records are very detailed. Even if I study by myself, I can understand them. That's good. Kyle was also very satisfied with this transaction. For him, it was completely free to exchange these things for an insignificant piece of news. Brother, then our transaction is completed. Crocus asked. Kyle nodded. Thank you, Uncle, for these precious medical books. I should be the one to thank. The news you gave is much more important than these books. The promised things were done, and he could finally go to the magic triangle to look for Brooke. I see the flag on your ship is not a pirate flag. I don't know why you guys came to the Grand Line. You know, it's very dangerous here. I don't know how many people die in the sea every day. After getting the important news, Crocus felt it was necessary to remind these young people. It's a good thing for young people to be energetic, but the Grand Line is not a good place. It's basically difficult to survive without some strength. Uncle, don't worry, we are very powerful. Leah proudly patted the sword behind her. Although they were underestimated, no one was angry. After all, it was also a caring word, but this uncle didn't know everyone's strength. Kyle smiled and didn't explain anything. It's good to know your own strength. There's no need to tell everyone. You don't have to worry about us. You should think about how to find Brooke first. There is a guy with good strength in that place, Gecko Moria. Uncle, you probably know him. The kid from the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Haha, although I am old, I am not afraid of such a kid. Oh, Uncle is so confident. Kyle was very surprised. This old man seems to be average in strength. Since he has heard of Moria, why is he so confident? Could it be that this old guy is hiding his strength? Crocus looked confident. Of course, no matter how powerful Moria is, can he beat the old guy from Shampooty? Kyle was speechless. Shampooty must be talking about the reclusive Rayleigh. After all this time, Crocus is going to find help. No wonder he is so confident. I thought he was going to challenge Moria alone. Crocus was about to go on a long journey, so Kyle and the others did not disturb him too much. They boarded the ship with a few large bags of medical books and left the Twin Gorge. There is nothing to play in this place, so let's go to the next island first. Captain, which route should we take? Dean asked, holding a sea chart. The destination of the voyage is temporarily set at the Sabayati archipelago. There are 7 routes extending from the starting point of the Grand Route, the Upside-Down Mountain. Although the routes are different, the purpose is the same. That is the Sabayati archipelago. But it should be noted that once a route is chosen, it cannot be changed in the middle and must be carried to the end. Of course, this problem only exists between newcomers. Kyle and his friends don't have to worry about this problem at all. Cannot be changed. That's impossible. Let's not talk about the permanent pointer. Even if you fly in one direction, you will always find the next island. Take the Whiskey Peak route. Kyle threw a record pointer directly. This is what he asked from Crocus, and there are also some permanent pointers of other islands. Crocus has been in the Twin Gorge for a long time, and often goes to the nearby area to collect some shipwreckage. Over time, I got a lot of good things, the most of which was the record pointer. The Grand Line is divided into 2 parts. The first half is called Paradise. Of course, the name Paradise is only for those who are powerful. The second half is called the New World. This is also the most chaotic place, with countless pirates, and basically no order. The most famous among them are the 3 Sea Emperors and some old members of the Rocks Pirates. Even the Navy is struggling here, and there is not much say at all. Compared with the chaos of the New World, the first half is called Paradise. In addition to the increase in the strength of various forces, there is another more important point in the Grand Line. Unlike the 4 seas, the magnetic field in the Grand Line is changeable, and various extreme weather and special currents emerge in an endless stream. Not to mention the weather, even knowing your position requires the record pointer. At this time, the compass basically has no effect when sailing, and the only thing you can rely on is the record pointer and the permanent pointer. As for why Kyle chose this route, there is only one reason: Sky Island is on this route. There is the thunder fruit that he has been thinking about. Let's go to the Sabayati archipelago from this route first, and then come back from other routes. We have to go through all 7 routes. Kyle took the sea chart and told everyone about the future plan. Agree. Leah was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Of course, she was not doing it for the thunder fruit, but just wanted to travel around. Kyle did not tell her about the thunder fruit, and he didn't know whether Enel had eaten the thunder fruit at this time. If he had already eaten it, telling her in advance would disappoint this girl. The other people had no objections and also agreed with Kyle's idea. Dean immediately drove the boat forward. Fortunately, the weather was sunny and there was no special weather along the way. Sailing on the sea is boring most of the time. For this reason, Dean deliberately increased the speed. The propeller on the bottom of the ship roared, pushing the ship forward at a high speed. From a distance, the Hongye looked like a sharp sword breaking through the sea and moving forward.